We got one person over here on YouTube. Hey, who is this one person? Make sure that you drop a comment. When y'all come over here, drop. I had an echo. It's very weird. Very weird. Okay, come on over here. I do have an echo though. We watching TK. Hey, hey, everybody. Taylor Gang in the building. Drop your Taylor Gang emojis. I'm so excited. Okay. I think no, it's still echoing, y'all. Let me see. It's been a minute. They didn't change StreamYard and everything. Hmm. Okay, can y'all hear me though, family? Me and my family, we back over here on YouTube. If you want to catch up on the TK show, I come over here and gotta go recap not only on also on Karen Reed because if you don't know, you gotta find out. So I will see you later. Oh, link YouTube link in my bio. All right, family. Let's get. Oh my God, I'm so happy to see y'all. Make sure y'all hit the like button up on entry. We
Everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for the late start. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you the oath. I know you took an oath downstairs, but this is an oath for this specific case. So if you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear that in the case of the state of Texas versus Tamar McIntyre, you will a true
is
verdict
it
render
echoing?
according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. State, are you ready to proceed? All right, you may proceed.
Something weird is happening. I hate what that they didn't change StreamYard on me. Hold on, y'all. What the hell? Record local live. Yes, y'all, it's been a minute, but I'm trying to figure out what did StreamYard do because I have a really bad echo. Oh, yeah, whole time it was me. Okay, let me get us back started.
Through bill of indictment, in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dare County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such at the November term, 2019, of the 187th Judicial District Court of said county, in said court, at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and anterior to the present
On or about the 23rd day of April 2015, Seymour McIntyre, herein referred to as defendant, did intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Mark Anthony Saldivar, herein referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery of Mark Anthony Saldivar against the peace and dignity of the state.
Right, to the indictment, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated. State, do you have any opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Please report, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you back to April 23rd, 2017. When Lucy Salvador woke up that morning, she did not realize it was going to be the last day she talked to her son, Mark Salvador. But saw him alive. She spoke to him that day in the afternoon at the house, and Mark was excited. He had a rapper that contacted him about doing a photo shoot. Seymour McIntyre, AK-47 or TK, here in San Antonio, Texas. He was excited. His passion was photography. His passion was taking photographs and wanted to make that his career. He was young. He was 20 years old. Seymour McIntyre was almost 17 years old. He was an up-and-coming rapper that contacted Mark about this photo shoot. And when Seymour came over to pick up Mark from his house, at his mother's house, Mark went outside with his backpack and his camera, very definable white type camera, ran off to this car down the street, a black Kia. Little did he know he was getting into that car and it would be falling off that car later on, shot by this individual that's sitting right over there. When he got to that car, he got in the back passenger seat. It's a four-door Kia. Seymour McIntyre was in the front passenger seat. Joanna Reyes was driving the vehicle. A good buddy of TK's was in the back seat and scooted over to the middle, Jalen Bell. And then also there was a Jeremiah Rodriguez in the back seat. When they drove away, they proceeded over to 410 and McCullough, across the street from North Star Mall here in San Antonio, Texas. When they were at this intersection, an altercation began at that point. This man right over here pulled out a gun and turned around and started hitting with fists and also with the gun, telling him, "Give me your stuff, give me your stuff, give me that backpack." They're wrestling for the backpack. At that point, Jalen Bell also wants to get involved in this. He's a bigger guy, a lot bigger than TK. He's in that back seat with Mark. They start beating him and trying to take away his backpack. His passion is in that backpack. His photography, his career. TK gets that backpack away from him. Jalen Bell is still hitting and kicking and pushing Mark. They're at a stop sign. There are people parked around them at that stoplight, witnessing what's going on. Because this happened at 5 o'clock on a Sunday in broad daylight. At some point, Mark gets kicked out of the car. They slam that back door. They won't let him back in the car. "Help, help, help." He's yelling. What he loved is in that car, his camera. "Give me my things, give me my things." He knows the light's about to turn green. He's frantic. He runs to the front. He jumps on the hood. One of the biggest mistakes of his life, or rather, the last part of his life. Joanna Reyes is driving that vehicle. The light turns green. They drive through that stoplight. It's a Sunday afternoon. Right across the street or highway from North Star Mall, there's a Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays. They pull into that Chick-fil-A parking lot. She slams on the brakes. Mark sort of stands up. Looks like he's stomping on the windshield. But then that car jerks and he falls. You'll see that passenger door open up, the front passenger door open up. But this man over here was sitting with that gun. He leans out. He shoots Mark through the shoulder, goes across his body, exits out of a little bit out of his lower back. He falls to the ground. The car reverses and takes off from the scene. You'll see several people run up and try to help Mark. But that bullet crossed his body. It hit his spine, his both lungs. If he would have been on the best medical gurney in the world, he wouldn't have survived that shot. He dies in that parking lot that day. As TK and his friends drive off. They don't go to the cops. They don't call the cops. They run away. That's not the end of the story. Because that car was found less than a mile away, abandoned at a Mexican food restaurant. There's evidence there that TK was there, that Jalen Bell was there, Jeremiah Rodriguez was there, and Joanna Reyes was there. Doesn't end there. TK and Jalen take off. They run. They get out of town. Jalen is caught in Dallas. Tamor is caught in New Jersey. Nobody called the cops. Nobody said anything at that point of helping Mark Salvador. A promising career, possibly photography, a difficult field of photography. You take chances. You do things for nothing. That's what he wanted. He had a chance that day to take some photographs of an up-and-coming rapper that his career on the horizon, possibly, or wanted it to be that career of a rapper. But instead, that particular day, he chose to take a life of an individual, Mark Salvador. That's what we will bring to you, and evidence will show that Tamor McIntyre committed capital murder on April 23rd, 2017. Thank you.
Just one moment, counsel. All right, you may proceed.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Assumptions and the general guesswork that is attendant to the story that the prosecution just laid out for you should be of deep and troubling concern. There's no dispute that Mark was killed. There's no dispute that he was shot. There's no dispute that there was an altercation in that car. But virtually everything else that the prosecution has laid out for you is going to be told to you through either people who are making a wild guess based upon very, very small fragments of information, the bystanders, for example, on the highway, on the access road where this altercation took place, or it's going to come from people who were in the car. And I want us to stop and consider what that really means in a case like this. Mr. McIntyre is accused of capital murder. You heard yesterday extensive discussion about something called the law of parties, which is the idea that if you are assisting someone in the commission of a crime, either before it happens, while it's going on, or after the fact, you are culpable just the same as the individual who pulled the trigger, the individual who decided to take a life. That's going to be the backbone of this case, is everybody in that car pointing their finger at someone other than themselves. And the state paid to get that information developed, not with money, not with the normal kind of a transaction, but with something that is the most valuable thing a person can trace, their freedom. That's the issue in this case. What exactly caused there to be a fight in this car and who that fight was with is all going to come from people that were occupants of the vehicle and, according to the state's theory of this, participants in what took place. As far as who struck first, what the argument was about, all of that's going to come from the other occupants of that vehicle who have a vested interest in making sure that it doesn't land back on them. The facts and circumstances about where people are seated, who fired the gun, why the gun was fired, all of those are similarly going to come from people with a vested interest in making sure that it doesn't come back on them. And ultimately, all of those things tied together, the way in which this case becomes a charged capital murder against Tamor McIntyre has been spun from the detective's lips to these witnesses' ears and about to be regurgitated back to you just the way the state wanted it, the state paid for it, and the state packaged it. That should be taken with an exceptional amount of scrutiny. And the law in Texas acknowledges that. I expect, after you've heard all the evidence in this case, that you will be charged on something called the accomplice witness rule, which tells you that in Texas, the law requires that the state provide corroborative evidence other than the testimony of an accomplice or a co-conspirator in order to establish guilt. And it is not alone sufficient to convict that corroborative evidence simply prove that a crime occurred. And what the state's going to try and do, I anticipate, is to stack accomplice on top of accomplice on top of accomplice to try and convince you all that that's sufficient to corroborate the offense. Don't let them do it. That's not how the law works. And you all would have to take each of those accomplices as being inherently suspect and recognize that they can't corroborate each other. And what we're left with at the end of that is going to be the actions of law enforcement investigating this case, which, as my colleague, Mr. Goldstein, will explain to you in a moment, were subpar, suboptimal, and not acceptable, especially when we have this kind of a case on the line. The investigation done here was half-hearted, lazy, negligent, dilatory, and ultimately was substituted by reliance on these accomplices as the proof in the pudding, as it were, that a crime was committed. You're also going to hear some evidence about the aspect of the case Mr. Garahan described to you, which is that Mr. Saldivar got on the hood of the car after some altercation took place in the vehicle. That is to say, there will be people that testify who were just on the roadside, that in broad daylight on a Sunday, there was some kind of an altercation in that car. Accounts will differ. Some people describe the individual as an African-American man, young. Some will describe that individual as having a pistol. Some didn't see one. Some will describe that individual as being a Hispanic young man. Some will say that the Hispanic young man had a gun. Some don't. All of those things, I think we have to understand, just are what they are. This happened in the flash of an eye. It happened in a place where you don't normally expect to see something like that. We're talking about Chick-fil-A over on the north side of town across from North Star Mall. Not your normal 5 o'clock Sunday activity. And what they saw is what little piece of this overall story they saw. But what seems to be consistently accepted, at least by the lead detective on the case at the end, as he synthesizes all of these little snippets of observation, is that Mark Anthony Saldivar got out of the vehicle, proceeded to argue with the occupants of the vehicle while inside, they're still inside, and then jumped onto the hood of the car and began stomping the windshield of that car. And you'll see the windshield of that car caved in as the result of that activity. You can see where his foot came through, and you can see the rest of it coming through with it. And it is in that context that gunshots are fired. It is in that context that Mr. Saldivar loses his life. We talked yesterday about self-defense. We talked about defensive property. We talked about provoking the difficulty. But fundamentally, I want you to keep those principles in the back of your head, because however these cooperators, these accomplices, decide to paint and shade this version of the story on this occasion, and there have been several, the bottom line is that the things that happened while everyone was in that car had dissipated. And I think a great many of us, confronted with an altercation inside of a vehicle like that, would have walked away. But that's not what happened here. Now, the state's going to try and maintain that the reason why Mark Anthony Saldivar didn't walk away is because his camera equipment was inside. But you'll hear testimony from one of the cooperating co-defendants, one of the accomplices, that the photo shoot that he just described had been called off, and that they were just giving this guy a ride. Any evidence that you do hear about a camera, about a backpack, about property of Mr. Saldivar being taken is going to come from these cooperators. There's no camera recovered in this case. There's not going to be an Exhibit 15, the camera of the deceased. You're not going to see money taken out of the deceased's wallet. The fact that those objects even exist is something that has to be speculated and guessed upon. And then ultimately, the only place you're going to hear it as evidence is from these accomplices. So fundamentally, the state can't prove that this was not a justified homicide. The state cannot prove that Mr. McIntyre was the shooter in this controversy. The state can't prove that there was a robbery, either intended or executed or attempted. Those things are all coming from people with an absolute vested interest to accomplish it. And so no matter how the charge is broken up for you, I think that there is no question that the state will not be able to meet its burden to establish proof beyond a reasonable doubt of capital murder. And far less question that they'll be able to establish even basic fundamental first-degree murder. Those are the things that you all are confronted with. I'm going to turn it over now for just a moment to Mr. Goldstein, who's specifically going to talk to you a little bit more about the nature of the investigation in this case, and fundamentally why, as jurors, you are assessing the evidence in light of your duty to presume Mr. McIntyre innocent, that the investigation in this case should be criticized, and you all should not be filling in the gaps for the police. I want to thank you all for your time. I urge you to listen to the evidence carefully. I know you will reach the correct verdict.
May it please the court, able counsel, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is old. The evidence is old. It occurred in 2017, 7 years ago. Speaking of old, I'm 81. I'm probably the oldest person in this room, and that's why I need notes and why counsel come over and coddle me every once in a while. I've been sitting here listening to the able lawyers in this room speak to you. That's primarily going to be my job. I haven't said much to y'all or anyone up until this time, and I'm probably not going to say a lot during the trial. I'm going to be like y'all. I'm going to be watching. I do think it's important that you understand that while you're listening to the evidence, that these are good lawyers on the other side, just as I know ours are very capable lawyers. I respect them. I respect this court. I respect our judicial system. 2.5 centuries. I mean, it goes back to ancient time. There's some magic in the number 12 when you listen to evidence. And I think almost every lawyer that's done this, I've been doing it 57 years, will agree. You come to the right result. I'm always, each one of y'all might not use the same tools. Each one of y'all might not come from the same place. Each one of you bring your own experience to this room. It must be your individual decision. Guilt or innocence. You should deliberate. You should listen to the other jurors when that time comes at the end of this case. But it has to be your individual decision. Let me suggest to you that this adversary process involves a lot of things. As we listen to this evidence, there's going to be disputed evidence. You're going to hear two different sides. That's why we have juries. You're going to have to make some decisions. Most of the evidence in this case is not in dispute. Most of it's not going to be contested. And you might think, well, why am I being subjected to all this? That's their job. Their job is to prove, if they can, each and every element of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the highest standard known to law. They will be, and they're going to be doing their job, and they have to prove each element. And therefore, don't think they're trying to bore you. That's their job. They have to prove it all up. So you're going to be listening to that evidence as we talk about evidence in this case. They get to go first and last, if you notice. There's a reason for that. They have that heavy burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, we give them a chance to open and at the end of the case to close. They'll be the last you will hear from, the last evidence, the last argument. And that's as it should be. But we're kind of squeezed in the middle like a ham sandwich. I'm Jewish, so maybe it wouldn't be a ham sandwich, but it'll be a sandwich nevertheless. Let's say turkey sandwich. Some people would describe it that way. There are some matters that are in dispute. And I want to warn you in advance. Each side will vigorously present their evidence. There'll be objections. We may have disputes. We may offend each other on occasion. I hope not. I believe in the collegiality of fellow lawyers. Like I said, I respect these, but we're going to have some disputes. I may offend them from time to time. I may offend the judge on occasion. I may, God forbid, offend one of y'all. My hope is that if the lawyers should perchance offend you on occasion, hold that against the lawyers. Hold that against me. Tell me about it after this case is over with. Don't hold that against Tamar McIntyre. Take you. Please. That's not how our system works. Let's talk about the matters in dispute. Now we'll do that briefly. Tamar McIntyre is charged with capital murder. And as you heard, what they've alleged is this was a murder committed during the course of a robbery or attempted robbery. But that extra part is when you heard all the questions being asked of you during jury selection, everybody paid a lot of attention. It was because that's what's required to prove that offense. You have to prove both murder and that it was during the course of a robbery. And that's going to be an issue in the case. But let's talk about one of the disputed issues, the murder, the shooting. It is interesting in this case, what you will find is that there was only one spent shell casing found in the car. The black Kia that was owned by the state's key witness. That spent shell casing, when it was originally identified by the prosecution's technician, they identified it as a 40mm shell. Later, another tech, or I'm not sure, but the technicians in the prosecutor's office, weeks, months later, re-examined the shell casing. Became important. And they decided it wasn't a 40mm shell. It was a caliber shell, 40 caliber. It was a 9mm shell. That casing, that spent shell casing, as most of you know, comes when you fire a projectile, a bullet, the shell casing remains behind. This one remained in the vehicle. 9mm shell casing. While there was a mistake initially, that goes to all of our, when we watch all the AI and all the technical magic that we see on TV, mistakes are made. It may not be important in this case, but I think we can all agree now it's a 9mm, not the 40mm that they originally thought it was. That empty spent shell casing found in the black Kia that was located the night of April 23rd, 2017. So there was only one shell casing found. There was another bullet. It was a 350 caliber, 380. I've got my muzzle sniffer here. Correct me. 380. That's not a derogatory comment. There was a 380 bullet, but it had not been fired. And that bullet was found in the seat where Tamorth, KK, allegedly was sitting that night. But the only spent shell casing, the only one that was fired, that's found in the black Kia that night, is a 9mm spent shell casing. There was also only one weapon recovered in this case. It was a 9mm Smith & Wesson, seized from the co-defendant that able counsel for the prosecution mentioned to you earlier, Jalen Bell. He had a 9mm Smith & Wesson, the same caliber. It was months later when he was arrested in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But it was the same caliber, the one weapon that has been seized, as the one shell casing that was found. Now, you've got one shell casing, 9mm, one weapon, 9mm, a Smith & Wesson. And you would think that the evidence would show that they compared them. That weapon sat for 7 years in evidence room between Fort Worth and San Antonio, years here in our own evidence. No one ever tested them. No one ever compared them until John Hunter. He kind of looks like Harry Potter. Well, no offense. He was one of my best students and he worked for me for a long time. So I think I have the right to make fun of him. He makes fun of me too, and you'll probably hear it. But here's the interesting part. No one ever compared them until he requested from this able prosecutor, who then located the weapon, and they had it tested by a technician, like the prosecution technician that mistook the 40 caliber that was actually a 9mm. And he says that weapon, that 9mm spent shell casing, matched the weapon that had been sitting in evidence rooms for 7 years. You're going to hear, I believe, conflicting testimony. It's going to be brought to you, but it's not. We have to wait. Remember, I told you, they get to go first and last, and we're kind of sandwiched. Well, the part of our sandwich is after their piece of bread that goes first. They get to go first. So please, it's like you've all been to the movies and you see a trailer and you think, God, I'm going to like that movie. And you go see the movie and it's not nearly as good as the trailer. You think I wasted, when I was a kid here, I could go to the Majestic for 15 cents. It's a lot more expensive now, but even then I felt ripped off when I thought, gee, the only good part of that movie, they showed me in the trailer. And I sat there for 2 hours. Well, I'm going to ask you to wait to hear this conflicting evidence. It's worth the wait, folks. This is a movie worth waiting for. Additionally, and kind of almost more importantly, is that the state, after 7 years, finally asked Jalen Bell, this co-defendant, about the 9mm weapon that he had. He said, oh, no, That's not the weapon I had back in April of 2017. That was a different Smith and Wesson 9mm. 7 years later, what are we supposed to do about that? Those are all interesting issues of evidence that I would suggest to you are questions that might cause you to have a doubt based upon reason. But that's your decision. When you make important decisions in your life, whether it's to buy an encyclopedia or a new car or a new house, you have to decide how to trust someone. And that's the next issue you're going to be confronted with. How do you decide whether you believe somebody? How do you? Well, we all have that instinctive. We look at people. We listen to them. We watch their demeanor. Are they the kind of person we want to believe? Will we buy an encyclopedia from them? Will we buy a car from them? We've made mistakes, all of us. In 81 years, I've made plenty of them. But I will tell you this. This is a time when you're going to have to make those decisions. And you look at the evidence, you look at the witness, and you have to make a decision. What would help you? What evidence would help you decide whether or not to believe someone? Well, is there something that corroborates it? They say they were in New Orleans on a particular day and they got a plane ticket to New Orleans. They got a hotel room in some hotel in the French Quarter. Well, that doesn't say they were there, but at least it corroborates it to some extent. You also want to know, why would somebody tell a story like that when you're looking at this evidence if it's not the truth? Well, wouldn't you want to know what they said before? Wouldn't you want to know if they were paid something for their testimony? That'd be important to me. I mean, people could get paid with money. People can get paid with something more valuable than money, their life and liberty. You're going to see that the state's key witness was paid mightily with her liberty. She was promised something and she got it for her testimony that met the prosecution's theory of this case. I can't promise anybody anything. I can't pay them. Not with money, not with their liberty. That would be a crime. How can we call a system fair that allows only one side to pay for what they call the truth? Well, that's what you're going to have here. You're going to have to decide whether this witness is believable. I want you to watch them. I want you to watch them. See whether this is the kind of person who you want to put your trust in. And give some consideration to what they got paid for that testimony. What would someone say if it would mean facing a capital murder case or walking free today and come into this school? How much is that worth? Is that worth telling the story that meets the theory of the prosecution? We leave this case. That's all right. I was hoping that San Fernando's bells would be ringing, but I'll settle for the tinkle. We're going to leave this in your hand. We picked you on both sides because we trust you. They say use your common sense, use it. Listen to the lawyers. We don't give you evidence. Our arguments are not evidence. But I think I'm going to listen to them, and I want them and you to listen to me and to John. John's going to have a heavy load in this case, as well he should. But I'm going to be watching it like y'all. We trust you will come to the right decision. All I ask, as the old man in the room, is that the next morning after we finish this case, you can look in the mirror and say, I did right. You can look in the mirror and say, the life and liberty of this young man was worth holding the prosecution to their burden. That's important. That beyond a reasonable doubt, the 12 members of this jury is a time-honored tradition in this country. It's what sets us apart from every other country in the world. I take pride in what I do, so do they. And I hope you will. And when it's all said and done, you can look in the mirror the next morning, the day after, say, I did. I did right to myself, my family, and to young Payne. And ask for nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, state, call your first witness.
People actually
Cindy, do you need a cough drop or anything? All right. All right, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, make sure you speak up so that members of the jurors can hear. You can lower your hand, state your name for the record, and if you could spell your last name, please.
Ashley Buenteo, Buentelloo.
Buenteo. Am I witness judge?
Yes.
Ms. Buenteo, there's a microphone in front of you, so I'm gonna ask you to use it because you're a little soft spoken, okay?
Sure.
No, if we're not usually. All right, and did you spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes.
How old are you currently?
I'm 28,
Okay, and what city do you currently live in?
San Antonio, Texas,
And how long have you lived in San Antonio, Texas?
my whole life.
I'm gonna reposition because I'm having.
Okay.
You could just move a little closer.
Okay.
Okay, so how old are you again?
28,
Okay, and what city do you currently live in?
San Antonio,
Okay, and how long have you lived in San Antonio?
my whole life.
Okay, what school did you attend in San Antonio?
Linear.
Linear High
Your
School?
Honor,
Linear
I'm
high
so
school,
sorry.
yes.
I still cannot hear the witness's answers.
All right, so you'll need to lower your mask, please, so that everybody.
Well,
can hear.
or at least bring the microphone up.
All right. And just make sure you speak loudly. All right.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask you to lean into the microphone, okay?
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
So how old are you?
28,
There you go. What city do you currently live in?
San Antonio,
And how long have you lived in San Antonio?
my whole life.
And what high school did you attend in San Antonio?
Linear high school.
Okay. And do you work currently?
No, ma'am.
What do you do for?
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Stay at home mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why are you here today?
To talk about the events that happened in 2017.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn you back to that date, April 23rd, 2017. Do
Mhm.
you recall you were with that day?
Yes, ma'am. I was with family members. I was with my tios, my husband, and my grandma,
And so what's your grandma's
Janie Reyes,
name? Okay, and what are your tíos' names?
Paul Caballero, and Ernest Reyes,
Okay, and your husband, what is his name?
Raul Quintero.
Your Honor, a juror has raised their hand.
Yes.
Was it?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So here's the thing. As jurors, you're not allowed to ask. No. It's fine. Sometimes, we don't know. So jurors, you're not allowed to ask questions. If you're not allowed to hear what a witness is saying, raise your hand and let us know. But the state and the defense, they are the persons who will be asking the questions. And if there's a question that you would like a witness to have been asked, you will just have to go with the questions that both sides have asked. Right. All right, you may continue.
Okay, and when you say tío, what does that mean?
He's my tío,
Like uncle?
my uncle. Yes.
Okay, and can you just say briefly how you're related to them?
He's my mom's brother, and that's my mom's mom.
And so what were you all doing on that day? Do you recall?
Yes, we were getting stuff ready for my grandma's upcoming birthday party that we were planning.
Okay, and were you traveling in a car?
Yes,
Do you recall what kind of car that was?
we were in a red Chrysler.
Okay, and Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits
Okay.
1 and State's Exhibit number 2. Have you seen these photos before?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the objects that are contained within on the day of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, consider offense for inspection. The state offers states 1 and 2.
I am so sorry. I can barely hear what she's saying. What did she say to people? No objection.
All right, states exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State Exhibit number 1. And you just had an opportunity to look at that, but is that the red Chrysler that you were traveling in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell me who's in the driver's seat?
That is my uncle Ernest.
Okay, and who's in the back seat right there?
Down is gonna be my grandma.
And in State Exhibit number 2, can you tell me who's contained in that photo?
That is Paul. He was in the front, and that is my husband, Raul.
Okay, so just for clarity, in the front passenger seat, who is sitting there?
Paul.
Okay, and then in the back, or directly behind that, who's sitting there?
It's Raul, and then me in the middle, and my daughter on my lap.
Okay, thank you very much. And so you guys were traveling in the car, and ultimately, did you guys end up at the light, at McCullough on 410 access?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you pulled up, do you recall what color the light was?
We came to a red light.
Okay, and was there cars in front of you and behind you?
Yes.
Okay, and so at some point, did somebody get your attention?
Yes, there was a woman who came up to us because our gas tank was open, the lid.
Okay, and so, when she informed you that the gas tank was open, what did the people in your car do?
Paul was the one who got off and he went to go and close it. And then she informed us that the vehicle.
Hearsay, confrontation.
All right, that objection will be sustained as to hearsay.
So you can't say what the lady told you,
Okay.
but, so you said Paul got out and closed the gas tank, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall what kind of, vehicle was behind your red Chrysler?
It was a black 4-door vehicle. I'm not sure what.
Okay, and at some point, did your attention turn to that vehicle?
Yes,
Okay, and why is that?
because there was a altercation that was going on. And so we all turned to look what was going on.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observed when you turned around to look inside of that car?
When I turned to look around, I did see McIntyre in the passenger side.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Yes.
Now this is interesting. So what I've gathered is that this is done in broad daylight. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Something takes place inside of the car. And so this woman who's testifying was actually in another car and she's looking over, recalling what she saw. So she basically identified the victim in the car, and now the defense raised an objection. Y'all know we rewatch, so we get to skip past a few things. But let's see what happens.
Like the news.
I'm going
All
to
right,
do my
so,
objection, Your Honor.
yes.
Okay, well maybe we can't skip past it. Maybe it happens a little bit too quick, but what do we have here? I mean, obviously there has to be some type of video camera footage for them to have even found her, right? So I don't understand why the defense would be objecting to her identification of
Okay, Ms.
their
Mondale,
client.
and how do you know that the person that was in the front passenger seat name is Nathan Miller?
After like when they ended up catching him, I guess, like the news.
I'm
All
going to
right,
do my
so,
objection, Your Honor.
yes. Your objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you disregard her answer with the name McIntyre in it. Does everyone understand? So you're to disregard the question and you're to disregard the answer.
Your Honor, we would respectfully move for mistrial.
That will be denied. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So can you, without naming the person,
Okay.
can you describe what the person in the front passenger seat looked like?
He was a black male.
Okay, and the person that was driving the vehicle, do you recall what they looked like?
She was a white female with blonde hair.
And so when you turn around and you look in that black 4-door, what did you observe going on in that black motor vehicle?
There was a Mexican that was sitting in the back, getting beat up on by the people that were in the front and in the back, sitting with him.
Okay, and so when you say the Mexican boy that was sitting in the back seat was being beat up on, who was exactly beating up on him?
Just the two guys, the black male in the front and then also the one in the back.
And did you see anything in the hands of the black male in the front?
Yes,
What did he
The-
have in his hand?
it was a handgun, a black handgun.
Okay, and where was that
And
pointed at?
he was also using it to hit him.
Okay, so it was being used to strike the person in the back seat, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and so the person in the back seat that was being struck, eventually what happened with that person?
He somehow ended up getting out of the vehicle, and we had thought that was it, but he ended up getting on top of the vehicle after.
Okay, and so when the light turned green, what did your car do?
We ended up taking the right that was right there because with the gun situation, we had my daughter, so we ended up turning to safety, and they ended up going straight.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm gonna show you what's been marked, State's Exhibit number 3, and you reviewed this before,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with the area where this occurred, right?
Mhm.
And so this is a fair and accurate depiction of the location, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shed.
No objections.
All right, and that's State's Exhibit number 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit number 3 is admitted without objection.
Okay, Ms. Winfield, and so Can you see that okay up there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so you see where I'm pointing at, that's McCullough Avenue, correct?
Mhm.
And so where I'm pointing at right here, is that where your vehicle was stopped at the red light?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so earlier, you said that your vehicle took a right, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that would have been traveling a right down McCullough
Mhm.
Avenue? Okay, and so then where did your vehicle go from there?
We ended up turning to the left into the shopping centers that are right there.
Right in here?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you turned into the shopping center, what did you hear? Did you hear anything at that point?
We heard one gunshot.
Okay, and after you heard the gunshot, did you see anything associated with the Chick-fil-A?
We saw the black vehicle speeding off.
Okay, and is that the same black vehicle that was behind you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that the same black vehicle where the Mexican boy got on the hood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said you observed it speeding off?
Yes, we had saw it taking a left that way, and we were coming from this side.
Okay, so you're right here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying you see that black, yeah, come out through here and take a left, is that correct?
Yes, speeding off. Mhm.
Okay, and so once you see that, what do you and people in your car do?
I mean, once we heard the gunshot, we were just like talking about it, and then passing the Chick-fil-A, we ended up seeing him rolling on the ground.
And when you say him rolling on the ground,
The Mexican. The Mexican?
the Mexican boy that was on the hood?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you see him rolling on the ground, then what do you do?
We got off the vehicle. Me, Paul, and Raul, and we ran to him.
Okay, and when you observed him, the Mexican boy that was laying in the Chick-fil-A parking lot, that's the same person that you observed and the black Kia getting beat up on,
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and so when you observed him, did you notice if he had any injuries?
He had a big bump on his forehead.
And did you make contact with officers on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you provide a verbal statement to the officers on the scene?
Mhm.
Okay, and we talked about this now.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I'm okay.
I just have a few questions for you. The first is, did you meet with the prosecutors at all in preparation for your testimony here today?
Like 2 weeks ago
Okay, you met with the lawyers themselves or with the advocate, or do you remember?
with her.
With Ms. Galloway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you review anything in anticipation of your testimony?
Just everything that happened, like from the cameras.
You reviewed your previous statement?
Mhm.
Okay. And so you were standing outside the Chick-fil-A when you gave that statement to police,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. I mean, yes, sir.
And you recall you were explaining to the officer several things that you had learned from other people in the parking lot and who were waiting for police to arrive. Do you remember that part of your statement?
No.
You don't remember the officer telling you to only tell him what you personally saw?
Oh, yes, yes.
That happened, right?
Mhm.
So by the time you spoke to the police, you had already spoken to several other witnesses to the incident, correct?
No, just the people I was with.
Okay. So you had talked amongst yourself.
Yes,
And how many people were in the car?
5 of us.
Okay. And what seat were you in?
I was in the middle and the back.
You were in the middle and the back.
Mhm.
Okay. So you didn't see the altercation first. Who saw it first in your car?
Paul.
Paul?
Paul. He was
He was the driver?
no, he was the one who got out to close the
The gas tank?
yes.
Okay. So he got out and closed the gas tank, comes back into the car and says, there's some people fighting in the car behind us. Is that basically it?
Yes.
And that's what prompted you all to turn around.
Mhm.
Do you know how long roughly that light that y'all were parked at lasted?
It was a good minute.
Okay. Minute, couple minutes, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you saw happened very quickly.
Yes.
And is there tinting on that car? It looks like it from the photographs they showed you.
On our car?
On your car, yes, ma'am.
No,
There's no tinting at all?
no, not not like out the back window.
Uh-huh.
Maybe the sides, maybe, but not out the back.
Okay. And you're looking at the car directly behind you?
Yes, there's the car right behind me.
Is it parked like bumper to bumper? Is it parked back a car length? About how far from your back bumper would that car have been stationed?
The very next car, like.
Okay.
Right,
And-
waiting for the red light.
And you were watching for the whole time that the light was red?
Yes.
Now, you had someone in your lap, right?
Yes.
And so when you say that you're watching it, are you talking about craning your neck, or are you talking about you repositioned your entire body so that you're
No.
looking that direction?
Yeah, I'm looking back, like.
Okay, but basically your belly button's still facing forward. You're looking back this way?
No, I like turned. I was able to turn.
So more like kind of a side view?
Yeah.
Okay. And there were how many people did you say in the vehicle?
Well, 6 including my daughter, but it's 5 of us.
Fair to say that there are obviously things in that car that block a full view of everything going on in the car. You'd agree with that, right?
Like,
Well, there are 2 seats in the front part of the car, right?
Mhm.
There's a driver's seat and there's a front passenger seat.
Mhm.
And there are people occupying those seats, right?
yes.
You can't see through the people or the seats, right?
No.
And so you can't see the parts of what's going on in that car that are obstructed by those seats and those people, correct?
You're talking about the
Behind.
vehicle behind us?
No, but in the vehicle behind you, when you're looking into that vehicle, you
Mhm.
can't see what's obstructed by the front passengers and the front seats, right?
Well, you can because the Mexican was sitting right in the middle. So like given those two that were in the front, you were able to see what was going on in the middle.
You can see what's going on in the middle. You can't see what's going on either side of the middle, though. You'd agree with that?
Yeah,
And so you can't say definitively who had a gun and who didn't have a gun amongst all the people in the car, right?
the only one I saw was the one in the front.
But there's nothing about what you've testified to today that you want to convey that there weren't other guns, right?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And you don't know who pulled a gun first, right?
No,
The altercation had already started when it was brought to your attention that it was happening, right?
yes,
They were mid-fight when you looked at it.
yes,
And you said that the Mexican man got out of the vehicle, right?
Mhm.
And he continued to, I guess, argue, verbally gesture with the people that were still in the car.
I mean, he got out, he kind of like made a run for it, but they had already closed the door. And as soon as the light turned green, he was on top. I'm not sure, like, we didn't have the windows down to hear what was going on.
And you didn't see how he got on top.
No, well, yeah, he just jumped up on front.
Okay, so you saw him jump on top of
Yes.
the hood of the car? Okay. So did you see him crawl over anybody as he exited the car?
No.
Okay, you just saw him exit the car.
We just saw him exit the vehicle.
Okay. And you saw him stomping on the windshield?
No, we didn't see that part.
By that point, the light had turned green, right?
Yeah.
And so cars were beginning to move,
Mhm.
right? I'm sorry, ma'am, yes or
Yes,
no?
yes,
So your vantage point is at that point changing as your car is moving and their car is moving, right?
yes.
And you didn't actually see the gunshot, you just heard it, correct?
We just heard it, yes.
By that point, you're parked further over towards the music store
Mhm.
and not in the Chick-fil-A parking lot proper, correct?
We weren't parked, we were driving because we had just turned in there just to turn in there to get away from all of that.
So you're driving away from all of it and you hear a gunshot just in the car.
Yes.
That's the witness.
No further questions. sir.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
He's ready to speak.
Excused by the defense, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you're not allowed to watch anything about this trial, and you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, make sure you leave the clip. And you are excused.
Back that way?
State, call your next witness.
Yes, the state calls Paul Cabello.
All right, and if you can have him if you put that little mic on your shirt so the court reporter can hear. All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear. If you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Paul Caballero, last name Caballero.
Right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cabello, well, one, nice to see you again. I've seen you a few times for this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And we met here in the courthouse. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'd like to go ahead and jump right in and ask you if you remember that day back in April 2017, on the 23rd of April to be exact. You remember that day?
Yes.
And speaking about that day, were you in a vehicle that day with some of your friends and family?
Yes.
And do you remember where that vehicle was located on the road in San Antonio?
Yes. We were on 410 and month. Hello.
I'm sorry, what?
410 and month. Hello. Sorry. I stutter sometimes.
No problem, no problem. If you don't mind, that first mic that's in front of you, just make sure you speak into there so people can hear you, okay?
Okay.
I'm a little hard of hearing, so just bear with me. But one, do you remember what type of vehicle that was that y'all were driving, or rather that you were riding in that day?
Yes. We had a red Chrysler 200.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you some items that have already been entered into evidence. State exhibit number 1 and state exhibit number 2. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And are those photos of of that Chrysler that y'all were in that day?
Yes.
And does it also show individuals that you know in those photos?
Yes.
And if in state exhibit number 1, can you identify the individual that's driving the vehicle?
Yes. Ernest, my
Ernest?
partner.
Thank you. And then do you see somebody in the back seat there?
Yes. His mom,
His mom. And what's her name?
Janie Reyes.
And in state exhibit number 2, can you identify the person standing there?
Yeah, that's me.
That's you. Okay. And then is there anybody in the back seat that you can see or identify?
Yes. Ashley and Raul and her baby.
Her baby, I guess you can see the top of the little baby's head there.
Yes.
Okay. So in addition to you and Ernest, which was the driver, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you in the Were you do you remember where you were sitting that day? Were you sitting in the front passenger seat or the back passenger seats?
And the front passenger seat.
Front passenger seat. So next to the driver.
Yes.
And then is that where Raul was, in state exhibit number 2, is that where he was seated at the time?
Yes.
And also Ashley and the baby?
Yes.
And then, of course, we got Janie Ray is sitting all the way to the left in the rear.
Yes.
Okay. So this is accurate of how y'all were seated when y'all were at the intersection also?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, speaking of the intersection, I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 3. And are you familiar with this map?
Yes.
In fact, have I shown you this map before?
Yes.
And so you've seen this map before. Can you point out on there where that intersection, McCullough and 410 is?
I'm sorry. It's right there.
And then where was your vehicle at?
We were right here
Okay.
behind the truck that was in front of us.
Behind a truck that was in front of you.
Yes.
So there was a truck in front of you and then your car.
Yes.
Okay. So on this overhead projector, I'm going to zoom in here. Now I'm going to point to where you pointed. You pointed to this vehicle right here,
Yes.
and that's. Let me make sure. This is not a map from that day. Is that correct?
No.
I mean, some things have changed on this map, but generally this is how it looks.
Yes.
Because that's the main intersection. It hasn't really changed since 2017.
Objection, speculation.
That'll be overruled. If you know the answer, you can answer.
I'm sorry. If you can repeat the question, please.
Sure. This intersection hasn't changed much since 2017.
think so.
The actual road, it hasn't moved.
Okay, yeah, no, the road's the same. I'm looking at this over here, sorry.
Hey, bad question. I'll move on from that, but this is the intersection that we're speaking of, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you, like you stated just previously, that this vehicle right here is roughly where y'all are at that stoplight, is that
yes,
correct?
yes.
And, well, let me ask, were you stopped at that time, at that light?
Yes,
And so, is it assumed that did y'all have a red light?
yes.
And when you were at that light, did anything catch your attention?
Yes, there was a lady that was on the site that told me that my gas cap was open.
Gas cap was open?
Yes.
And so, you're at a stoplight, so what did you do?
Well, I exited the vehicle and put the cap back on.
You know, where was the cap in comparison?
It's on the passenger side.
Passenger side? So, let me see if it's. Okay, so state exhibit number 2. Show it to you again. Is that the gas cap you're speaking of?
Yes, it is.
So it's on the passenger side. State exhibit number 2 here. Little zoomed in, but maybe we get the picture that there's the gas cap is right there. Is that correct?
Yes,
And this lady told you that the gas cap was open
yes.
and then you exited. So what did you do at that point?
Well, at that time, as I was putting on the gas cap, she did tell me that the car behind us.
Hearsay confrontation.
Sustain to hearsay.
I'll rephrase the question here. I'll ask you, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever replace that gas cap?
Yeah,
Did you
yes,
close
I
it?
closed it, yes.
And after you closed the gas cap, what were your actions right after you closed the gas cap?
Well, the car behind us, I saw a gun. So at that time, I proceeded to get back in the vehicle and told my partner, as soon as that light turns green for us to make a right to get out of that car sway that was behind us.
Well, let me back up a little bit.
Okay.
And without telling me exactly what she said, did the lady that had mentioned the gas cap to you, did she mention something else to you?
Objection,
Yes.
hearsay confrontation.
All right, the answer is either yes or no. You're not allowed to state what a witness has said. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that question requires a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
Yes.
And I think you answered the question if I'm correct, but
Yeah.
did she also mention something else to you?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, like, what was her demeanor towards you when she was speaking to you about this?
Just very cautious,
Very what?
cautious,
Cautious?
like worried. Yes.
Okay. And then what did she say to you then?
Objection, hearsay confrontation.
All right, so can I have parties approach?
Back window of your
Yes.
vehicle?
Yes.
And so were you able to see, what were you able to see?
I saw the passenger of that vehicle fighting with somebody in the back.
And let's talk about that person in the passenger seat in the car behind you, that you mentioned. Do you recall what that person, what that person looked like?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Section refresh.
I don't know if that's what he's doing because I don't know what the document is. So state you're approaching the witness. You want to mark whatever exhibit it is?
And on the previous occasion, did you have an opportunity to give a statement to the to the police department that day?
Yes, I did.
And was it typed out?
Yes,
And was it typed out by a police officer and then you read it and signed it? Is that correct?
yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 5. Can you just please review that and tell me if that is the actual typewritten statement and signed by you back on April 23rd, 2017?
Yes, it is.
And I know that you're nervous today. You mentioned that to me.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, in this description, can you read through it? And don't read it out loud, but to yourself. And can you tell me that when you look to the back,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the question. Foundation has not been laid for him to be reading his statement to answer the question.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
for time purposes,
And defense, you may move about the
Mhm.
courtroom if you want to see what the statement is that's being shown to the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes,
now previously, I just asked if you remember the race or the of the individual that was in the back, in the car behind you, in the passenger seat. Do you recall that?
yes,
And you stated Hispanic.
yes. I thought you were referring to the person in the back seat,
Oh.
not the passenger.
Okay,
So that's where we got confused.
that's my bad. I apologize. So let me rephrase my question, and that helped clear it up there.
Yes,
When you look to the back and you look at this vehicle behind you, the front seat passenger,
Mhm.
describe that individual to the jury.
he was African American.
And is this the individual that you stated? What would you determine his age possibly to be?
Well, he looked real young. I would say in his
Objection
20s.
asked and answered.
Overruled.
Now, at any time, if you need to refresh your memory, you can refresh your memory, okay?
Okay.
That's your statement that you gave. And again, is that the statement you gave back in 2017, April 23rd?
Yes,
Now, there was a driver of the vehicle behind you, was there not?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I'll
Yes.
rephrase the question. Was anybody driving the vehicle behind you?
yes,
And so there was a driver of that vehicle, is that correct?
yes.
And can you describe to the jury that driver?
Female. She looked real young, blonde hair,
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, but did you say the color of hair?
blonde.
Blonde. Thank you. Now, you said that in previous testimony, you said there was some type of scuffle.
Yes,
And can you tell me who could you see participating in that scuffle?
the passenger.
And that is the black or African-American man that you said was in the front passenger seat?
Yes,
And what could you see that individual doing?
fighting with somebody in the back seat.
I'm sorry,
He was fighting with somebody in the back seat.
in the back seat.
Yes,
Now, you named the 2 occupants in the front. Can you describe to the jury any occupants that were in the back seat of that vehicle?
I just know there was somebody else in the back seat. I didn't really get a description of that person.
Okay, and you see this scuffle going on. At any point, did you see anything else happening back there?
Yes, I believe the person he was fighting with did exit the vehicle. He was yelling for help.
Person that he was fighting with exit the vehicle yelling for help.
Yes,
And did you, at that time, see what that individual yelling for help? What did he do?
he was asking for help, yelling for help, and then proceeded to jump on the hood of the car.
And now this is all behind you, right?
Yes,
So as you told the jury, you're turned around and looking this way through the window and you're watching all this
yes,
unfold behind you at the stoplight.
yes.
And after the individual jumps on the hood, let me ask you, do you remember if he jumped on the hood like standing or was he on all four, like on his hands and knees? Can you describe to the jury if you remember
He was on all fours.
on all fours?
Yes,
And at any time, did the light, what happened? Did the light ever turn green?
yes.
And at that point, what did, I guess Ernest was driving the vehicle. What did he do?
He went right, as I said.
And so. So you're saying that from this position here, when the light turned green, Ernest took a right.
Yes,
And the vehicle behind you that had the individual on the hood on his hands and knees, where did it go?
it went straight.
So it would have gone straight through the light.
Yes,
And at that point, where did you all proceed to?
we went right, and then we Turned into that shopping center that was right there.
The shopping center here?
Yes.
And did you ever see that black, sorry, that vehicle with the individual that was on the hood? Did you see that vehicle again in this parking lot?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see that vehicle again?
Yes, after it had, yes, yes.
Where did you see that vehicle at?
It came out of Chick-fil-A.
And this is, again, this is a 2025 rendition, so it has some awnings here that weren't there before. But did you see it come out of this parking lot?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It went left once it was straight, so it went left
Okay,
going
right.
past. Yes, yes.
And then where did it go from there? Do you recall?
It went by whatever store was right there, and then it just left.
Just left.
And it
Okay.
just left.
And so you're in this parking lot. When you're in this parking lot, did you hear anything?
Yes, we heard one gunshot.
Gunshots. And did that bring your attention to this area by Chick-fil-A?
Yes,
And that's where you just stated that you saw that black vehicle drive through the parking lot.
yes.
And if I can go back to the actual intersection again, when y'all were driving off, did you look back and see anything in the vehicle that individual was on his hands and knees
As we drove off, yes, he was still on all fours.
on all fours? And did you ever see what that front seat passenger, that African American male, was doing when the individual was on the hood and he was driving?
No, not at that time.
Did you ever see anything in that black African American's hands?
Once we drove
Objection
off,
has to
no.
answer. The first question was,
Overrule.
did you see him?
Overruled.
Oh.
If you could re-ask your question, please?
Yes, sir. May I approach you?
Yes.
I'll ask you to review your statement.
Oh, yes. but-
Again,
but the
object to the
windshield-
lack of foundation. It's never been asked whether or not that's necessary.
All right, you can ask your question. I have no idea what the question is because no question has been asked. I don't know what's being shown to the witness because the court hasn't received information on that.
I'll ask this
Prosecutor
question.
just asking him to review, he's instructing the witness to review his statement, having laid no foundation for tendering that document for him to testify from in front of the jury. He's received no instruction about how he's to handle the exhibit while he testifies. That's continued on, and I'm just renewing that objection now that we're back to it.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Now, after reviewing this, did you ever see anything in that passenger's hand, that African American that was sat in that front seat?
Yes, he had a gun. Yes,
Okay. And is that in your statement that you gave back in 2017?
yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's state exhibit number 4. Have you seen this item before?
Yes,
And can you identify anything in it?
yes, our vehicle's right there.
And that's, you said our vehicle, is that the vehicle that you testified to that you were in that day?
Yes,
And is that the vehicle that Ernest Reyes was driving?
yes,
And also you were the passenger in that vehicle?
yes,
And is this from the day of April 23rd, 2017?
yes,
And right after you saw the black vehicle exit the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
yes.
Your Honor, state would offer state exhibit number 4 as evidence. What's in your defense for any objections?
I'd just like relevance, Your Honor.
All right, state relevance.
The relevance is, Your Honor, it leads to their credibility that he was actually there that day and that this was actually what he just testified to, that it confirms that he's in that vehicle passing by soon thereafter of the black vehicle with the murder victim.
All right, can I see the state's exhibit 4, please?
I'm sorry.
Can I see the state's exhibit number 4?
Neither is an issue, Your Honor, and there's already an exhibit of that same vehicle in evidence. So it's cumulative and not relevant.
All right, so defense's objection to number 4 is overruled. State's exhibit number 4 will be admitted.
Yeah, publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Mr. Caballero, is this the vehicle that you just testified to that you were in?
Yes.
And where is that vehicle currently? In this photo, where is this vehicle at?
We don't have it no more.
Sorry,
Is that
I
what
don't
you
mean
meant?
the actual vehicle.
Oh.
In this photo, where is it located at in this parking lot? Where is it?
It was right outside of the restaurant,
Okay,
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. And is this that Chick-fil-A parking lot?
Yes,
Okay, and this is your vehicle in the behind the Chick-fil-A. Thank you. Now, after y'all drive by, what do y'all do after you drive by? And what do you observe when you're driving by the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
well, we saw someone laying down on their driveway where the drive-thru was at.
And what did you do at that point?
Well, we went ahead and turned around, parked, and then that's when Ashley and Ro went to go see.
and went to go see the person on the ground.
Yes.
And did you ever approach?
Yes.
And what did y'all do at that point?
I believe I actually called 911.
Was there any other individuals out in that parking lot?
Yes, there was other few people there as well.
And did you ever touch the person on the ground?
No,
Did you ever try to assist in first aid?
no.
And did you view anything else on or near the person on the ground?
Yes, he had weed on his side, and also it looked like there was weed shoved in his mouth.
And just to be fair, if you say weed, is there another like more technical term?
Marijuana?
Marijuana. Okay,
Marijuana.
thank you. And let me ask you, did that person that's on the ground, did they ever speak to you?
No,
Did you ever see any wounds on this individual?
no,
And at any time when you were at the scene, did that individual ever get up or talk to you or talk to anybody?
no.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good.
Prior to your testimony today, have you spoken with anyone from the prosecution about your case?
No.
Okay, so the questions that were put to you, that's the first time you've spoken to a prosecutor?
Oh, sorry. Yes, we have spoke before.
Okay, and in the course of those conversations, have you reviewed any documents in preparation for your testimony?
Just my statement?
Is that the document Mr. Garahan showed you a moment
Yes,
ago?
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
When was the last time you reviewed this?
Today?
Okay, this morning?
Yes,
And fair to say, this was written on the day that you saw these events you testified to, right?
yes,
And what you remembered back then was fresher in your memory than what you remember now, correct?
yes,
And it's fair to say in State's Exhibit 5, marked for identification, you don't mention seeing anybody on the hood of that car on all fours, right?
not on all fours, but I did mention somebody on the hood.
Yeah, you're right. You mentioned someone on the hood back on April 23rd, 2017, correct?
Mhm.
But you don't, anywhere in your statement, say that you saw the gentleman on all fours, correct?
No,
And you spoke to police and would surprise you to learn they didn't write down anything about you seeing someone on all fours, correct?
no, because they didn't ask if he was on all fours. They just said I just said he was on the hood. If they asked if he was on all fours, then I would have said he was on all fours.
It's fairly significant, wouldn't you think? Whether he's on all fours or he's standing up on it?
Yeah, but he wasn't standing.
And you didn't see him stopping on the windshield of the car?
I didn't see the stomping, no.
But it surprised you to learn that other people in the car did?
Yeah.
Well, let's just talk a little bit about your vantage point. You said that you were in which seat of the car?
Passenger,
Front passenger,
yes,
right? And there are 3 people in the back bench of the car, right?
yes,
And the person in the middle seat actually has a child on her lap, correct?
yes,
So you're looking through all of that to see this altercation, right?
yes,
You say that when you pulled back around to look at the gentleman that had fallen from the car on the pavement, that you saw marijuana in his mouth,
yes,
and you saw a bag of marijuana next to him, correct?
yes.
How large a bag?
Wasn't that big.
Okay. Size of my fist, smaller,
Maybe
larger?
a little smaller.
A little smaller than the size of a fist? Okay. You never saw anyone shoving marijuana in the man's mouth, did you?
No,
And you, to be fair, you didn't see him eating the marijuana, right?
no,
Sorry?
no,
Somehow marijuana was in his mouth.
yes.
Okay. Your view of the back seat of that Kia was also obstructed by the things that were between you and the back seat of that Kia, right?
Yes,
You couldn't see all of the occupants fully from they were in the back seat of that car, correct?
yes,
You couldn't see all the things that they were doing, right?
yes,
And you can't say whether there was one gun or multiple guns in that car. You don't know, right?
yes, I don't know.
You recall telling a policeman that the person that you saw in the front seat might be an African American.
No, I said he was. I didn't say might.
If an officer summarized you as saying that it might have been African American, that would be the officer's mistake, not yours.
Yes,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, sir, I'm going to show you what I've marked solely for identification as defendants number one. And that's you here, right? Paul Caballero.
Yes.
That's your date of birth right here.
Yes.
And again, on this page, listing you as W1, that's Paul Caballero. That's you, right?
Yes.
And then you'll notice here, if you could just read to yourself this sentence in parentheses.
Mhm.
Let me know when you finish reading it.
This one?
Starting at with that word and then reading this sentence, in particular emphasis on that portion.
Okay, fill it in.
Okay. And again,
I'm going to object at this point to hearsay and lack of foundation.
I haven't asked the question.
All right, so I don't know what defense exhibit number 1 is.
It's a report that was generated summarizing the statements of Mr. Paul Caballero. And I'm
All right.
showing it to him to see if he is going to accept and adopt the statement that's made or whether he's going to reject it.
And Judge, not to this, he did not write this report.
All right, if I could see defense exhibit number 1, please. And if I could have parties approach.
All right, not gonna lie, y'all. I did just see the tweet that Karen Reed's her retrial is supposed to start tomorrow. So we will actually switch over to the Karen Reed trial. There's already a notification pending on my channel. So make sure that you hit that notify now button. Because we will be watching the Karen Reed retrial. Now, y'all know I didn't watch the first one. So I'm watching with a fresh pair of eyes. And with no opinion. So make sure you are subscribed to my channel. Make sure you hit the like button. And they are still anticipating finding those. Yep, Shay. I believe they already set one. I think it's just one more left. They are anticipating tomorrow, starting with outstanding motions and opening arguments. So I just wanted to throw that out there for y'all. I'll try to speed past this and see.
Self, you're not allowed to start deliberating about this case internally on what you've heard. You're not allowed to watch anything, view anything, or do any investigation. Everything that you need to know about this case is to be presented to you inside this courtroom. Does everyone understand? So I'm going to give you all a break, and I'm going to have you all back here at 3:50. That'll give everyone a chance to have a break. All right. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
We discussed the fact that you were looking backwards through someone seated in the middle back passenger seat of your car and a child on their lap, right?
Yes.
And that you were looking at the car directly behind you, correct?
Yes.
And so from that vantage point, obviously the people in your own car are going to be blocking some of the things you otherwise have been able to see. You'd agree with that?
No, because it wasn't that much of a blockage. Actually, it's real short. So when it comes to the backseat of my window, it was as clear. You know,
Okay.
like I can see.
But you would agree that there are some things you just don't know, like whether there was one gun or many guns, for
Yes.
example,
Yes.
how the marijuana got in the man's mouth or on his person.
Yes.
You just don't know those things.
Don't know.
Whether and you don't know whether those could have been seen at a different vantage point or they just weren't knowable by anybody, right? Let me rephrase the question. Let me back up. You also were outside of your vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you were fixing the gas cap, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you saw the gun.
Yes.
And when the prosecutor asked you at the very beginning, what was the thing that you saw? The first thing out of your mouth was a gun, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say the gun's the most significant thing you saw about the whole encounter.
Yes.
You said that that gun was silver, right?
Yes.
You said that the individual that you saw in the front seat had short hair, very short hair, correct? Would you
Yes.
refresh your recollection to recall your statement that you adopted on the 23rd of April, 2027
Yes.
or 17?
Yes.
Is that in front of you?
Yes.
Can you review it to yourself briefly and tell me if you noted the length of the hair of the person you saw?
Real short hair.
That you told the officer real short hair.
Yes.
And again, in that same document, you never notated that you never said anything there about being on all fours when the man
No.
was on the hood, right?
No.
And you said that no one asked you that question, right?
Yes. I just said he was on the hood of the car.
And to be
I
fair,
didn't-
you didn't tell them at the time, no, go back and rewrite the statement. He was on all fours. You didn't do that at the time.
No.
You didn't describe anybody as being Hispanic or Mexican, correct?
Yeah. The person in the backseat was Hispanic.
Okay. But you did indicate in your statement that day that you could not see who was in the backseat of the car, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see a backpack, for example.
No, I didn't see a backpack.
You didn't see anybody struggling over some kind of an object like a bag or a backpack, did you?
No, I just saw the scruffle in the back.
Pass witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Do you understand?
Yes,
You're not allowed to view anything. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down. Remember to leave the mic. All right, thank you so much. All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls Ernest Reyes, Your Honor.
Could you raise your right hand for me? Oh, no problem. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you'll make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear. If
Okay.
you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Hello, I'm Ernest Reyes, Reyes.
Right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, good voice. You have a voice that travels, so I appreciate
Oh,
that.
thank
So
you.
if you don't mind, keep that up, all right? Sir, I'm gonna go ahead and jump right in and ask you, on April 23rd, 2017, were you traveling with some family and friends?
Yes, correct.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if we could approach briefly.
Sure. Having difficulty hearing her, but since this witness, no one has informed me that they're having trouble hearing them, I'm allowing them to keep their mask on, and neither the state nor the defense have any objection to their wearing their mask. But that is why you've seen witnesses with masks on, because they're ill, they have some sort of cough. All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think last question you're about to answer is, you're on April 23rd, 2017, you were in a vehicle with some family and friends. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If you don't mind panning you over to exhibit number 3 that's on the monitor there. Did you end up at that intersection of McCullough and 410 Access Road?
Yes, yes, correct.
And on that particular day, who was driving the vehicle?
It was me.
Was you?
Yeah.
And when you're driving the vehicle, are you the one that was driving on this particular time when you came up to the red light at that intersection?
Yes, correct.
And did you stop the vehicle?
Yes, came to a complete stop at the red light.
And your vehicle in relation to other vehicles, were there any vehicles around yours?
Yes, one completely in front of me and one directly in back of me.
And at some point during the stop at the light, did your attention get brought to the vehicle behind you?
Yes.
And do you recall what type of vehicle that was behind you?
I don't know the make or the model, but I do know it's dark black vehicle.
Okay. And what brought your attention to that vehicle behind you?
A person that was in the vehicle with me was notified that
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. At some point, you looked at the vehicle behind you. Is that correct?
yes, correct.
How did you look at that vehicle behind you?
Directly through my rear view mirror.
Did you use any other mirrors or devices to look at that vehicle behind you?
I would switch from my rear view, from the side mirrors, but it was mainly through the rear view.
I'm going to show you what state exhibit number 1. Is that the vehicle that you were traveling in that day?
Yeah, that's correct.
And who is that driving the vehicle?
Oh, that's me.
That is you?
Yeah.
And who is this in the back?
That is my mother.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on state exhibit number 2. Show you that one also. Is that the same vehicle?
Yeah, correct.
And can you see individuals that are in the back seat?
Yes, that's my niece and her husband and her child, her kid.
Okay. And just the names of those individuals that were in the back?
Ashley and Raul.
Okay. And then who is this individual standing here?
That's my partner, Paul Anthony.
Paul Anthony.
Yeah.
What do you call him?
I call him Anthony, but his family calls him Paul.
And was that the individual that just testified today?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So you just testified that your attention was brought to that vehicle somehow, and while you're looking at and through the mirrors of your vehicle, what did you observe?
Yes, it was a clear view. Right away, I saw a passenger waving pistol, a firearm. Um, directing his attention to the back seat of the car. Because there was an altercation, I'm not sure what was a struggle in the back seat.
Okay, and so let me ask you, you observed this through the mirror.
Yes, correct.
This is not something that you learned from somebody else.
Oh, no.
This is something that you directly saw looking through the mirror.
Yeah, correct.
And what time of day was this? Well, do you remember what time of day?
So once sun was out, it was about 4 afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, so it was daylight.
Yeah,
So it wasn't like a nighttime day where you couldn't see very well.
no.
Uh, and so when you're looking, you said you saw the passenger, and which passenger in that vehicle in the back? Was it a backseat passenger or a front seat passenger that you saw with a gun?
A front seat passenger.
And can you give any description of that front seat passenger?
Not a direct, I mean, I couldn't point out facial hair, tattoos, or piercings or anything, but he was just a black male.
Black male?
Yeah.
And obviously you just stated, I'll just need to ask, could you even tell the age? If you can.
Yeah, no.
And when you're observing this front seat passenger, black male with a gun, you said he was, what was he doing? How was, if he's in the passenger seat up there,
Yeah.
and Your Honor, may I just stand here and yes, demonstrate to the jury, if you're that black male with the gun, and there's a driver, is that correct?
Yeah, there was a female driver.
A female driver?
Yeah.
And so that I'd be right next to you. So if I'm that female driver and you're that black male with the gun,
Mhm.
do you remember which hand he was using, or if you recall?
Right.
His right hand? Show the jury what that black male with the gun was doing.
Initially I saw, what I did see, he was reaching over like to the back,
Mhm.
swinging it and like trying to intimidate somebody that was back there that they were trying to get a control over or something. I'm not sure.
So in the back seat.
In the backseat, yeah.
And so you're saying swing, was the person leaning, or was he turned around? How was that
Um,
individual?
The gun was in his right hand and he was just reaching over, like, you know.
And could you tell if it was passengers in the back seat?
I believe I saw 2 individuals. There might have been 3. But yeah, it was,
There was individuals in the back,
yeah, correct.
and you just stated at least 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, that's correct.
And did you see any other individual in that car with a gun?
No, no.
I guess to be fair, you couldn't really see all those passengers in the back seat, so you don't know for certain if somebody may or may not have had a gun.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you see this, I guess, what you described as intimidating or with that gun in the back, toward the back seat, what happened at that time? How long did, oh, I'm sorry, let me retract that question. Do you recall how long that interaction happened? Was it?
It seemed to be like quick. Everything happened so fast. I was focused on the light changing. My attention was fixed on the back, the car behind us.
Mhm.
So, just a lot of emotions going on. It was quick.
Okay. And so it was pretty quick, you say, and then did anything of significance happen after you viewed that?
I just seen them to look like to be beating on the person in the back seat.
Mhm.
I don't know if he was forced out or pushed out or with me or what, but at that point, we did end up on the access road on the outside of the car.
Okay.
Just yelling, saying, just give me my things. Give me my
Objection,
things.
hearsay, confrontation.
All right. Excited utterance at this point.
All right, then, counsel, if you lay the foundation for excited utterance, and then defense, you can make your objection and court will make a ruling.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Mr. Reyes, when this individual was yelling just words, was he calm, or what was his demeanor?
No, he was in a panic mode. He was just infuriated. Like, had a lot of adrenaline.
Was he yelling, or was he just saying things like I'm saying now? Was he saying it like that, or was his voice elevated?
I don't know, elevated yelling. One of his things, I just saying, give me my thing, give me my thing.
And did he say anything else?
Not at that moment until I saw what happened next.
Okay, well, tell the jury what happened next.
At that point, the light did finally turn green. So the car in front of me did move up and I did get the chance to turn at the light. And at that moment, I was still looking through the rear view. And then even on my side window, my side mirror, because at that point he was on the street. And that's when he went in front of the car and he jumped onto the car. And at that point, it was their time to, take off. And that's when the driver sped off. So as I turned on, I believe it was McCullough Street, that right, he was yelling and screaming as he was on the hood, just saying, help, somebody help me, please, somebody help me.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew the objection, and while I recognize the court has asked the prosecutor to lay a foundation for excited utterance, that only would resolve the hearsay component. The confrontation component is not satisfied purely by the fact that it's an excited utterance. That is not a Michigan v. Bryant exception. And I would object under confrontation clause independent of my hearsay objection.
All right. State, until the foundation is laid as to who the person is, their identification, their objection is going to be sustained.
Motion to instruct the jury to disregard all the testimony about what the man said on the hood of the car.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're disregards the statement that is attributed to the person who was on the hood of the vehicle.
And motion for mistrial.
Denied.
This person that was on the hood, let's go back to when, I believe you used the terminology sped off.
Yeah, correct.
That individual was on the hood at that time?
Yeah, correct.
Do you recall if the end of, I mean, well, how fast would you say, how did the vehicle take off? Did it just take off really fast? Like, or did it just sort of glide out of that intersection?
I would say glide and pick up speed.
Was the individual standing on the hood, or was, how were they on the hood?
I don't know, at that moment, he was holding on to not lose his balance or fall off the side there. So he was holding on to the, I guess, what the windshield is that?
Mhm.
He was holding-
He was holding on, okay. And so, you say, now, when you take a ride on McCullough,
Mhm.
where do you go from there?
I continue straight and there's like a shopping center.
Mhm.
And then I take a quick left into the shopping parking lot.
And that's a quick left, and that would be, you took a right on McCullough, and then you took a left into this parking lot here.
Yeah, correct.
And then at that point, when you're in this parking lot, where did you drive to?
Well, on McCullough, I was taking my time, I was driving slow because I was trying to get the name of the streets and inform like the officers, because I believe my niece was on the phone with the police at that time, so I was trying to get the street name, because I didn't know, I'm not from that area, so. As soon as I got onto the shopping mall parking lot, and I just continued straight back.
Okay. And so you just sort of drove through the parking lot?
Yeah, correct.
Did you ever observe or see this vehicle, that dark or black vehicle with the individual on the hood?
Yeah, it's up there. As I was on, McCullough,
And let me bring up exhibit number 3 so you can point it out there, and then I'll point here.
yeah, as I was on, when I took that right, I was still looking over my shoulder, like to see, because they continued straight
They continue straight on the access road?
on the access road.
Okay.
So as I was, I was driving like slow, because, like I said, I was trying to get the street name.
Mhm.
I was looking over my shoulder to see like I initially thought they just went all the way straight and continued straight. But as soon as we got on the parking lot,
Mhm.
then I noticed like a little further up that I saw a black car speeding around one of the establishments, like I think it was another building around there.
Okay. And do you see that building, on the map here?
It was like after around your Chick-fil-A,
Okay.
they said in that direction.
In this direction?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, posting to exhibit number 3, you pointed out that the vehicle, that black vehicle was speeding off this way. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what state exhibit number 4 has been entered into evidence.
Can you identify that vehicle that's in that photo?
Yeah, that's my vehicle.
That's your vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so this is the vehicle, this is behind the Chick-fil-A. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's state exhibit number 4. And did you hear anything when you were in that parking lot?
Yeah, as soon as I got onto the parking lot, I heard a shot, fit into shots, that I know I heard gunshot.
You heard gunshot or gunshots?
I was thinking that.
And did y'all ever stop?
After I initially went around the parking lot, I think I took a little circle around, that's when we saw the victim on the parking lot of Chick-fil-A. So I did pull over, and then my family members ran to give them aid to see if they could help them.
Now, this person that you classified as a victim that's on the ground, is that the same individual that you had seen on that hood of that vehicle?
Yeah, correct.
And so is that the individual that was yelling at that intersection? Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
And was it also that same individual that was yelling on the hood as it sped off?
Yeah, correct.
And what did that individual say?
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
This time we have
Is that an
to.
answer?
All right, so
That's an answer.
everyone, you can remain seated when you make your objections. That makes it easy for the court reporter to hear. And defense, what is your objection?
Well, same objection as before, Your Honor, and I don't think they've laid any additional foundation for what the court has indicated is of concern.
All right, and state,
Stay with the argument. One, he's been identified. Two, is the individual that's deceased. And three, it's a dying declaration. This is an individual that is actually subsequently dies in that parking lot. Your
All
Honor.
right, with regards to dying declaration,
Yes, Your Honor, dying declaration is also not an exception to confrontation. There's an additional finding that the court would need to make, and if that kind of an issue needs to be addressed, I would request that we have a hearing outside the presence.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can step outside for a moment, please. Remember my previous instructions.
Bryce, please read.
So the state is trying hard to get in the statement from the victim while he was on top of the hood of the car. And so it sounds like what I've ascertained is that these folks were driving behind them, and they just kind of
Gentlemen,
ended
please
up
be seated.
following them and then seeing the whole
Oh,
thing.
please be seated.
Help the guy.
Yes. Oh, no, I was talking to co-counsel. Yes,
Your Honor, the issue is not dying declaration. The issue is whether or not there's forfeiture by wrongdoing, which would require the court to conduct an inquiry into whether or not it's the actual conduct of the defendant that has procured the result. And frankly, I think that that's an inappropriate finding to be made in a murder trial, when that is to solely.
the finding I make will be the finding I make. So
I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think it would be essentially the court making an ultimate ruling as to the guilt or the innocence of the accused.
no, I don't see it that way, but this is what I will tell everyone. Everyone, just make your objections and I will make my ruling, and my ruling will be my ruling. So
my-
your answer to the state saying that it's a dying declaration, what is your response, counsel?
Dying declaration is not an exception to the confrontation clause.
All right, and then they also said it was an excited utterance.
Also, that is not an exception to the confrontation clause. I know of no judicial authority that says otherwise.
All right, state.
Your Honor, the dying declaration, the exception, that does not infringe upon the defendant's right of confrontation. But either Texas or the U.S. Constitution under Gardner v. State 306 Southwest 3rd 274 and Green v. State 840 Southwest 2nd 394.
I don't know what those opinions say. I'd like and it sounds like they may be pre-Crawford as well, which is a concern.
Well,
The-
we say things sound like something. The question is it? So if you all want to look up the case law that the state has provided, you're more than welcome to look that up now.
Thank you, Your Honor. How
All
long
right.
of a recess can I have?
All right, you all can do it right now. Does everybody have Wi-Fi and connection to the
I
computer?
have my computer set up. My co-counsel does. I get those sites again.
All right, so Cindy, do you need a break? All right, they're gonna look up some case law. You can step down, but remember, these are the instructions. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone or to view anything. So don't do any of that, all right? Because the rule has been invoked.
Okay.
All right, thank you. If you'll just wait in the waiting area, if you were in the waiting area.
Okay, Jason, the sites.
You ready?
Yeah.
306 Southwest 3rd
Baby, she said, my ruling is my ruling. Don't play with me.
and 840.
Get you somebody to
Southwest
play with.
Also, if for whatever reason you can turn some of the things that the prosecution has thrown out here.
Yes,
The first thing is, I don't think that they've met the foundation for a dying declaration, which
Mhm.
is 804A, I'm sorry, B2, statement under the belief of imminent death. The statement that the declarant, while believing the declarant's death to be imminent, made about the cause or the circumstances. The statement that's been offered by the witness is not about the cause of his death. He has not been mortally wounded. He has jumped on the hood of the car himself voluntarily. And what's being testified to is that he was calling for help and then apparently also asking for assistance in recovering his property.
okay.
So I don't think that it meets that exception. Also, if for whatever reason he's trying to suggest dying declaration as a backdoor to the idea of forfeiture by wrongdoing, I'd call the court's attention to Giles versus California, 554 United States, 553 from 2008, where the court said it's not sufficient that the declarant is being killed by the defendant. It must be demonstrated that the defendant killed the declarant to secure his unavailability at trial. In other words, to prevent his testimony with that specific intent. So I don't think that it meets a forfeiture by wrongdoing exception either. I think based on those issues, there is no way to end around the confrontation clause exception to this. Not to mention the fact that under Rule 403, Your Honor, for a balancing test purpose, the prejudicial effect of this is extreme because it goes directly to the striking core issue of the case, which is the robbery. And there are several reasons to doubt its reliability, talking about an event that's occurring where distances are changing as the cars are moving, one car is driving away. This is something that other individuals who are in the same vehicle as this particular witness have not testified to in their testimony, which is suspicious in its own right. And it has to be weighed against its tendency to confuse and mislead the jury under all those circumstances. So for 403 and the hearsay rules, 803 and 804, we would submit it. It shouldn't be admitted evidentiary wise, but first and foremost, there's the Crawford confrontation concern because we don't believe they've met those exceptions.
All right, thank you. The court is doing a balancing test. The court is going to find that it's more probative than prejudicial. Defense's objection is overruled. Let's bring the witness back in. If you can line the jurors up, please. All right, please be seated. State you may continue at your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. Mr. Reyes, I believe I was asking you what this person you indicated as the victim that was on the ground back at the intersection when he was first had gotten out of that vehicle, when he was outside the vehicle. What was he saying at that point, and or yelling at that point?
He was saying, give me my things. Just give me my things, just give me my things.
And
He wanted his property back, whatever it was.
and was he saying it? Where was he directing that to?
The people in the vehicle.
And then, as you testified earlier, he jumped on the hood of that vehicle,
Yes, sir.
and then as it sped away, when he was holding on, what was he saying then?
That's when I guess. That's when he was saying, the screaming, help me, somebody help me, please, somebody help me.
Thank you, sir. We'll pass the witness.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. So you observed this first because of what someone else told you. It didn't key on your eyesight originally, right?
We were notified.
Without going into what you were told, did somebody else call your attention to it, or did you see it first?
No, we were notified to watch out or be careful.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive here.
Sustained.
If court could just instruct him to answer my question, did someone else point it out to him, or did he see it first?
All right.
They pointed it out to me.
Okay, and then you saw it in the rearview mirror?
Yeah, that's
With-
fine.
Was it your side rearview mirror, or was it your rearview mirror in the passenger compartment of your car?
The top rear mirror.
Okay, and so looking back there, you also saw the people that were in the backseat of your car, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and so you said that you saw someone in the front seat, and then you made a motion like this. Do you recall doing that with Mr. Garahan a moment ago?
Yeah, sir.
They were holding a gun, you saw a gun, and they made a motion like that.
Yeah, that's when I saw the pistol.
Okay,
Because it was what, they were waving it around like.
so help me, just for the sake of the record, this and that don't really come across very well for the court reporter. So just tell me if you disagree with this description of what you did. You're holding your hand like you were holding a gun in your right hand. And you made a motion where you sort of brought that arm up and your hand sort of landed on your shoulder as though you were going to toss the gun behind your back. That's kind of what it looked like as you were doing it. Do you agree with that's what you were trying to do? Okay.
The passenger, the person in the passenger side, like reached over with the gun. He didn't. He turned his body. He fully turned his body, and he was like waving the pistol to the back.
Was he wearing a seatbelt?
I assume no, because he was.
You assume no? Is that what you said? If you, I don't want you to answer a question if you don't know the answer. Yes or no? Do you know whether he was wearing a seatbelt?
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Okay. Now, this was what, 7.5 years ago?
Correct.
And out of curiosity, have you spoken with the prosecutors at any point in getting ready for this trial since this incident happened?
Initially, when they called me in,
When was that?
to be here, I went over.
When did they call you?
I believe I'm not sure the exact date, but it was about 3 weeks ago, I think.
Okay. Did you come physically into the courthouse or to the DA's office to meet with them?
Yeah.
And did they show you anything?
They showed photos and the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you listened to your audio recorded statement?
From the police, from
I mean, did you read or listen to anything that were your words?
yeah, correct, from the police officer.
Okay, did you read or listen to anything that wasn't your words?
No.
Okay. Now, I want to get back to this issue with the motion that he made and the motion that you were gesturing to the jury. Okay, you say his seatbelt was on. So in terms of the torso of his body, was his belly
Judge,
button?
I'm just going to object that mischaracterization of the testimony given.
All right, if you can ask your question.
Did you testify that the seatbelt was on a moment ago?
I would say it was off.
Okay, the seatbelt was off.
Off, yeah, correct.
Okay. Was it the belly button was his belly button facing towards your car, or was it facing the other direction, towards the back seat?
To the side,
So the belly button would have been facing the driver?
I would assume, because he was.
I don't want you to assume. You
Yeah,
saw it, we
fair,
didn't.
yeah.
So help me understand. You know, when I say the belly button, I want to understand, where is this man's torso that you're observing? If Mr. Goldstein here is the driver of a car and I'm the passenger in the front passenger seat of that car, and I'm looking at your car, and you're saying that the person you saw in this seat is having a fight with someone in the back seat, right?
Yes, no, his torso, his belly button, as you're saying, was faced to the driver.
Okay, so he's faced like this, and his neck is craned this way, so that,
Not all the way completely like that.
okay. Is he attacking the man in the seat behind the driver? Is he attacking the man in the middle seat? Is he attacking the man behind his seat?
The middle seat,
He's attacking the man in the middle seat.
correct,
Okay, with his right hand or his left?
is right.
Okay, so he's got a gun in that hand, right?
Correct.
Okay, so he's attacking with the same hand as the gun,
Correct,
and he's using the gun as a as a bludgeon, right? Like a club.
correct,
He's not trying to shoot somebody with it, that you can tell he's using it to hit somebody with.
correct.
Okay, and so you're saying that this is how you saw it, striking across his body.
You could say, yeah.
What color was the gun?
I don't know my gun type, I don't own a firearm.
I just want to know what color it was.
It was black,
It's a black gun.
Yeah.
What color? I'm sorry. What kind of hair was he displaying? What was it? Long? Was it short?
what does that mean? I'm sorry.
Well, okay, like my hair's kind of longer than yours, right?
I couldn't give you a full description of a person, like I said before. I didn't know if they had piercings, tattoos, long hair, short hair.
The gun was
I just
something.
know- Yeah, I just know he was black, male, and the passenger.
Okay. Fair to say the gun probably plays a bigger role in your memory than what his face looked like.
I was fixed on everything going on. I was fixed on everything that was going on. So I was not just fixed on him. I was
The whole situation.
exactly.
Okay. You don't remember if there were 2 or 3 people in the back seat, correct?
On those two, but it could have been three.
Okay. You don't know if there were any other guns in the car or not. You didn't see any.
No.
But you're not saying that there couldn't have been, right?
Correct.
Did you see anyone struggling over any belongings, a bag, a backpack, anything like that?
Yes, the individual in the backseat.
Okay. You never told the police that though, did you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's been so like long ago. Like,
Well, you said 3 weeks ago you reviewed your video, right?
yeah,
That
correct.
wasn't so long ago, was it?
But as I go along, like the memory comes back.
Oh, okay. We're not talking about that question. What I'm asking you is, when you spoke to the police officers in 2017, your memory was fresher then than it is now, right?
Yeah, correct.
Did you tell the police at that time that you saw a struggle over a bag?
I didn't say a bag. I said it was struggle in the backseat. I didn't say a bag.
Okay, that's what I'm asking is like, did you see contents of a bag?
Oh,
Okay. Um, and fair to say, because of the way his body is turned, you're not looking at his face head on the way that you and I are looking at each other, right?
correct.
You're looking at him in profile.
Yeah, correct.
Did you talk to the prosecutors about a bag?
No.
Okay. Now, to be clear, you did not see him get shot, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I did.
You all were way past the Chick-fil-A in the parking lot of the other businesses in that strip mall when you heard the gunshot.
Yeah, I was making my way into the parking lot when we heard the shot.
And you and the other people in your car talked about what each of you saw before you spoke with police, right?
No, I mean, I gave my personal, what I saw and heard, that's what I gave.
Did you speak with Mr. Caballero about what you saw before the police arrived?
We talked about what I heard that day, but.
That's what I'm asking. Did you and the other people in your car that day
Oh, yeah.
talk about what you saw before
Yeah,
you
sure.
spoke to police?
Yeah.
Okay. So some of what you have testified to today, maybe your memory may be impacted by what other people say they saw. Would that be fair?
Not quite, I mean, I'm telling you what I've seen and I heard that day.
Well, have you ever played the game of telephone? Do you know what that game's like or how you play it?
No.
Have you ever played a game where somebody whispers something in somebody's ear and then they whisper it in somebody else's ear and it passes around and then you finally get to hear what it comes back through after it goes through 4 or 5 people?
Judge, I'm just gonna argue about this.
Sustained.
All right, I'll rephrase it. Everybody in that car had a slightly different angle on what they saw, right? Because they're sitting in different places.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And so you don't know exactly what, for instance, Ashley saw or what Mr. Caballero saw that maybe you did see or maybe didn't see, right?
Yeah.
And you don't know what they heard or didn't hear
Yeah.
comparatively, right?
Correct.
What you do know is that all of you talked about what each of you saw and heard after the fact, right?
Correct.
And there were 3 adults and 1 child in the back seat of the car.
Correct.
Okay. Did you get a sense of we're talking about the people in the back seat of the car. You said that the woman who was driving the car was white. You said the man in the front passenger seat was black. What about the racial makeup of the people in the back seat of the car? Did you get to see any of that?
Yeah, the only person I did see or could see in the back seat was the one sitting right directly in the middle, which was the victim, the Hispanic individual. He was the one sitting in the middle.
Pass the witness.
State.
No question. No.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse by the state, Your Honor.
Excused by the defense.
The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone or watch anything while the trial is proceeding. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Be sure to leave the microphone behind.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Calls Elaine Hester Rogers. What you were doing that day?
Yes, ma'am. I had actually been homeless at that time, and I was out flying a sign at McCullough and 410 Access to get money to try to have a place to stay that night. I just was standing at a bus stop waiting when I seen this whole thing go down.
And was that bus stop located at McCullough and 410 Access Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point while you were standing there at the bus stop, did a car get your attention?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, ma'am. A car did get my attention. Actually, two cars that day had got my attention.
Okay, so the first
Another car had the gas cap open, and I just told them so they could shut it. But the second car was what really got my attention.
Okay, so that first car, you said the gas cap was open, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and so you notified them of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then after that, can you tell me more about the second car and why that car caught your attention?
Well, I happened to notice a fight in the car. You know, the front passenger was turned around and was fighting somebody in the back seat, and I didn't know who it was. And then the passenger in the back seat jumped out and screamed help and was yanked back in the car. That really got my attention. It's like, wait a minute, somebody needs help here.
Okay, and regarding that vehicle that the fight was going on in, do you recall what color the vehicle was?
I believe it was black at the time.
Okay, and so do you know what the driver of that vehicle looks like?
She was a Hispanic female and her hair was dyed blonde. At the time, I believe I saw her wear a white shirt.
Okay, and regarding that front passenger of that black motor vehicle, do you recall what he looked like at all?
I knew he was about a medium skinned black guy that had about a 2-inch afro, and there was like a little blonde streak in his afro. He was brandishing a firearm at the time.
Okay, and so you observed this front passenger with a firearm in his hands.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so when you say that he was brandishing the firearm, can you kind of explain that to me? How was he doing that?
When he was turned around fighting whoever in the back seat, I could see him holding the gun up like this. And that's how I noticed he had a gun in his hand. I seen it through the windshield.
Okay, and in your demonstration, you're using your right hand. Is that the hand that the person was using to hold
Yes,
the
ma'am.
firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so when you say that their front passenger was fighting with someone in the back seat, can you kind of describe the emotions that you were observing in that motor vehicle?
It was they were swinging their arm,
Okay,
you know, and then they were holding the gun up.
and then you said that you heard the person in the back seat yell help. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection
Uh,
leading, Your Honor. That, I believe that was.
With regards to leading, that'll be sustained.
Move to instruct the jury to disregard the question and the answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll disregard the question and answer for that
Motion.
last question and answer.
Motion for mistrial, Your Honor.
Denied.
Okay, and so when you were standing at the bus stop and you're observing this, what you've described as fight going on, did you hear anything from the person in the back seat?
When he jumped out the car the first time, he said help.
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
All right, that's overruled.
Okay, so he said help.
Yes.
And after that, what did the person that exited the vehicle? Do you remember what he looked like at all? The person that exited the back seat?
Just a Hispanic male.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure on details of features, but
No, that's
I
fine.
do remember him being a young Hispanic male.
Okay, and so when that person exits the motor vehicle, what does he do after he's yelling for help?
The second time he jumped out, it looked like he was trying to run away, and it looked like he had come from that back to go around the front of the car. At the time, the light turned green, and the girl hit the gas pedal, and he wound up on the hood of the car.
Okay, do you remember how he was positioned on the hood of the car? You can't recall, that's fine.
I'm not quite sure. I don't want to state something that may be wrong.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so when that individual that Hispanic male was yelling for help, did anyone help him?
No, because nobody really saw but me.
Oh, okay. And once he ended up on the hood of the car, were you able to
Just one
see-
moment. Jurors, do y'all need a break? Anyone? All right, can I have attorney's approach?
So were you able to see where that black motor vehicle went after the light turns green and that Hispanic male's on the hood of the car?
Yes, ma'am, it pulled into a parking lot that Chick-fil-A was in.
Okay. And so once you see that black motor vehicle turn off into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, did you hear anything at that point?
Yes, ma'am, that's when I heard 2 gunshots.
Okay. And just to be clear, you know, from where you were standing at that bus stop at the intersection, you were not able to observe the shooting. Is that correct?
No, ma'am, there's a wall that was there.
Okay. And that day, did you make contact with police on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that's what we talked about earlier, right? That you made contact with police on that day, you were given a ride downtown and you told them what you observed on that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the age of the driver and the passenger?
All of them looked kind of young, at least between 18 and 21. They were really young.
All right, we pass the witness.
All right, defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Rogers. How are you?
Okay, and how are you?
I'm well, thank you. I just have a few questions for you. You had testified a moment ago that nobody really saw what was going on but you. Do you recall explaining that to the prosecutor?
Yes, the reason why I thought that was because I was right there in front of the vehicle. I was like maybe 20, 25 feet from the vehicle, and everybody else that witnessed it, besides the cars around them, were over in a hotel parking lot at least. I can't even guesstimate further than 100 feet from the vehicle.
It's fair to say you didn't see anybody from any other vehicle come to their aid.
No.
You mentioned that you saw another vehicle that day that had a gas cap that was open.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice the demeanor or the behavior of the people in that vehicle with the gas cap?
No.
Okay.
I didn't pay attention. I just let them know that
Okay. You said that there were 2 Hispanic males in the back seat?
I believe so.
Okay. And just to be clear, you described the individual that you saw in the front seat as having an afro about 2 inches in length, right?
Yes,
And there was a white or blonde streak on the left side of the man's head?
yes.
Okay. I just want to, for vantage point's sake, are you, you're on the curb of the curb that would be next to the access road, right?
Yes, sir. I was actually at the bus stop right there.
Okay.
Because once you pass the light, you go up the access road. So I was right there at the bus stop.
Okay. And so from that point, you said you were flying your sign. Is that on the passenger side of this vehicle or the driver's side of this vehicle?
Passenger side.
Okay. So let's just say that I'm sitting at that bus stop and I'm observing this. Is the passenger's car door, the front passenger side car door directly in front of your field of view, or is it slightly off to this side or this side?
I would say it was slightly off to this side.
To the left.
Yes.
Okay. So,
I was standing there able to face it, but it was one car back from where I was at.
one car back from where you were
Yes.
at. So would you say that what you were observing, you were looking at through the front windshield of that car or the side
The
windshield?
front windshield.
Okay. And again, you said a blonde or white streak in the man's hair.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also indicated that the man was holding a gun and you made a gesture, but I just want to get a sense, where was the gun barrel pointed when you saw the man holding the gun?
Straight up.
Straight up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see it pointed at anyone in the car?
Not in the car. Outside the car, he pointed it at that, but not in the car.
Okay. And when you indicated that there was, fighting and swinging of arms, you made a gesture that looked to me like maybe you were indicating that a different arm was used for the punch or the swinging
Yes.
with the gun. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you don't think the gun was you don't think the gun was being held in the hand that was doing the swinging?
No.
Okay. You indicated that the gun was gunmetal gray?
That I remember,
Okay.
yes,
And you believed it was a 9mm?
yes.
Okay. Do you have any experience with firearms?
Not really, my brother owned a 45, my cousin owned a 40. I mean, not really, just what I've seen they have.
Okay, and based on that, just sort of anecdotal experience, it didn't look like a 45 or a 40 to you. It looked like a
No.
9.
Yes,
So you know enough to know what a 9mm is.
yes.
Oh no, she is not a good expert. She
I
don't
noticed that
know.
you're wearing glasses today.
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing glasses on that day as well? Or did you?
I believe I was. I've been wearing glasses for a long time, since my 40s.
Pass the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor, and used by state.
Accused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until these proceedings have ended. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if you'll remove the microphone and you may step down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I have to go home.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Lasagna Robinson. Correct.
Just the mic. Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Lasagna Robinson. All
right, state, you may proceed.
Ms. Robinson, will you let the jury know how you're presently employed?
As a paralegal / custodian of records for SAPD Communications.
Okay, when you say SAPD, is that San Antonio Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and as a custodian of records with the San Antonio Police Department, can you explain to the jury your duties in that role?
Yes, that's to maintain and maintenance the records, to pull upon request and to retrieve and send as requested.
And is that 911 calls?
911 calls. Yes.
Okay, and so you maintain the 911 calls for SAPD, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you just briefly explain to the jury how these 911 calls are kept?
They are stored on a digital database, and they're kept on that database until it's time for us to, until we get a request to retrieve them or send them out, and then they're uploaded into another database.
Okay, and are these calls maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
All right. And when somebody calls 911, is there any documentation that's generated when that call is created?
Yes, it's called an incident detail report.
Okay. And the devices that you were saying, are those digital devices where they're stored?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention now to April 23rd of 2017. Do you know if SAPD received any emergency calls that they associated with SAPD incident number SAPD 2017-04244102?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know the total amount, or did SAPD receive 3 calls?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 7, 8, and 9. Do you know what is contained on State's Exhibits 7, 8, and 9?
The 3 audio, 911 audio calls that came in.
All right, and have you reviewed these discs?
I have.
Okay, so you've reviewed State 7, States 8, and States 9?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at States Exhibit 7 through 9 inclusive, do they all contain an identifying mark on there?
Yes.
And is that how you're able to realize that you've listened to States 7 through 9 inclusive?
Yes.
Okay, and just starting, well, have you listened to States Exhibit 7 through 9 inclusive?
Yes, I have.
All right, and specifically regarding States Exhibit number 7, can you identify who the call taker is on that call?
Yes. His name is Xavier.
Okay, and do you know who made that call?
Her name was Anna.
Okay, and she was or she was a refused caller, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, on State 7, who was the
Okay.
caller?
So I have the 3 calls written down. I don't know what order you have yours in.
Okay, if you want
Is
to,
this the first?
if you just want to take a look, so State's Exhibit number 7 is we've listened to it, correct? All right. And so who was a caller on that?
She refused to give her name.
Okay, thank you. And regarding State's Exhibit number 8, who was a caller on that one?
Elizabeth.
Okay, and regarding State's Exhibit number 9, who was a caller on that one? You.
Anna.
Okay, and State's number 9 on the call where Anna is the person that called in, who was a call taker on that one?
Xavier.
Okay, and regarding State's Exhibit number 8, where Elizabeth is the one that called in, who was a call taker on that?
Howard.
Okay, and were these phone calls all made on April 23rd of 2017?
Yes.
And are they uniquely identified by that incident number, SAPD 2017-0424-102?
Yes.
Okay, and since you've reviewed states 7 through 9 inclusive, are they a true and accurate copy of the 911 calls as SAPD received them?
Yes.
Okay, and were they made on a device that's capable of capturing an accurate recording?
Yes.
Okay, and was the operator competent to operate that device?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's an accurate representation of the statements made on that day?
Yes.
And has state 7 through 9 inclusive been altered in any manner?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I'm tendering state 7 through 9 inclusive to defense and state offers.
Your Honor, I mean, the foundation for their chain of custody can be established through this witness, but as to some of those questions, I guess I briefly go down with.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? I'm well, thank you. You were not the person who took any of these calls, correct?
That's correct.
And so you were not listening in on these calls when they were made.
No.
And so as to the questions that were put to you about whether or not these calls have been modified or altered in any way, you never heard the call as it was being laid down to record, right?
Well, yes, because as the call comes in, it is recorded in real time.
I'm asking, did you personally hear the recording?
Did I hear the record? Yes, I heard the recording.
I mean, I know, when the person got on the phone and called 911, you were not listening in on that phone call as it was being said, correct?
No.
Okay. You have heard a recording since.
Yes.
Okay. So you do not have personal knowledge as to whether this truly and accurately depicts the phone calls that are made on, correct?
Well, the call is recorded in real time.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, but asking whether or not it accurately depicts how the call was made, you're not the person to ask because you weren't on the call, correct?
No, I wasn't on the call.
That would be my objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That and hearsay and confrontation.
All right, any response?
Judge, it's not, well, the confrontation clause doesn't apply to his statements are non-testimonial. They were not made in advance of the criminal prosecution. And as far as hearsay, I mean, there's an exception, so presence and confession.
Well, Your Honor, I am not going to accept that at face value, and this is not a Michigan v. Bryant example, and there's been no foundation laid of that, and this would not be the witness to lay that.
All right, so State's Exhibit number 7, 8, and 9 are admitted over objection. Yes.
Yeah, I just witnessed a gun shooting.
Oh, what, ma'am? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, ma'am, where are you?
It's Jones Maltzberger and 410 by the Chick-fil-A in Jones South.
On 410 or Jones
On the
Maltzberger?
hood of-
And I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Jones Maltzberger and 410.
Okay. What's going on?
The guy on the hood of a car that was driving, and they pulled into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, and the passenger shot his gun at the guy on the hood.
Okay, so was the Chick-fil-A, was that on, it was on Jones Maltzberger? Was that inside or outside the loop, ma'am?
Was it inside or outside the loop? Outside?
Like
It's
north-
like a car, it's across from North Star Mall. It is. It's outside, just outside the loop.
Okay, because outside on Jones Maltzberger, right there, I'm throwing hotels, and then the Hampton Inn, and the Four Points Inn, Drury Inn.
Right, like in that center, there's a Joanne Fabric, there's a Perfect Inn strip club, there's a Chick-fil-A. There's some strip club.
Okay, so on Jones Maltzberger near Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
Okay, and what kind of vehicle was it, ma'am?
What kind of vehicle was it? Like a black car.
Okay. And who did you shoot at, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
And who did you shoot at?
The guy that was on the hood.
So the guy on the hood didn't have the gun, it was somebody else?
It was the passenger in the car that had the gun and was shooting at the guy on the hood of the car.
Okay, and where did they still in that parking lot?
No, we kept driving because we were on 410,
Uh-huh.
and so we kept driving. I'm not gonna pull into a parking lot where someone else began.
Right, no, ma'am, I understand. Could you tell what the guy on the hood looks like, what he was wearing?
It looked like a Hispanic guy with glasses on the hood, right? With like jeans and a white shirt. Yeah. And then there was an African American guy in the passenger seat that opened the door and shot at them.
Did he hit him, do you know?
Did he get him? It looked like it. He was like right in front of him. I can't imagine he was missed.
How long ago did you see this, ma'am?
Just right when I called you.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, and do you know if they pulled off, or did they park and get out, or do you know like what happened?
We kept driving. They were parked in the parking lot when the passenger got out and shot at the guy on the hood.
Okay.
And then I don't know what happened after that. Because like I
You
said,
were gone after that?
we were getting on 410.
Uh-huh.
So we kept going down 410 and I don't know what happened.
Okay.
I'm just trying to tell you that someone needs help because they're shot in the parking lot.
No, ma'am, I've already sent this over for us, the officers on the way. I'm just trying to figure out, what they all look like or where they went, or just so they can find them when they get out there,
I have no idea, but I can tell you that the windshield of the car is shattered because the guy, it looked like hit the windshield also. So
So he shot
someone with
so he shot through the window?
yeah, it looks like he hit the window when he shot him.
Okay, and it was a black sedan, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to leave your name? Hello, ma'am?
Hello?
Do you want to leave your name?
No, I mean,
Oh, you don't have to.
okay, no, I'm just trying to tell you that someone needs help because they were just shot.
Okay, so did you see them get hit though?
I mean, the guy was right in front of his face. I don't know how he would have missed. I mean, I wasn't in the parking lot. I was getting on the highway. I don't know what else I can tell you.
Okay, do you know what the gun looks like?
Oh my God, no, they're in a parking lot. I'm getting on the highway. I have no idea what the gun looked like. It was a small handgun, not like an AK-47 or something.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Well, we're getting out there, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, defense.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during the proceeding of this trial. Do you understand? All right, thank you. Make sure you leave the microphone behind.
Thank you.
Just to make sure I'm correct, all three calls were admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and State, are you resting for today? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come back tomorrow at 1:30, and I will tell you, we will start exactly at 1:30. I only have 2 matters in the morning tomorrow that are unrelated to this case, but I must take up those matters, all right? So the same rules apply. You're not allowed to view anything. If somebody asks you if you're on a jury, you can say, yes, I have jury duty. I'm serving on a jury, but you're not allowed to discuss.
Yeah, see that she did say a lot in that one call, and it sounded like she said he shot into the car. I thought one person said that he got out the car and shot at him at the dashboard. I mean, while he was on the hood of the car. But I don't know if it just sounded like she said he shot through, like he shot at him and then it went through, like he hit the windshield, or if he shot at him through the windshield. Like, did I miss something? Like, I know I'm not tripping. Let me know, because I feel like I'm kind
Your Honor,
of.
we met with Ms. Galloway and went over her proposed exhibits. Our concern is that without the entirety of the data with the UFED reader in the digestible format from 2025, our ability to have any sense of what the context of those exhibits is, or if there's more to any of the things offered in that exhibit, is severely hampered. And so I don't think that a partial exclusion as a remedy would solve the concern that we make, because we haven't had time to be able to make use of the.
Y'all know I do a whole lot of talking, but I got questions because I didn't already watch this trial and I'm catching up. So I got questions because it's like I said, it sounded like she said he got out the car and shot, and then it also sounded like she said the shots hit the windshield. So now I'm questioning: did the prosecution allege that he was? Because I thought the prosecution said he was shot at while he was laying on the ground, so he couldn't have been on the hood. Line Crime stopped streaming the trial. Did they? Okay, well, we'll switch over to whoever has it. But let me know, what did because I don't got my notes. I think I was in the car, but I could have sworn that somebody alleged that the boy was on the ground when he was shot. But a lot of people are saying that he was, that car just made it sound like he was shot while he was on the hood. He was shot while running away. Okay, I got to keep listening. All right, y'all, here we go.
(2025) data that may underlie some of it. The state's proffer of exhibits includes the underlying identifying slides that would show the make and model of the phone, its serial number when it was made, those kinds of things that more readily identify the phone, and then a series of photographs of Mr. McIntyre with some are selfies by himself, some are of family members, some are with other individuals. There are a
With
couple of,
regards to the make and model of the phone was seized, so you would have known the type of phone it was and what the make and model of it was, since you've had access, knowledge of the phone. You've had knowledge of the phone since 2017 at least.
but
We didn't have access.
and Your Honor, I mean, as a practical matter, if we're talking about the identifiers of the phone themselves, if that was the only thing that the state was offering out of the phone, then we would, of course, without waiving our objections under the motion to
But
suppress, really
counsel,
not have
you
anything.
said that your issue, the things that you were concerned about, one of them was the make and model of the phone. Did I hear incorrectly? That's what you were saying. So
No, Your Honor, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. I said several things. I'm giving you a litany of all of the things that the prosecutor just showed us, which were to include identifiers of the phone, photographs of Mr. McIntyre, photographs of some of Mr. McIntyre's family and friends, photographs of Mr. McIntyre, ostensibly, Mr. McIntyre doing certain things like filling out a document. What the prosecutor is going to argue with those things, obviously, is beyond the purview of this. I can't tell that in advance, and I don't have the metadata. So if I hear an argument from the prosecutor about what one of those photographs means, or why it's significant, or why it proves some element of the offense, I wouldn't be able to go into the metadata to try and demonstrate why the prosecutor's interpretation is wrong. The other thing I want to make clear of, though, is that there's a secondary concern, which is that contemporaneous with the state's 2025 production of this secondary dump with the UFED reader, as the court will recall, it came to the defense's attention that in, I believe, 2019 or 2020, the cooperating accomplice witness, Joanna Reyes, went on the record in this court pursuant to her plea agreement and gave testimony under oath as a condition of her plea, outlining her involvement and participation in the alleged offense. And we were not made aware of the existence of that transcript until January of this year. The court had a hearing on the matter, and the matter was unsealed from her cause number so that we would have access to that information in advance of trial. There are some concerning aspects of Ms. Reyes' testimonial account that differ from previous statements that Ms. Reyes has given to law enforcement, particularly remarks about her relationship with Mr. McIntyre that would be essentially 404B conduct, in the sense that she has implied that Mr. McIntyre and Ms. Reyes' relationship was not fully consensual, or that she felt forced or coerced into being with him. And I believe that in light of that, the extent that the 2025 dump may contain material that would be impeaching to Ms. Reyes on that matter, since Ms. Reyes' phone, I don't believe, has been imaged or dumped in this case. And so there are several different aspects of this where a remedy that just says, let's isolate these few things from the 2017 extraction in PDF form, and we'll only let the state use those things, doesn't fully cure the problem of the untimely discovery production, because it also has this component of we can't go back and vet the contentions that they make, and we have not been able to make meaningful use of the phone to go and vet the contentions that Ms. Reyes made in that transcript that we just received this year. So I understand that the court was hoping that that remedy might split the baby in some
no,
way. And
I was not having any hope to
Correct.
anything. I'm just here to listen to both arguments. I have no hopes, no dreams with regards to whatever arguments either side is making. I'm just here to listen to your argument and make a ruling. Whether you all agree with the state's proposal to exclude the information from January 2025 to February 3rd, 2025, that's completely within the state's purview if they want to do it. It appears that the state is saying, court, we don't need you to rule on the January 28th, 2025, February 3rd, 2025 information, because we are going to exclude that and not use that. So whatever you all have reached an agreement to or whatever.
There is no agreement.
All right, so there you go. So the state has said that they have no intention to offer the January 28th, 2025, February 3rd, 2025 information that you all say that you received. And that information is information that's additional from the information that was received in 2017. Is there anything else?
We would ask the court to exercise its discretion under Heath and exclude the entirety of Mr. McIntyre's cell phone in either version from the trial of the cause pursuant to Article 3914, the Due Process Clause, 5th and 14th Amendments, Brady versus Maryland, and Heath and Watkins.
All right, state.
Judge, they've had the 2017 dump since at least 2018 by their own stipulation. And so I, just to make this process go on faster, agreed to exclude the 2025. I mean, if they want the 2025 stuff in, I'm fine with that. But, I complied with, especially the 2017 version, it was turned over pursuant to Brady and Heath in a timely, reasonable manner. When the case and dump occurred in 2017, it was given to them back in 2017. And so I believe that we should be able to use that.
A cell phone with that much material on it and a 4,000-page report that describes the material on it cannot be said to be timely produced if it's produced a month and a half prior to the date of trial's commencement. The previous version of this thing was unusable, and I want the court to be aware, if both versions are allowed in the course of this, and no matter how the court rules, the problem the state's going to have is when we look at how the images exist on the 2017 version, they're little postage stamp size thumbnail images along with, a code descriptor of where it is on the file location. But that's not what they want to offer. They want to offer a blown up version of the photograph, but they're not using the 2017 version to make the blow up of the photograph. They have to use the 2025 version because that has enough pixels to actually enhance. So even if they say that the content that they're using is from the original dump, that's not accurate. They're going to have to use the 2025 enhanced version of it in order to make an exhibit that you wouldn't need a jeweler's loupe to be able to look at in the course of publishing it to the jury. And so they can't separate these things out. The bottom line is that if they were going to make use of this forensic material in a forensic way for trial, that should have been done at some juncture other than in 2025 for this trial date.
All right, so is there anything else from the defense?
Only that they can access this material, which what we are gonna get from 2017, we cannot. It's just like a sheet of paper. There's no way to access when you see the thumbnail, they were able to go into it and look at it. We still can't, even with the 2025. And we certainly couldn't with the paper. You can't do anything with that. It was PDF.
All right. So this is the court's ruling. The court is finding that the giving of information on January 28, 2025 through February 3rd, 2025, that's in addition to what was given in 2017. The court is going to find that that wasn't untimely given. By the defense's own admission, they didn't give the information to their experts till a month after that information was given to them. The court is finding that the information given in 2017 was not untimely because here we are in 2025 and that information was given to the defense, according to the defense, in 2017. And based upon the argument by the defense stated that it was their strategy to not say anything about the thumbnails that they could not see, and that was their strategy. This is what the court is going to do. Because the state is saying that they are not going to use and will not use the additional information that was given to the defense on January 28, 2025 to February 3rd, 2025, I'm going to hold the state to that, and I'm going to exclude that because the state is agreeing to exclude that. But that information, the court is finding that it was timely turned over to the defense, but I will exclude it because the state is agreeing to exclude it. With regards to the data that was given to the defense in 2017, the court is going to find that that data was timely given. And the fact that the defense is saying that she would need a jeweler's equipment in order to see the data tells me that the data was available for viewing. With that being said, if you could bring the jurors in, please, and state,
Your Honor,
make sure your witness is available.
a couple of just housekeeping matters for the preservation of the record. In light of the court's ruling, we would re-urge the motion for continuance that we urged in preparation of the last setting. We would ask that the court give us additional time to be able to prepare this matter for trial and to be able to rely upon the 2025 disclosure data because we anticipate that there could be favorable material in it, and so that we can make use of the metadata underlying the state's proposed exhibits from the 2017 data.
All right, motion for continuance is denied.
And Your Honor, lastly, with respect to the court's ruling this morning on our motion to suppress evidence, both under the Four Corners and under our request for a Franks v. Delaware hearing, we would request written findings of fact and conclusions of law.
All right, thank you. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
Your Honor, the instruction.
About the fabric.
Oh, no, I'm ready.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
Don't tell me we went to the jury and we don't know.
All right,
what
ladies and gentlemen, there was something that neither party spoke to you during voir dire, and I did not speak to you as well. During voir dire, that is the only time that the prosecutors or the defense can speak to you. So if they see you anywhere else and they don't smile at you, or you say hello to them and they don't say hello back to you, it's not that they're being mean or rude. It's just that they are not allowed to communicate with you during the duration of this trial. Does everyone understand? All right, thank you. All right, state, call your next witness, please.
State calls Elizabeth Adams.
Yeah. Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear. If you could state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Elizabeth Adams, Adams.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, how old are you currently?
I'm 49.
And do you currently live in San Antonio, Texas?
I do not.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live just north of Houston.
Okay. And Did you formerly live in San Antonio?
I did. Mhm.
Were you born in San Antonio, Texas?
Actually, no, I was born in Houston and then we moved and then I moved back in '04.
Okay. Did you attend high school in San Antonio, Texas?
I did.
What high school was that?
Theodore Roosevelt.
Thank you. And are you employed currently?
Yes, I'm self-employed. I'm a real estate agent.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you about April 23rd, 2017. Do you recall what you were doing that day?
I do.
And were you in San Antonio, Texas on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you in San Antonio, Texas?
I was visiting my husband. He is a director of maintenance for an aviation company, and he would sometimes spend a week on, a week off here babysitting airplanes. And it just so happened that that was the weekend that was my last weekend to be with him. And then I was going home and he was staying, and he was staying at the DoubleTree. So we were just saying goodbye to each other, and I was going on my way.
Okay. And when you say he was staying at the DoubleTree, was that the DoubleTree located on McCullough and the access road to 410?
Yes, facing North Star Mall. Mhm.
And is that located in Bear County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at some point, did you end up in the parking lot of that DoubleTree hotel?
Yes, I was just getting ready to leave. We had loaded up my car, and I was turning around to give him a hug and a kiss, and just bidding our farewells for the week. And I was just getting ready to get in my car when it all happened.
Okay. And so when you said you were getting ready to give your husband a hug, and you referred to when everything happened, what direction were you facing?
When I gave him a hug, my back was to the mall.
Okay.
And I was distracted by a noise that was behind me, and it was like screeching. It sounded, it was a car. And that's when I turned around and noticed that there was this car, a black little car, was like braking and braking and braking, was going, braking, stopping. And it just looked chaotic for a second. And so it caught my attention.
And so when you turn around, that means that you are facing towards 410, looking towards
At that point, I am facing the mall.
All right. And regarding this black four-door vehicle, you said you heard, you said it sounded chaotic. Is that how you described it?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And so did you take a look at that motor vehicle?
I did.
And can you please explain to me three what you observed?
Again, the car was stopping and going in very short succession, just quick, and so it was like bouncing. And then, at first I didn't think anything of it. We just giggled. The Spurs game, there was a Spurs game happening. Fiesta was just winding up. So I just thought it was, somebody having a good time. We didn't think anything of it until I noticed that the car was stopped, but it was bouncing. And so I looked closer, and I told my husband, I said, I don't think they're kidding anymore. Looks like they're beating up the guy in the middle of the back seat. And so, being nosy, I just stood there watching, and I just couldn't, we really just couldn't really understand what was happening until the door swung open, and somebody was yelling, help me. And then the door would slam, and then the door would open again, and you would hear them screaming. And then I heard, don't shoot him.
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
All right, if you lay the foundation.
Well, Judge, I think it's okay. And so when you heard that statement that you just said, without repeating it, what was the demeanor of the people that were inside of the car?
They were still hitting him.
Okay. And so was it like a high stress situation?
Yes.
Okay. And you described it as chaotic?
Yes.
Okay. And so then what did you hear?
I heard that, and it frightened me, because when I looked closer, I noticed that the passenger in the front was wearing a white shirt, was holding a gun. And that's when we backed up a little.
Honor,
We took a
since we-
couple of steps back.
Progressed from that issue to what's been visually observed. I just renew my objection. If they're abandoning trying to lay the foundation, I'd ask for instructions since
All
part
right,
of the
and
answer was given.
that will be sustained. You're to disregard what was said.
Motion for mistrial.
Denied.
All right. And so who were you able to get the best look at in that black motor vehicle?
The person in the front seat that was holding the gun.
Okay. And you said what color shirt was that person wearing?
He was wearing a white t-shirt.
Okay. And you had previously described this person as a Hispanic male. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But again, the car was just moving. It was bouncing. So everybody just looked brown to me.
Okay. And so when you describe the front passenger seat, I guess as far as the person that was in the front passenger seat skin tone, would you be able to describe their skin tone and their tone of hair?
Yes, they were. It seemed to be, if I said they were Hispanic, it was like they were darker, a little bit darker, and they had dark cropped hair.
Okay. And regarding that front passenger, were you able to tell anything about their size?
Yes. The way that they were sitting, it's like their head was not, it didn't go too far past the headrest.
Okay.
And seemed to be very, very skinny, just very thin. Very, a smaller stature.
All right. And you said that front passenger that was wearing the white shirt did have a handgun in his hand, correct?
He did.
And did you see him do anything with the handgun?
Yes, it was the way he was pointing it, and he just looked nervous, but just kept going back and forth.
Okay.
Holding it.
And so I guess you were using your right hand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did that passenger have the firearm in their right hand?
Yes.
Okay. the person that was in the back, well, I guess, did you observe that front passenger doing anything in the back seat?
No, he stayed in the front seat the entire time.
Did you observe him turn around?
Yes,
or-
he was like turning around. It's almost like he was
Your Honor.
turning around to find the best
Excuse me.
position.
So whenever an attorney makes an objection, I just need you to stop speaking because I need to rule on their objection that they made, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
No problem. All right, ask your next question.
May I have a ruling, Your Honor?
The objection is overruled.
All right, so you stated the front passenger, he stayed in the front passenger seat, is that correct?
Mhm.
Physically, is that what you mean?
Okay. So when I say that he's staying in the front seat, it means that he didn't jump to the back. That's what I mean by that. But there was a lot of movement in the front seat when he was holding the gun. So
Okay.
it was like he was just trying to find a better way to do whatever it is that he intended in doing.
All right, did you see the front passenger interact with that person that was being beat up in the back seat?
Yes, because he turned around to look at him.
Okay, did he ever point the firearm at him?
I don't
Objection
recall that
leading, Your
part.
Overruled.
Honor. And withdraw.
You don't recall?
Pointing at him, no.
Okay.
He
What
just
hap-
had it up the entire time.
Okay. What happened with the person that was in the back seat that was being beat up on?
Okay, so as I said, the car door kept opening and closing, opening and closing. At one point, he jumped out of the car, and then I want to say he jumped back in, and then he jumped out of the car again and jumped on the hood of the car and was holding on. And it's at that point that the car took off.
Okay, did you see what direction the car took off in?
Well, they remained on the access road, and you could hear them squeal off, and it's like they went right into the next parking lot because I could hear it. It's right here next. It was like next to us.
All right, and then after you hear it screech off, did you hear anything else?
Yes, I heard 3 gunshots.
And then what did you do at that time?
I was calling 911.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 8, which was entered yesterday.
Yes, granted.
Okay, so I heard one person say 1 shot, I've heard 2 shots, and then she said 3 shots. How many shots was fired? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. How many shots was fired? Because we doing a countdown now. 3, 2, 1. We got all these different answers.
Please, and probably EMS, I don't know. Somebody just got, I think somebody just got shot. They're right here in the Best Buy parking lot on 410.
We're at 410.
And San Pedro, like McCullough, like right after the McCullough exit. We could see him fighting in his car. He kept telling somebody, help me. And they had a gun on him and they were trying to get out of the car. I don't know what was going on because I'm sitting in my car 15 feet, but I think they shot him or they fired shots or something. And they're right there in the parking lot.
Did you hear shots?
What?
Did you hear any gunshots?
Yes. Driving front seat. It was a Ford, it was a black Ford.
Is it still there?
I don't know. I'm in one parking lot and they went into the other. Right after the McCullough exit, where Doubletree is, there was like the parking lot next to that.
You said it was a Ford?
Yes.
Blue?
I'm sorry?
What color was it, blue?
No, it was black.
Black?
Yeah. There's 2 male passengers in the front, and there were like 2 or 3 male passengers in the back seat. It was a car full of guys.
Okay, and it said 410 where?
410 and right after the McCullough exit. It was directly across from North Star, right after the Doubletree Hotel at Hilton.
Okay, I'm trying to find it from where you're at. So we're near 410 McCullough.
Yes. In the car parking lot, right there, you know?
What was the name of the store that has in front of?
What was the name of the what?
What was the name of the store that has in front of?
Right here in front of Doubletree by Hilton.
Okay.
Right here at the intersection of McCullough and right here on the highway.
Did you hear this person going for help?
Okay.
Did you hear the person going for help?
Yeah, I heard him yelling for help. It was very funny. I thought like they were shitting. And he was like, they're like, no, get the fuck out of the car, get the fuck out of the car. He's like, no. And then all of a sudden he's like, somebody help me. And then he's like, don't shoot him here. They said, don't shoot him in here. And then when I looked, I saw, because at first I thought they were joking, but then I looked and sure enough, the guy in the front seat had a gun and he was pointing it at the guy. And he's like, no. And then he jumped on the hood and he rode on the hood of the car all the way on the access road. And then they pulled into the Best Buy or Con parking lot, whatever, the next parking lot over. And then I heard the gunshot.
Yeah, okay, I have it.
Okay.
Just because it's been called in. You're
Okay.
calling it now. Do you have any other information on it?
No, that's it. Just that it was a little black four-door car and a bunch of car full of boys in there. And I don't know what the story was. But,
Do you want to leave your name?
sure, Elizabeth Adams.
Your phone number is 83.
Presentation of the 911 call that you made on that day?
Mhm.
Sorry,
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. And regarding the passenger that exited the backseat of that black vehicle and got on top of the hood of the car, did you, based on the observations that you made, did you perceive that he wanted to get out of the car, or what did you perceive was going on?
I got the impression that he just did not want to give his car up. Kind of seemed like, but he wanted to get out, but he wanted his car.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Ask the jury to disregard that answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard the last answer.
Motion for mistrial.
Denied.
We passed the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Just a few questions for you. You didn't actually see someone firing a gun, correct?
Nope.
Okay. And you said you were at the DoubleTree
Yes.
and you were standing out in front of the building, or were you in your vehicle?
On the side, there's a parking lot, and my car was parked there, and I was going to get in, but hadn't done that yet.
Okay. Were you right beside your car?
Yes.
All right. If you could give us a sense, how many feet from where you were standing to where you saw the vehicle?
Let's see. It's like from here, let's just say from here to way before that wall. So it was close. It was a lot closer. Maybe behind you guys. That the divider.
The bar that divides the gallery from the well. That would be
Maybe.
kind of what you're thinking.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
You indicated that on the call we heard you say that all the people in the vehicle were Hispanic, right? You heard that on the recording.
Yes.
So
That's
when you were being questioned by the prosecutor about it, you also mentioned that you had indicated that you believe they were all Hispanic. You also said something like the car was moving and all I saw was that the car looked brown to me. Do you recall testifying to that a moment ago?
no, the car's black. I
I
said
think what you probably meant was that the people in the car all look brown to you. Is that what you meant?
yes.
Okay. You seem to have some hesitancy when she asked the question. Have you met with the prosecutors in anticipation of your testimony in this case?
Yes.
About how long ago?
I mean, just before trial.
Did they ask you if there were any African Americans in the car?
Yes, but I think that was like a while back, like when all of this started to finally come to trial.
Okay, thank you. You indicated that the Hispanic person that you saw in the front seat of the car had cropped hair, short hair, right?
Mhm.
Okay. You indicated that the person did have a pistol, but you saw that the pistol's barrel was pointed at the ceiling of the vehicle at all times that you saw it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. You heard some things that people were saying, but you didn't hear everything that was being said inside of the car, right?
Correct.
Windows of the car were all rolled up as far as you could tell.
Yes.
All right. And at one point you indicated that you weren't sure if they were kidding or if this was a fight until you watched it a little longer.
Right.
May I approach the reporter for a moment?
Yes.
I was right here.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to publish Stakes 3.
And no objection. I'm sorry, it's
you're-
admitted.
Thank
It's
you.
already in evidence. And so just so the attorneys are aware, if something is already into evidence, there's no need to request the court whether or not you can publish it.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. Old habits die hard.
No, no problem.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 3. If I were to tell you that this building right here where my finger is pointed is the Chick-fil-A over in this general vicinity, can you give us a sense of where on the map the DoubleTree is?
I'm assuming this is the DoubleTree. Is that,
Let me approach you so I can see what you're pointing to, and then I can confirm with you.
if I'm, let me see. Well, wait, I guess this is the DoubleTree because that looks like the hotel.
Okay. Okay. So,
Mhm.
so I'm correct. You're saying you think that this is the DoubleTree?
Mhm.
This may be a different hotel. It was renamed. Okay. So this is the hotel you believe that you were out in front of?
Mhm.
Okay. So you're talking about the altercation having taken place somewhere in where these cars are here?
Mhm.
Okay. But did you actually see the car go into the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
No, because I want to say there was like a car or something here. I don't know. Something was here
Okay.
because I didn't. And we were scared. I stepped back and I just was focusing on grabbing my phone at that point when he took off on the hood. I believe is right when I was like, this is crazy. I've got to call this in. This is nuts.
Okay. But you called in after you heard the gunshots.
Yes, I guess.
Okay. Because you talk about gunfire in your 911 call, right?
Mhm. Well, you got to wait. They don't answer right away. I was waiting for a second and, everything's transpiring as as it's going.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to get a sense of the timing. I'm just understand. Could you give us a sense where your car was parked, if you could guess? I mean, I don't want you to guess, but approximately where in this parking lot would your car have been parked in relationship to the roadway?
I want to say that, I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. So it was probably like around like right here because I was very much in line with about the third car like this. This is,
Okay.
yeah. And so
And
it was
excuse
about
me,
right here.
if you need to step into a well, if it's easier for her to point off on the equipment there.
I was just
you can
going to
have
point
her- No,
forward.
no, no,
and see
no,
if
you can
she
have her
agreed.
step down. You can step down and use that screen because I don't believe the equipment is working on that screen for you to point and mark. So if you all would like, and if it would be easier for the jurors to see, if you want to step down and use that. you
Come on
can.
down. Just please point to where you were pointing on your monitor.
So I was.
Oh, and I'm sorry, make sure you keep your voice up because the jurors still need to hear.
Okay. I was in one of these parking spaces here.
Okay.
Right here, because I was like almost in line with this third, like the third car back. I remember that very vividly.
Okay, so to be clear, your car was not parked in those parking spaces that are directly facing the oncoming traffic. It would have been the next
Right
row
here.
of cars or maybe the row after that.
This one.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Are you done with the camera?
Yes, I'm done with the camera. Thank you. And you testified that you saw a bunch of guys in the car.
Yes.
You didn't see any women in the car.
No.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
No further questions and
Alright.
excused by state.
Excuse by defense.
All right, the rule has been invoked. That means that you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone while this trial is proceeding. All right, and just make sure you remove the microphones. Yes, okay, thank you. And excuse me, this is an exhibit if you'll give that to Cindy. And state, call your next witness.
The state calls Officer Sandra Lopez.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear. And if you could state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
It's Sandra Lopez, Lopez.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Lopez, actually, back in 2017, what was your full name at that time?
Yes, it was Sandra Chapa.
So subsequently, then you've been married and changed your last name. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it Officer Lopez?
Detective.
Detective Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you go ahead and just briefly, one, who do you work for currently?
The San Antonio Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the San Antonio Police Department?
Going on 9 years.
And can you please just briefly tell the jury training that you had to go through to become a San Antonio police officer?
Yeah, so to the academy, we did academic training, physical fitness training, firearms training, driving courses to obtain our police officer's license.
And then I guess that's just to become a police officer, but then as you are hired for San Antonio Police Department to be an officer, then you were promoted to detective. Is that correct?
Yes, after 5 years on patrol.
And you have to go through certain certifications and classifications to become a detective?
Yes, there's
detective?
a test that we have to take
And how long have you been a detective?
for 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Officer or Detective Lopez, I'd like to take you back to April 23rd, 2017, at roughly about 5:19 in the afternoon. Were you dispatched to a scene?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember what you were dispatched for?
It was a shooting in progress.
And do you remember if you were dispatched, what the location, what was the location?
Yes, it was Northeast Loop 410 and McCullough Avenue.
And was it in particular to a certain location, as in a restaurant or a bar,
It was just the intersection.
Intersection?
Yes.
And did you make the scene that day?
Yes, I did.
And when you made the scene, what did you observe?
So at that time, when I got to the scene, we were told that it was actually in a Chick-fil-A parking lot. So when I pulled up, I observed a male on the ground, and there were several citizens standing around him.
And the male that was on the ground, did you notice anything about the male on the ground?
He appeared unresponsive.
And did you notice anything else? Was he, you said, non-responsive? And what do you mean by that? Can you explain to the jury, please?
Yes, he was not moving. He was not having any sort of movements or breathing, it appeared.
So during your time at the scene, at least initially, and throughout the scene that you were there, did this person that was on the ground, did he ever get up?
No.
Did he ever talk to anyone
No.
that you're aware of?
No.
And subsequently, did you stay at the scene until he was removed from the scene?
No, I did not.
And let me ask you, why did you exit the scene before it was, I guess, closed or finished?
Yes, I had transported a witness to Public Safety Headquarters for a statement.
Okay, thank you. Now, while you're at the scene, can you please explain to the jury, as an officer, a patrol officer, what are your duties at any scene at that point?
Yeah, so my duties are to secure the scene, try and get as much suspect information from witnesses as possible, so that way I can broadcast that information to the officers that are on their way to the scene, and just to separate witnesses, and just secure the scene.
Now, and on this particular day, as you stated earlier, there were several individuals around this person that was non-responsive on the ground.
Yes.
And did you, well, if you can remember, you said numerous, so I guess, I mean, can you say an exact number or not?
No.
Okay. But you had a body cam on that day, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and would your body cam show those individuals when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, it would.
And during this time of the scene, did you speak with individuals at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And can you please tell the jury, do you know the names of those individuals?
I do. If I can refresh my memory with my report.
And let me just go ahead and just mark that for, what is? I'm gonna mark this state exhibit number 11, and you brought this in with you. What is it that you have in front of you?
It is my police report.
It's your police report. Is it a copy of your police
It is
report?
a copy of my police report.
And you obtained this police report from me previous to this day?
Yes, I did.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the report that you made for this particular case?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And yes, ma'am, if you can go ahead and refresh your memory and tell the jury the individuals that you spoke with at the scene.
I spoke to a Nick Milner.
Sorry, Your Honor, if the record would reflect that the witness reading from the report, you could ask the witness to refresh your memory, but not read directly from a report.
All right, so you're not allowed to read directly from the report. If there is something where you're refreshing your memory, you can review the report and then just look away from the report and if you're able to answer the question.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
It was a Nick Milner, a Linda Bailey, and a Gabriel Baez.
Okay, thank you. Now, what are the purposes of speaking to them? Did you speak with them all together, or how do you go about that?
Separated as much as possible.
And I mean, what would you consider this scene? Is it, I guess, can you explain it? Is it like an active scene, or is it an ongoing scene? How would you describe that to the jury?
At that point, when I got there, it was definitely an active scene.
And I guess at that portion, what are y'all doing in this active time at the scene?
Just trying to get as much suspect information as possible. That way, when officers are en route to the scene, if they happen to see a suspect vehicle or suspects fleeing from that location, they can be apprehended at that time. And they're separating witnesses. That way, they're not influencing each other.
Okay, and that last thing that you said separating witnesses so they don't influence. I'm sorry, I want to make sure influence each other. Is that what you said?
Right.
And can you explain to the jury what do you mean by that?
Yeah, just so that way, in case one witness didn't know a certain detail, they wouldn't get that from another witness that they didn't see.
And so when you have an active scene, you're trying to separate these individuals, and I think you stated earlier, as best as you can.
Yes.
Is that what you did at this scene?
Yes, I did.
Now, were there other officers that arrived at the scene also?
After I did, yes.
And so you were one of the first, I guess, officers to arrive.
Yes.
And when you were at the scene, and after you spoke with these individuals, did you end up collecting anything at the scene?
Yes, I did.
What did you collect at the scene?
A cell phone
Where did you get that cell phone from?
from Gabriel Baez.
And that's one of the individuals that you spoke to at the scene that you considered a witness.
Yes.
And did he hand it to you, or how did he get it to you?
Yeah, it was wrapped in a white hand towel, and he had handed it to me.
And obviously, you can't speak of what exactly he told you, but is this a piece of evidence that you felt that was important to collect at the scene?
Yes.
And subsequently, you received this from Gabriel Baez. What did you do with that that towel and that phone?
Yes. So I held onto it until one of our crime scene units detectives or investigators came to the scene, and then I passed that on to her.
Okay. And do you remember you passed it off to a particular individual?
Yes.
And who was that particular individual you passed it off to?
CSI Kimberly Wong.
And then you stated that you ended up, did you do anything else at the scene at that point?
Besides interviewing the witnesses, collecting the cell phone, no, not that I can remember.
And then you stated that you actually, earlier testimony, you stated that you transported somebody down to headquarters.
Yes.
Do you recall that person's name or no?
Linda Bailey, I believe.
What's that?
Linda Bailey.
Okay. And after that, did you have any participation in the investigation of this case or any other things that you participated in?
No, I did not.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 10. It's in an envelope, but if we take that out of the envelope, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
My body worn camera footage.
And how do you recognize that that is your body worn footage?
It has my initials on there.
So did you have an opportunity to review the video that is on this CD?
Yes, I did.
And is it the video from April 23rd, 2017, roughly at 5:17 in the afternoon at the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
Yes, it is.
And it fairly and accurately represents that?
Yes, it does.
And has there been any altercations to it?
No.
Well, one thing that has been altered is body cams have audio.
Yes, they do.
But due to some restrictions, we muted this this body cam. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so this is a muted version of your body cam.
Yes, it is.
So it just has video.
Right.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers state exhibit number 10 to enter into evidence. We'll tender to defense for any objections.
No objections.
All right, State's Exhibit number 10 is admitted.
Judge, may we publish this to the jury?
Yes.
And Judge, just to allow for expediency, we've made a copy of the exact same video from the CD and put it on our hard drive of our computer. We're asking the court to allow us to go ahead and play it from the hard drive just to expedite the process here. Well, the defense doesn't object.
As long as it's the same as the CD, I have no objection.
All right, yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward this to 0253 on the VLC. And I'm going to go ahead and pause it at that point at 3007. Now, is this when you first arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And this is the numerous people you mentioned, is that correct?
Yes.
And I see well, can you count how many people are there?
Like 9?
And so it's many different people there, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to pause it right there at 3.28. Now, at that point, it looks like you're speaking to numerous people there, and they're sort of circled around the person that's on the ground that we just saw on your body cam. What are you? Do you remember what you were asking?
Suspect information. If they had a description of suspects, vehicle information, those sort of questions.
And now this is the initial contact with them. You stated earlier that you try to separate witnesses.
Yes.
And so why at this point are you just talking to them all together?
Yes. At this point, I'm the only officer on scene, so I'm kind of keeping everybody at eye level, or I can see everybody, and just trying to see if I can get any good suspects descriptions information.
Now, right there, nice. There we go. Oh, there we go. Your arm moved, just for the record. I was laughing at the fact that there's an arm in the way of the body cam. I paused it at 4.17 on the VLC. This individual that the camera is paused on, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, I do.
And what is that individual's name?
Gabriel Baez,
And one, how do you recognize that individual?
because he's holding the cell phone wrapped in the white towel.
And so in his left hand, for the record, in his left hand on the paused video, he has a towel, and you're saying that it's wrapped around a cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what you testified earlier to, you collecting a cell phone and a white towel from Gabriel Baez, is this the Gabriel Baez and the cell phone and the towel that you collected?
Yes.
Thank you. And it seems at this point, there's several people around the individual that's non-responsive on the ground, walking relatively close to him. And it looked like somebody was knelt down next to the non-responsive individual. At this particular point, since you're the officer, are you worried about, say, evidence being moved, or are you concerned with that?
All right, I think this is a sort of compound question. I don't know exactly what the question
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
All right, so is your objection compound question?
Yes.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Are you worried about any evidence being moved around at the scene?
Objection leading.
That'll be overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Are you worried about any evidence being moved at this point?
No.
What is your first concern at this point?
The citizen that was kneeling down was applying pressure to the gunshot wound of the victim. So I wanted him to keep applying that pressure.
Now, this portion of the video, I'll pause it at 0546. It seems that at that point, individuals have moved away from the person that is on the ground.
Yes.
Why is that?
At this point, other officers have arrived on scene, and we want to make sure and separate all witnesses.
Now, at this point, well, let me just ask, on the video, what were you doing there?
I was getting crime scene tape from the back of my patrol vehicle to mark off the scene.
So at this particular point, no crime scene tape has been roped off around the actual scene,
No, not yet.
and that's what you're currently doing on the video?
Yes.
And for purposes of time, I will fast forward, Your Honor. I'm going to go ahead and pause it right there at 10:56. And you're speaking to an individual there. Do you recall who that individual is?
Nick Milner?
And that's one of the individuals that you listed earlier that you spoke with.
Correct.
And it seems, was this individual earlier on your body cam, was that individual near the body?
Yes.
At this point, I'm going to go ahead and fast forward, Your Honor. 13:15. And also fast forward to 15:36. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pause it at 15:55. It seems that this is, what are we viewing here right now?
Or getting a witness statement from Nick Milner.
And other officers are at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and fast forward to 16:58. And 17:47. And it seems that it's paused at 18:09. This is the same individual, Gabriel Baez, holding that towel and phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go ahead and fast forward to 22:44:20 on the actual body cam. Can you tell the jury what we're witnessing here?
Yes. So Gabriel Baez had walked me to the area where he had collected the cell phone.
And what we viewed just right now?
Yes, he handed me the phone.
And is that when you took possession of the cell phone?
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and pause it there. And Detective Lopez, is this area of this parking lot, is this within the confines of Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Well, thank you. You had talked about the importance of separating witnesses to make sure that they're not contaminating each other's eyewitness memory of the event, right?
Yes.
When you arrived, obviously, everyone was gathered around Mr. Saldivar.
Yes.
And while you did separate people as other officers arrived to help you, we see on your body worn camera several groups of people sort of waiting to be spoken to, right?
Yes.
I think at one point we saw Ashley, forgive me on her last name. One moment, please.
Wendale.
Yes. What?
Wendale.
Wendale. You recall her being at the scene?
I do.
Okay. The girl with the black and white striped shirt, do you recall her?
I can't recall now.
Okay. If we could go back a little bit. 1, 2, 3 on the videos. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Back a little. Okay. The young lady in the shorts and the black and white striped shirt on the left there. You see her on your video?
Yes, I do.
Did you interview her?
No, I did not.
Another officer would have interviewed her, correct?
Yes.
She was sort of with her family the whole time that you were interviewing those gentlemen. Hand showed you on camera, right?
I don't know where she was when I was interviewing other people.
You were focused on those people.
Correct.
Okay. It's fair to say there were still people talking to each other while this was going on, right?
Yes.
You indicated that when you received the cell phone and the white towel, you passed that off to Kimberly Wong, right?
Yes.
And I apologize if this asks you to repeat something. Ms. Wong's function within the department is what exactly?
A crime scene investigator.
Okay, and you just better quantify and explain that role for us.
Yeah, so crime scene investigators get dispatched to crime scenes to process the scene, collect evidence, those sort of duties.
Okay, so they're responsible for bagging the evidence, as they say, putting it in some kind of a container where it can't be contaminated or touched,
Yes,
and then documenting that, right?
correct.
So that there's a chain of custody throughout the process, and we know that that actually is something that was authentically collected from the scene of the crime.
Yes,
Would they be doing fingerprints?
yes,
Would they be photographing things of significance?
yes.
And do they make the decision about whether to do that, or do the detective?
They should know what to take photos of at the scene, but usually a detective will let CSI know or ask if they've taken photos of something, but something of importance would be photographed.
So sometimes it's very much directed by a detective, and sometimes they're sort of left to use their own judgment. Fair to say?
Yeah, depending on what kind of crime scene it is.
Okay, but I mean, among homicide cases, you might see a little bit of both.
Detectives would have a say of what they want.
In a homicide case specifically, the detective has to tell the tech what to bag, what to photograph, what to document.
I believe they let them know what evidence is found or during a search, and then what should be collected and photographed.
Okay, and they're not ever tasked with going around and looking for the evidence themselves.
Usually, no.
Okay, you say usually. In this case, did that happen at all, to your knowledge?
I wasn't the detective on the case, so I don't know.
Okay. You were not involved in the collection of shell casings or in looking for shell casings, right?
No.
Okay. So you took those statements, you took the phone, you went over with the gentleman to see where he had found the phone, and then you drove was it Bailey to the station for a statement?
A witness to the headquarters, yes.
Okay, understood. And you didn't return later.
Correct, I did not.
Okay. What time were you dispatched?
If I could look, about 17:19.
17:19. All right. And so on the clock up there, it says T22:24:09Z. I'm guessing that that's not correct based on your notes from dispatch time, correct?
Correct.
Because this is showing when you first arrived.
Correct.
What do you think was the response time from the time it was originally put into dispatch for an officer to arrive to when you make it to the scene?
That I would not know.
Okay. How would we know if we wanted to know that information?
I guess speak with somebody in dispatch.
Okay. And to be clear, the location that the gentleman leads you to where the phone was found is not something that you could see from the 410 access road, right?
Correct.
It would be out of the Chick-fil-A would block your line of sight of that spot.
Correct.
Okay. Pass with us.
Go ahead and just show you state exhibit number 3. And on this map, where did Mr. Valdez say that he found that phone?
Maybe back towards the rear
Right here?
left of.
Okay. So you're pointing to right at this location here?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the location you pointed out to me just previously?
Yes.
And this is the Chick-fil-A actual Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
And if you could leave that up, just remember.
State exhibit number 3 is on the overhead.
Thank you. Where Mr. Garahan was just pointing his finger, we see on that camera you're walking by what looks like a fence or a dumpster or something like that.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that's really hard to see on the map, but there's a large object between the road and where you're standing because of that dumpster or that fence or whatever it is.
Yes.
Okay. So to save us a little bit of time, obviously it's a lengthy video. Can you give us a sense of how large of a crime scene you cordoned off?
It was from the point that I was porting off the crime scene. I was just aware that it was where the victim was found. But I think later on in the day in the investigation, they widened it.
Okay. Do you know how long it took them to realize they needed to widen it?
No, I do not.
Would you have departed the scene by the time that happened?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, would you be able on the map to kind of use your finger and draw for the jury where you first drew the crime scene lines?
All right, you can step down and use the.
Yeah, I'm sorry, only this Elmo will do it for me. If you could just with your finger kind of give us a sense of where you originally cordoned off the crime scene.
Started off over here on this side. And
And
then
I'm sorry, excuse me, Detective, if you could keep your voice up so that the court reporter can hear.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I know I started off on right off of the access road where the parking lot was. I started off here, and I can't recall how far, if I went up this way or, because I know there was other officers that were also using crime scene tape to cordon off the crime scene. But I remember starting off here, and I don't remember if I went up this way, how far off I needed to cordon off that crime scene.
Okay, when you learned about the cell phone being over by that fence, that brown fence, did that prompt you to expand the crime scene?
No, it did not.
Okay, it was originally outside of the crime scene that you drawn out.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
So during the time that you were there, all the other officers that we see arriving as you're beginning the process, they're talking to witnesses, right?
Yes.
Nobody is at that point actively walking around trying to see if they see things on the ground, look for shell casings, things like that.
I didn't see anybody at that time, no.
Did, based upon information that others may have received, you may have received and acted upon, did you send anybody or direct anybody to go look at the access road itself?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
No questions, Your Honor. Excused by the state.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone or view anything about this case until the proceedings have concluded. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Just make sure that you're available if the defense wishes to recall you.
Yes, ma'am.
You may step down, but leave your microphone. Does anyone need a break before we proceed with the next witness? All right, we're going to take a brief recess. I'm going to ask that everyone be back by 3:05. Remember my previous instructions. You're not allowed to view anything in regards to this case. You're not allowed to do any research or investigation on your own. You're not allowed to start talking about this case internally with yourself or with each other. Does everyone understand? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. To review the document entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision and First Amendment Motion to Revoke Community Supervision with your attorney. Did you understand it? Are you the same Michael Donovan Williams who's placed on All right, if you can raise your right hand, do you solemnly, oh, right, that's okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name and spell your last name, please.
Ana Delgado, Delgado.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, how you doing, Mr. Delgado?
Hi, doing good.
I think we spoke previously, but one, let me just ask, do you currently live in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you lived in San Antonio, Texas?
Like over 23 years.
23 years, okay. Well, let me take you back to about 7 or 8 years ago. Where were you working at that time?
Papados.
And what were you doing at Papados?
I was working, I was a prep chef.
So what was your attire back then? What would you wear to work?
Chef coat, chef pants, non-slip shoes.
And would that be something similar to like a chef looking outfit?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you, on April 23rd, 2017, were you at work at Papados restaurant that day?
Yes, I was.
And at roughly 5 o'clock or so in the afternoon, were you currently still at work or what were you doing?
I was already off of work, so my husband was picking me up from work.
And this Papados restaurant, where is it located here in San Antonio?
Off of 410.
And is there any intersections close to that?
It's McCullough and Jones Montberger.
Okay.
Mhm.
And
It's in between.
and so when your husband, you said your husband was coming to pick you up, and what kind of car did you drive or did he drive at that time?
We had a blue Toyota Camry.
And did he pick you up that day in that vehicle?
Correct. Yes.
And where did y'all, when y'all left Papados, which way on the highway did y'all go?
We hit the access road towards Jones Mossberger, took the turnaround on the access road to McCullough.
And you remained on the access road at this time?
Correct.
And when you were coming up to the intersection, you mentioned Nicola, what did you do there?
We were to stop because the light was red.
And do you recall what lane you were in?
In the far right.
So far right lane?
Left, sorry. Left. Oh, wait. Yes, far right. Far towards the, what is it? Wait. Left side, sorry.
Okay.
Right?
What?
Yeah, something like that.
Well,
It was
let's
far.
go-
It was towards the hotel that I think
Okay.
it was a double tree.
Let me do this.
I
Gonna approach you.
haven't been over there in a long time.
Well, one, I just to let the jury and the court be aware,
Mhm.
your voice is a little, or you're sort of like the words are a little slurred at times. What type of procedure
I had
did you have?
dental work. I had 4 extractions and a bone graft. So I'm barely a week into post-op. So, you know. Yeah.
Okay, so that's why your mouth, it maybe little slurred words or something like
Correct.
that. Okay, and that's about a week ago.
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. I'm gonna show you what's been marked state exhibit.
So I know a lot of y'all actually watched the real trial, so I will actually just go over to the trial and we will watch them read the verdict. So I will do that for the folks, for the people. She's about to hear another case. She's knocking out that workload. Yeah, you could tell she runs a very efficient courtroom. Very efficient courtroom. So it looks like she's clearing it out. So whenever they come back to read the verdict, we'll switch over. We'll just keep watching while we wait for her to.
And if you don't mind, can you point out on there where you were located when you came to the stoplight at that intersection?
Roughly on this side.
On this side over here. So you're pointing at that portion closest to the hotel side?
Correct.
And so if we're looking at that, what side of the street would that be on?
It's going to be on right.
The right side. Okay, so just to confirm, you're right about here.
Mhm.
And that's where you stopped, and that's on the far right side, closest to the hotel.
Closest to the hotel.
All right. When you stopped at this stoplight, were there any vehicles in front of yours?
Yes, there was.
For one, do you recall how many were in front of you?
Well, the one vehicle in front of me, just the black 4-door vehicle that was in front of us. Mhm.
So that's sort of why you're here today. And you discussed this case with myself and other prosecutors at times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you ever discussed it with defense counsels that you're aware of? Okay, or any other investigators? No. Okay. Now, when you stop at this light, you mentioned the black 4-door car in front of you.
Mhm.
Do you recall how far you were from this car when you came up? to the
Probably a
stoplight?
few feet away from it. Mhm.
Okay. So would that be sort of like a normal distance when you're
Normal
stopping?
distance as you're coming to a stop right behind a vehicle. Mhm.
And did anything bring your attention to that vehicle in front of you?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury?
The vehicle started like moving side to side as if they were playing inside the vehicle. So that's what caught my attention because it was just swaying. There was movement in the car. That's why I was like more attentive to that. I did see the back.
Sorry, I'm trying to switch over. He back in the courtroom. Let me show y'all. Here we go. Here we go, y'all. The jury has reached the verdict. There is no audio, so we are waiting for the audio to come in, but here we are. John?
Just give me one moment. All right, we are on the record in 2019 CR 12495 State versus Tamar McIntyre. Can I have parties announced for the record, please?
Jason Garrett and Megan Galloway for the state, Your Honor.
John Hunter, Thomas Lane, for Mr. McIntyre, Your Honor.
All right, it's the court's understanding from the deputy that a verdict has been reached in this case. This is what I'm going to tell all the parties who are present in this courtroom. There's not to be any outbursts. If there's an outburst, what's going to end up happening is a deputy is going to tap you on the shoulder. There's no need to get into a conversation with the deputy. That tap on the shoulder is meaning that you are to leave this courtroom and you will only be allowed back in this courtroom if you're going to be a witness. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone who cannot do that? So both parties for the state and the defense, if you need to talk to members who are currently in court that are either with the state or defense, you may do so now. Otherwise, I'm going to bring the jury in.
I think everyone knows to be on their best behavior, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding that you've reached a verdict in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that verdict unanimous?
Yes.
All right, if you will give the verdict form to Deputy Laura, please. Thank you. All right, if the defendant could please stand. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tamar McIntyre, not guilty of the offense of capital murder. What did I, excuse me, no. No, out of the courtroom, out of the courtroom now.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you don't ignore that. Sometimes, as you can tell, people are invested, correct? So it says, we, the jury, find the defendant, Tamar McIntyre, not guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tamar McIntyre, guilty of the lesser included offense of murder. Does anyone wish to have the jury polled?
Not the state, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and do you want them polled as to both counts?
As to the count of conviction, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you if, in count 2, the guilty verdict for murder, if that is your verdict. If that is your verdict, I'm going to need you to respond yes. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
So we'll start on this end and work our way down. Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
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 Is this your verdict?
Your alternates.
Oh, yes. All right. Back row.
Yes, sorry.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
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 All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's going to happen now is I'm going to allow you all to have your recess for lunch, and then we'll begin the second phase of the trial. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Okay, yeah, we got to get through this. So he was found not guilty of capital murder, first degree capital murder. But he was found guilty of the lesser charge. So because we can do what we want to do, we are going to go run back to, because I don't know what the lesser charge is. So unless somebody in the chat know what the lesser charge was, the lesser included charge was, you think it's second degree? This is in Texas. This is in Texas. Now that I think about it, I don't even think that they read out the lesser included. That would have been read out during jury instruction. So we may have to do a little. Yeah, he's already serving a 55-year sentence for something that he did while he was a minor, I want to say. And then he was later, I believe, charged as an adult. So we will continue watching. What's the second part? Okay. What is the second part? I want to know what the second part of this trial is too. The punishment. The punishment begins at 2 p.m. So it's going to be in 2 hours. We can switch back over and listen to the punishment.
In the door, he started yelling for help. He went around to the other side of the vehicle to try to open the door. They were all locked. So then the light turned green. The gentleman went to the front of the vehicle and jumped on the hood. Then he held on. The light turned green. Of course, the vehicle started moving. That vehicle started going, and it kind of sped up. It started maneuvering side to side to get the gentleman off. Of course, it didn't. He held on. I thought they were going to get on 410, but then they turned into Chick-fil-A.
Okay. And let me ask you this. When you saw this individual that was I think you said pushed out, I'm sorry, that's not pushed out or thrown out of the
Thrown out, pushed out, yeah.
do you remember if that was a male or female?
It was a male.
And do you remember if his race or was he Hispanic? Was he black?
Hispanic.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you saw this individual jump on the hood,
Mhm.
you said he held on.
Correct.
How was he holding on?
On the hood, closer to the windshield. So yeah, his face was facing the windshield.
And so what was he standing up holding on, or do you recall?
No, he was laying flat on the hood.
And so this vehicle takes off and then turns into the Chick-fil-A parking lot.
Correct.
And where were you when this vehicle pulled into the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
I was passing the park where they turn into Chick-fil-A.
Mhm.
So I was passing as the vehicle was turned into and parked right there in the entrance of Chick-fil-A.
And so your vehicle was on the access road,
on the access road.
and what would you classify your speed as? Were you fast or slow?
I was pretty slow. Yeah.
And do you recall if you were you were with your husband? So do you recall if he was driving or you were driving?
He was driving and I was on the passenger side.
And when this happens, do you continue down the access road, or what do you do?
As soon as the vehicle, turned into Chick-fil-A, as I was looking, of course, the passenger, the gentleman, the person inside the vehicle opened the door on the passenger side and stepped out, of course, half of body, and just shot the gentleman. The gentleman had stood up on the vehicle already, sorry, on the hood.
Mhm.
And so he stomped his foot on the windshield, which is the victim, stomped his foot on in the windshield. He shattered it.
Mhm.
Then that's when the gentleman from inside the vehicle, he opened it, stepped out and just shot him. That's when I saw the gentleman, the victim, fall off the hood. And then after that, I don't know what happened because that's when I passed. And I turned into where that Jason's Deli entrance is at. And I parked in that parking lot
Okay.
behind
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A.
I'll show you again what's marked. And you stated that you're on the access road. Can you show me on the map where you pulled in and said that you parked?
This one. So I parked back here.
Over here?
Yeah.
Okay, so is that where my finger is? Right?
Mhm.
Okay. Publishing stage exhibit number 3. And I believe you pointed to right in this area right here.
Correct.
So you came down the access road, pulled in here, and ended up parking in this area.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you're parked in this area, did you ever see that little that black car again?
Yes. So I had parked already and behind Chick-fil-A. Then I heard it peel off, of course, because I had my windows down. And I saw it turn the corner of Chick-fil-A. And as I saw the vehicle turn that corner, I saw something just fly out of the window. I don't know what it was or what it was at that time. And then it just sped off right in the front of us. And then it just took off from there.
And again, I'm going to go ahead and approach again because it's a little going back and forth. I'll get my
Yeah.
steps of the day. But can you point out to here where you stated that you saw the vehicle going? There you go. You can just don't mark on it, but go ahead and
Okay.
show.
So it sped off and I saw it turn right here
Mhm.
and then go through here
Okay.
and then come out that way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, posting to the jury that you stated that you saw the vehicle from the behind the Chick-fil-A come this way. Is that right?
Correct.
And it goes out this, does it
That
exit?
mhm.
Okay. And you said you saw something fly out of the vehicle?
Correct.
And do you recall, where it came from in the vehicle? Do you know it came out the driver's side, passenger side, or do you recall that at all?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, going back to when you're passing by and the vehicle, that black vehicle pulled into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, and you see who you identified as the victim standing on the hood, and then the passenger opens the door and leans out and shoots the victim.
Correct.
Which door opened on that vehicle?
The passenger side.
And it was a 4-door vehicle, so would it be the front door?
The
or was
front
that-
passenger side.
The front passenger.
Correct.
Now, were you able to, I'd like at least identify whether that person was a male or a female?
No.
Were you able to identify whether that person was African American, Hispanic, or white, or any kind of complexion?
Not not the no, not the Hispanic or any. I don't know.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
And for that matter, you gave a statement back then, a written statement, right?
Correct.
And it does not depict that you identified any race or clothing.
Objection, hearsay foundation.
I'll rephrase, Your
All
Honor.
right, with regards to your objection, that'll be sustained.
Did you indicate anything in your statement about the race of the person that was of the shooter?
Objection, hearsay foundation.
No.
That, no, that's fine. When anyone makes an objection, just don't say anything because I need to make a ruling on it, and then I'll make a ruling. And if you still don't know if you can answer, just ask me.
Okay.
All right. So State, if you'll ask your question.
Let me ask you, did you ever indicate whether you knew the race of the individual that stepped out of the vehicle?
No, that's the exact same question.
All right. So what's your objection?
Hearsay foundation. It's trying
Right.
to offer it as a prior consistent to rebut claim of recent fabrication. There hasn't been a claim.
All right. So that objection will be overruled. You can answer the question.
No race. No.
And in your just previous testimony, could you determine whether the person was male or female?
Yes, there was. Well, yes, there was 2 male in the front, and then the 3 persons in the back were 2 males and 1 female.
And this is for, let me ask you this, from your vantage point, how how were you viewing the vehicle? It was in front of you, is that correct?
In front, correct.
And did you ever see a view of this vehicle from the side or any other view?
No, just behind.
And so even when you passed by at the Chick-fil-A, were you still viewing the vehicle from the back?
Correct, yes.
And how could you determine, say, the sex of these individuals by just viewing it from the back of the vehicle? Because let me retract that question. What could you see from the back? Like, were you looking through the back shield window?
Objection, compound question.
That'll be overruled.
You can answer the question.
I was behind the vehicle, so I could just see the windshield, the persons from, shoulder length, and then the head, the face, I mean, not the face, but the head and the hair. So I determined it as in haircuts, hair, the body sculpture of the shoulders.
And did you, I'm sorry, I got 1 second wrong. After you stopped the vehicle and then you saw the black four-door vehicle exit, what did you do after that?
I called 911.
And you made an 911 call that day. And are you stating right after you saw the vehicle pass by?
Correct. Mhm.
And Judge, at this time, the state would like to publish State Exhibit number 9 that has been previously admitted.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's 911, this is Xavier. Do you need police, fire, or EMS?
Police and EMS.
What is the
A
location?
guy just got shot right now.
What's the location? Fire location?
It's on 410 and San Pedro, right over here.
410
At the Chick-fil-A, yeah, at the Chick-fil-A.
Is it the one where the music store is at?
There's a TGI Friday.
Is it Sam Ash Music Store or something around there or what?
Oh, I don't see it. Oh, yes, it is. Yes,
At the Chick-fil-A, right?
at the Chick-fil-A, yes. It was a black, four-door, family, little car. I didn't get the license plate, but they left them right here. They just started. Yeah, there's people here with them, but I mean, EMS.
Okay, stay on the line, all right? I just need to get some information. I'm trying to find a location.
I need you to park, Audi. Those four, it was like 5 people in that car. It was, there was some girl and there were some guys in there. They started at the light as I was coming out of work, and there was.
So did you shoot at a vehicle or what?
No, the guy got off from the vehicle, so they pushed him off at the light. And then he got on top of the vehicle, he started yelling for help. So I was like, man, and because I was driving, I couldn't do anything, I couldn't
Okay,
get
so
my
you
phone.
were inside the car when they shot him?
Yes, and he got on top of
What kind of
the
vehicle is it?
It was a, oh my God, I didn't have to pay attention to the vehicle because everything just
Was it a
happened
black
so.
car, truck, SUV?
It was a black car, 4-door. And there's probably right now 4 people right now in that vehicle. And
There were 4 people in that vehicle?
he was, oh my God, they shot him in the face. He's dead. I'm sorry.
Where's he laying right now?
He's on the floor. Yes,
At the Chick-fil-A?
yes.
How long ago was it when they shot him?
I'm sorry.
How long ago was it when they shot him?
I'd say probably like 3 minutes ago. And they stuffed some stuff in his mouth. Yeah, they stuffed the weed in his mouth. And he kept on screaming for help, and he got on top of the car, the hood of the car. There's still a pulse on him. Somebody's checking the pulse. There's still a pulse.
Which way did the vehicle go?
It went off on 410 on Blanco.
Which one? Eastbound, westbound?
Westbound.
Did you see what kind of weapon they used?
No, sir. It was. I didn't think nothing of it, so I kept on going slow and straight. But they turned into Chick-fil-A and they just shot him. And I saw the gunshot. Like that's when I just turned into the other street, and I stopped because I didn't want them to see me.
So y'all are at the entrance of the Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, right in the entrance.
Do you have any other information on the
A
subject?
black Kia. A black Kia.
Nothing black Kia?
Yeah.
Are you by the person that got shot?
Right now, yes. Some other persons are here, and they're also witnesses to the vehicle as well.
What is your last name?
My last name is Delgado, Ana Delgado, and I just got out from Mexico Papados.
The phone number I have to call back is the 210-602-8332?
Yes, yes. Oh my God, hurry.
I got the call for an officer to go out there. I'm just updating the call as we go, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell me if the people in the car were black, Hispanic, white? Were you able to see or no?
I'm thinking they were Hispanic. I believe they were Hispanic. But it looks like they were really beating him up, honestly. He had a bunch on his head.
So did you hear a gunshot or what?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
How many gunshots did you hear?
Just one,
Okay.
one.
Let me know when the officers get
Just
there.
one. They're right here, officers here.
Okay.
Officers.
Go ahead and talk to them, all right?
Okay,
Thank you. Bye.
thank you.
I'll show you what's been marked. in the well. And do you recognize what that is, a still photo?
Yes.
And what do you believe is shown in that photo?
Um, that's where the incident happened.
And,
And that's my vehicle behind there.
and that would be your vehicle on the access road?
Correct. And
Yeah.
that confirms on what had happened.
And previously, you had witnessed a video, is that correct?
Mhm.
And you identified your vehicle in this still photo behind, on the access road, behind a four-door black vehicle, is that correct?
Sustained.
Let me ask you,
I'm sure you disregard the question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard that last question.
let me ask you this, does this fairly and accurately represent April 23rd, 2017, roughly 5 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Defense, we're asking to be entered into evidence, Your Honors. Senator Defense, any objections?
Your Honor, may I take a witness on a brief word there?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, doing good.
You were shown State's Exhibit 12 a second ago, a photograph, correct?
Mhm.
And you said that that's a still capture from a lengthier video, correct?
Correct.
The video shows lots of cars over the course of it, right? Is there any particular thing about this that makes your car stand out to us? I mean, is it difficult to actually see? Matt?
On the still, on that picture, it is hard to see, but on the actual video, you can kind of see. And it confirms on what I saw, what was happening on that day.
So fair to say, this really doesn't very accurately depict what you saw on another image at a different time, right? It's just an approximation of it.
What do you mean? Sorry. Can you,
You wouldn't be able to just spot, oh, that's my car based on this photograph, would you?
not on this photograph.
No, we would just object it doesn't fairly accurately depict.
Response?
Your Honor, she testified that this is a still photo from a video that she witnessed in entirety. But this time, we're not entering that video. We're asking to enter this portion for the trier of fact to be able to view this vehicle that she's identified as hers.
May I see State's Exhibit number 12, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know, just also for the record, Your Honor, what I would further say about my objection is it's a fisheye camera photograph, and that's, I think, why it doesn't fairly and accurately depict.
All right, State's Exhibit number 12 is admitted.
Thank you.
Yes.
Showing the jury on the overhead the photo that you just described, and you're stating that this is your vehicle on the access road?
Right.
And is this that four-door black vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And is this there's an individual on the, is there somebody on that hood?
Well, what is your objection?
Well, the predicate was laid that this is a photograph of her vehicle, and now he's asking whether someone's climbing on the hood, implying that it's the vehicle.
Okay,
in
so,
question.
so what is your legal objection, counsel?
That she either she has no personal knowledge or it isn't what the state purported it to be when they offered the exhibit. I don't know which.
All right, so, State, you may lay your foundation into both parties. If you're going to use the Elmo and you want a witness to point to something, I'm going to ask because it will be easier for the jurors, it's easier for the parties if the person will step down. And whenever you have to step down into the well of the court, just remember to keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear as well.
Okay.
Now, with regards to your question, if you'll step down, please. They have something on the Elmo, and then ask your question, make your objection, and the court will make a ruling.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna ask you, whose vehicle is that right there?
That would be mine.
And whose vehicle is this right here?
That would be the gentleman, the black car,
Black car. And what do you view on that black car?
the passenger side of the front door is open.
Mhm.
And there's the victim
Okay. And where's the victim located at?
on the,
Okay. Thank you. You can take a seat, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I briefly point out the witness again before I make my objection?
Your Honor.
Now, you can cross-examine the witness if the state is passing the witness.
Passing the witness, Your Honor.
All right, the witness has been passed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
You said that that photograph that you were shown was taken from a lengthier video, correct?
Correct.
That the prosecutor showed you?
Mhm. Yes.
When did that occur?
during one of the interviews that I had.
Okay, and a moment ago, when the prosecutor showed you that photograph, he didn't ask you whether or not it depicted any other cars that you recognized. He only asked you whether it depicted your car, correct?
Mhm.
He didn't ask you, I'm sorry, ma'am, the reporter can't write down.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so he didn't ask you any questions about the car that's sort of in the top center of the frame until after the exhibit was admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that you have greater context, and the reasons why Exhibit 12 stands out to you is because you watched that whole video.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, under optional completeness, we would ask that the entirety of this surveillance footage be admitted contemporaneously with this, so that it isn't so misleading, number one. If the court,
Well, just 1 second. He would like the entirety of the video admitted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so they say they have no objections. Do you have the video?
if we could just have it admitted.
And I don't know if y'all want to mark that as a defense exhibit?
Yes,
or-
please.
All right. And what number would that be for the defense? Two.
Had some. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No problem.
I feel better. This is silent.
Yeah, there's no audio on it at all. Or, everything else.
And could I have parties approach, please?
They stuffed weed in his mouth. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
But to be fair, you wouldn't have been able to see anything of the sort because you had already passed the car by the point that the man was on the ground, right?
Correct.
And you didn't see anyone stuffing weed in the man's mouth while they were in traffic, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see anyone get out of the vehicle and run over to the man on the ground and put weed in his mouth, did you?
No, I sure didn't.
Okay, so when you say that on the video, that's not a present sense impression of yours. It's not something you saw with your own eyes. It's just what you assumed based on seeing a baggie of marijuana next to his body.
I saw the marijuana stuffed in his mouth when I went to go see the victim. So the marijuana was already stuffed in his mouth. I did see a little bag of marijuana next to the victim.
But as to how it got there, you don't have any personal knowledge.
No,
You could have eaten it for all you know.
maybe.
You indicated that you started to observe this situation when your vehicle was behind the black car in traffic, correct?
Repeat that again. I'm
When
sorry.
you were in traffic on the access road, you were behind him. That's when you first noticed there was something going on.
Correct.
And you also indicated in your call that you weren't quite sure about the color of the vehicle, but then you heard somebody else say it was black, and that's what you tell the operator. Do you remember that?
No, I recall black vehicle, that it was a black vehicle in front of us. I just didn't know what kind of vehicle it
Whether
was.
it was a Kia or a Ford.
If it was a Kia or what, but I did hear other people around. Yes.
Okay. You indicated to the 911 operator that you were driving, but you said that your husband was driving.
Yes.
So I mean, it's not a major point, but do you actually recall which one it was?
My husband was driving.
Okay.
Yes.
So you noticed that all the individuals in the vehicle were Hispanic, or at least that's what you thought from your vantage point?
At least that's what I believed.
Okay. And you gave a statement previous where you indicated you didn't know the race of the person who you believe was shooting the gun.
No.
But you didn't actually see anyone shoot, did you?
I saw the victim getting shot.
You actually saw him fall off the car
Correct.
from, as your car is speeding by, you were craning your head around to look. Is
I
that-
wasn't speeding by. I was slowly passing while that was happening.
And you saw him get shot in the face.
Not in the face. I just saw him get shot.
You told the operator that he was shot in the head. Do you recall that?
Well, because he was laying on the ground. I saw the victim laying on the ground. That's why I said what I said.
Okay, so you're basing the idea that he was shot in the head on what you saw after the fact,
After.
kind of like the marijuana part.
Yes.
Okay. You saw him kick the windshield of the car, right?
Yes, that I did.
And that happened as your vehicle was passing the vehicle parked at the Chick-fil-A, right?
Yes. Everything happened so fast. As soon as they, turned into Chick-fil-A, the victim stood up and he stomped his foot on the windshield, shattered it. That's when the gentleman from the passenger side, the front passenger side, steps out, half of his body, first just 1 foot out, leans over and just shoots him. And I just see him fall. And that's when, after that, I just pass. We enter where the Jason's Deli's at.
And you don't know whether there were other guns in that car or not, right?
No, I
didn't
don't.
see one way or the other. Okay. You indicated that you saw bumps on his head, but again, to be clear, those are things you saw from when you went to go see the body in the parking lot.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know how many times the man stomped the windshield, because that's all going on as you're passing the car.
Right.
Okay. you didn't hear anything that the people were discussing or yelling in traffic clearly, did you?
No, I just heard the gentleman asking for help, yelling for help. That's it.
You were listening to music, right?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You recall that you gave a statement previously to law enforcement and actually signed an affidavit about the events of that day. Do you remember that?
I was probably listening to music prior to that. And then, of course, I had rolled down my window because I can hear him yelling.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at what you wrote with police that day? I'm going to show you what I marked for identification as defendants 3. We take a look here. Is that your name, ma'am?
Yes,
And that's your correct date of birth?
correct.
Does this appear to be accurately the sworn signed statement that you gave to law enforcement?
Yes.
In 2017? If I call your attention to these sentences here, if you could just read them to yourself, don't read them out loud. Let me know when you're finished.
Yes,
Okay. So fair to say, you told the police back then that you were listening to music when you noticed the altercation, right?
yes.
Okay. You indicated that the man that eventually you saw on the hood of the car originally got out of the vehicle and then he was sort of running around in traffic at different doors of the car, right?
I didn't say running around. I said he was pushed out of the car, which is the back passenger door. He was pushed out. Then they closed the door. They weren't able. He was trying to open the door. He went to the other side to try to open those other doors. They weren't opening. That's when he jumped on the hood.
Okay, so he was moving around in open traffic while that light was red, trying different ways of getting back into the car.
Yes.
It wasn't like he was pushed out and he started to run away.
No, he got pushed out, but he was trying to get back in.
Okay. And it was after those attempts that he got on the hood of the car, right?
Yes,
And then he stomped the windshield.
at the Chick-fil-A, in front of the Chick-fil-A, yes.
Okay. The May we approach you?
Yes.
Y'all, 5-minute recess. Remember my previous instructions.
All right.
You have these to do it, or do you?
You saw that CD drive?
Yeah.
Present the entirety of D2. Now my understanding is, okay, so
or in the background of the photograph. The photograph depicts a black car parked in the Chick-fil-A parking lot. I can't tell that there's anyone on the hood, but I guess if you look at it really carefully and you squint and you think about what we're here today to talk about, it's Mr. Saldivar on top of the hood of that car. It's a still of that video. The video itself is what, 5 minutes in length, 6 minutes in length? And I wanted that whole video to be introduced. Through optional completeness, Mr. Garahan hands me a CD, and this isn't Mr. Garahan's fault, but the CD has 3 different videos on it. And only one of them is pertinent to the question of what this witness was asked to authenticate through States 12. And so I just want the video.
I just want to correct one thing there, and then I'll hand it back to you. When we were up at the bench, I did indicate to defense that it had the 3 different angles on there. I did tell that to defense. Just that defense exhibit, whatever number it is, that it had all the camera angles of Chick-fil-A. So I just didn't want to mislead the court there. I did let them know that.
He did. Up to this point, Nothing has been offered. The relief I'm seeking is that the footage that is the subject of the still photograph the state offered is admitted through the rule of optional completeness.
So this is what I want. Somebody explain to me, what am I saying that is incorrect? Defense exhibit number 2. State, was that defense exhibit number 2? Was that not the disc you had?
It was,
Yeah.
Judge.
And did we label that, or I say we, but did the defense label it as defense exhibit number 2?
They did, Judge.
Did defense say that they wanted, and defense, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you wanted to enter into evidence defense exhibit number 2, the disc that was handed to you from the state under the rule of optional completeness. Am I incorrect in that? And then I called you all up to the bench and I said, are you all sure? Do y'all need to watch this to make sure it is what everybody says it is? Am I incorrect in that?
You're not incorrect.
All right, so I don't know why I have to keep repeating myself with regards to that. And now defense is saying, actually, from the state's exhibit that became the defense exhibit number 2, we don't want the entirety of that video. We only want this portion. Am I wrong in my
Yes,
interpretation?
that aspect of it, Your Honor, is.
All right,
part
so
of-
thank you. So let's
No, no,
do
it's
that.
wrong.
Let's
It's
do that.
previous
Let's do that. Go
We're not
ahead.
asking for that. We never have.
There
You
are
all
three-
just said that you're asking for only a portion of it. So
That's
go
right.
ahead and delete, remove whatever or redact whatever you need redacted to show that portion.
We can show counsel and the court,
It's
real
a
quick, we've got the footage now.
They was in there trying to tussle for real. What? Okay, the court day gonna end anyway. So let's see if I can get us on over to day 3. It's going to end anyway.
That's right.
Correct,
And that your vehicle was behind this black Kia that you saw.
correct.
You saw a struggle inside the Kia, right?
Well, I thought that they were just playing around.
You thought they were playing around?
Yes,
Okay,
as far as how I can see it from behind.
okay, gotcha. You didn't see any guns brandished at that time while they were in the car.
No,
You eventually saw someone get pushed out of the car, correct?
correct.
Believe that all the occupants of the vehicle were Hispanic, right?
On my phone call? Yes,
And you later gave a statement to police where you said that you didn't know the race of the shooter, right?
correct.
You also indicated you didn't remember what the shooter was wearing, right?
I think he was wearing like a sweater that I recall.
Fair to say your recollection
Like a
back in
hoodie.
2017 was better than it would be today? You recall giving a written statement to the police back then?
Not of what he was wearing, but I do recall a statement that I did.
You recall telling the police you didn't know what he was wearing back then?
No, I did.
May I approach you? Honor?
Yes.
Still got, I'll show you what I've already marked for identification as defendants 3. You recognize your name and date of birth here, correct?
Correct.
And you recall signing this document
Mhm.
back in 2017?
Mhm.
And I'm so sorry, Ms. Delgado.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you so much. I'm going to call your attention to page 2 of that statement. I'd like you to just take a look at this paragraph. Let me know when you finished reading it.
Mhm.
So you'd agree that back then, you told officers that you didn't know what he was wearing?
Yes,
And we hear you on that call say that they put weed in his mouth, but you've acknowledged that you didn't see anyone put marijuana in the man's mouth.
I did not see anyone put marijuana, but when I went to go see the body, there was marijuana in his mouth.
Understood. You also say that you saw the man on the hood of the car kicking the windshield, right?
Correct.
And when you first saw the black Kia and the people messing around or playing around in the car, you and your husband were listening to music. Recall that?
Yes,
I'll pass the witness.
No question, John.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the defense, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to view or anything or talk about this trial while the trial is occurring. Do you understand?
yes.
All right, you may step down, remove the microphone. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls C. Emily.
And Your Honor, defendants 2 is withdrawn.
All right, defense exhibit number 2, is that the video? All right. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name and spell your last name.
Catherine Imler, M as in Mike, L-E-R.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Ms. Emler, back in 2017, did you have a different name?
I did,
What was that?
Andrews.
And back in 2017, how were you employed?
I was a crime scene investigator for the city of San Antonio.
Okay. And as a crime scene investigator for the city of San Antonio, what was your title or what kind of training did you have to undergo to become a crime scene investigator?
Crime scene investigator training requires 400 hours of in-classroom training, along with 5 weeks of rides with a senior crime scene investigator.
And are you trained in evidence collection and preservation?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you employed with the city of San Antonio?
Just under 7 years.
And on April 23rd, 2017, were you employed as a crime scene investigator with the city of San Antonio?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what shift you were working?
B shift.
And do you recall what time that was?
That was a 2 p.m. to a 10 p.m. shift.
And on that day, were you dispatched to 27 Northeast Route 410?
I was.
And was that location located in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of location that was?
It was a Chick-fil-A restaurant.
And do you recall why you were dispatched to the location?
I was dispatched to assist another CSI that was processing a shooting.
What was that CSI's name?
Kimberly Wong,
And just so the jury's aware, can you explain what the abbreviation CSI stands for?
crime scene investigator.
And do you recall the SAPD case number associated with this case?
I'd have to see my report.
So you wrote a report back then?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, now I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 13. Do you recognize this document? Whoops, whoa. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 13 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
All right, and is that your name contained on the document?
It is.
And was that your badge number back in 2017?
Yes.
And this is a fair and accurate version of your report?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you've reviewed this before today, correct?
Yes.
All right. And would it help refresh your memory if you were able to refer to it during your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just make sure you don't read exactly from it, but if you need to refresh your memory, you can look at it.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
If you can take a look at that and just let me know what the SAPD case number that was associated with the case was.
The SAPD case number is SAPD 17089350.
All right. And is there an incident number that was associated, or CFS case number associated with the call?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It is SAPD-2017-0424-102.
All right. And do you recall, or can you describe the scene that you encountered once you arrived at the location?
Yes. When I arrived at the location, I observed a deceased male with a yellow tarp over him. Parking lot was fairly empty. It was contained.
Do you recall what other crime scene investigators you were working with on that day?
Yes, Kimberly Wong and Matt Flores.
All right. And when you arrived on scene, had a shell casing been located?
No, ma'am.
All right. Ultimately, do you recall who was able to locate the shell casing?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
I identified the shell casing.
And in preparation, you met with me before this to go over your reports. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and you've had a chance to review some body worn camera footage that contained with you.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14 and 15. Do you recognize what is contained in State's Exhibits 14 and 15?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the scene on that day?
Yes.
Okay. I'm tendering to defense for inspection. Scene offers States 13 and 14 and 10.
No objections.
All right, States Exhibit 14 and 15 are admitted without objection.
Maybe publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, on State's Exhibit number 14, can you see that up there? Can you explain to the jury what is depicted in State's Exhibit number 14?
Yes, you can see the yellow tarp, the end of it on the bottom. There's patrol officer and then myself.
Again, this,
Yes.
what I'm pointing out is you.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit number 15.
This one, again, you can see the yellow tarp in the back. That is Kimberly Wong. And then I'm also in that image.
And so this individual that I'm pointing to right here, who is that?
Kimberly Wong.
Okay, and this individual I'm pointing to, who is that?
That's me.
Do you recall, so ultimately, you're the person that locates the shell casing and points it out to Kimberly Wong and the officers on scene, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And do you recall what kind of shell casing it was?
It was a 9mm.
All right. And did you prepare a crime scene sketch in this case?
I did.
Right. Now,
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
And did you participate in the participation of this diagram?
I did.
And were you familiar with the locations and objects contained in the diagram at the time of the preparation?
Yes,
Okay, and is State's Exhibit number 16 a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of the crime scene as it appeared at the time of your investigation?
yes.
Tendering to defense for inspection, at this time, state offers State's Exhibit number 16.
No objection.
State Exhibit number 16 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
Granted.
So briefly, can you explain to the jury the process for preparing the sketch and obtaining the measurements that are obtained within the sketch?
Yes, ma'am. So after the items of evidence are identified, a sketch is completed, noting any structures or any information that may be able to provide detail about the location, in this case, a parking lot. Each item is measured from 2 points of reference using a wheel, measuring wheel. And then you take two measurements, one, in this case, maybe from a curb line to that item of evidence, and then from another curb line to that item of evidence.
And I'm going to zoom in on State's Exhibit number 16. All right, and we can see it reflected within your sketch on State's Exhibit number 16. There's something labeled E1. Do you recall what E1 represents?
E1 represents the shell casing that Kimberly Wong marked with a placard.
Okay. And is Kimberly Wong the person that sees you?
No, I first identified it and then she put the placard down.
Okay. And at the scene, you earlier stated that there was a deceased victim identified. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a deceased victim on scene.
Okay. And as part of your duties as a crime scene investigator, had you previously been trained on collecting gunshot residue samples?
Yes,
Okay. Can you explain to the jury if that's something that would have been done in this case
yes.
and why?
Anytime that there is either evidence or suspicion of a gunshot residue tests are collected from anybody that's possible, even the deceased victim. And, sometimes they want it from witnesses, but in this case, the deceased victim.
And what does the gunshot residue kit contain?
It contains 2 vials, one for your left, one for your right hand. It contains gloves, and it also contains a document that you have to fill out, basically answering questions if you're able to. Sometimes you can't answer the questions.
Okay. And can you just explain to the jury how you go about collecting the sample
Yes, in general or in this case?
in this case?
Okay, so in this case, the medical examiner arrives on location and basically provides the permission to collect it. You then use one vial for their left hand, one vial for the right hand. It has like a sticky pad on it, and you essentially tap the back side of the hand, sometimes down the wrist, in between the fingers, on both hands.
Okay. And that's what you did in this case?
That is what I did.
Okay. And so did you follow all the appropriate instructions and procedures?
Yes, ma'am.
And you collected samples from both hands, is that correct?
Yes,
And were you wearing gloves when you did this?
yes.
Okay. And after collection, what do you do with the sample?
I secure the sample. It has its own red label, and then you place it into another envelope, tape it, identify it with your badge number and initials, and then turn it into the property room.
Okay. And is this evidence seized under SAPD case number 17089350?
Yes,
And when you seized that, well, if you wanted to look at your report, was that marked as E1 in your report?
in my report, it was identified as E1.
And when you seized it, did you make any unique markers on it?
Yes, my initials and my badge number and the date.
All right, now I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 17. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Okay, and is that physical evidence that was seized under SAPD 17089350?
it was.
Okay, and is State's Exhibit number 17 labeled as E1 in your report?
It is.
Okay, and you've seen this before State's Exhibit number 17?
Yes.
And when and where did you first see it?
When I collected it, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
On
yeah,
scene?
on
Is that
scene,
correct?
yep.
Okay, and does it have any unique identifying markers on there?
Yeah, it does have my initials, my badge, the date. I also indicated a biohazard, and then of course the evidence ID label.
Okay, and is that how you're able to recognize that it's the same thing that you seized back in 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to approach and look at it?
Sure.
Tendering to defense for inspection, but at this time, state offers State's Exhibit number 17.
Your Honor, can I briefly void out the witness?
Yes.
Afternoon, how are you?
Hi.
This is labeled as E1 on your GSR kit,
Yes.
correct? Okay. that's different than the E1 on the sketch that we see on the overhead?
That's correct.
Okay, so they're both E1 for these
Yes.
purposes, but this is just simply the gunshot residue testing on the hands of the deceased.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no objections.
State's Exhibit 17 is admitted.
And I- Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So I want to call your attention back to the sketch that's on the overhead.
Yes, sir.
In that overhead, right, I guess directly east of the head of the deceased, you have a notation E1 that's circled. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in this sketch, E1 is the shell casing that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And E2 would be the baggie of marijuana that you found?
I would have to reference Kimberly Wong's report for her
Okay.
items of evidence.
Let me ask you this real fast. In preparation for your testimony today, have you reviewed any of the reports that weren't authored by you?
I did get a chance to take a look, but I didn't read it in detail.
Okay. And when you say to take a look, are you referring to the property report or a specific report of Ms. Wong?
The crime scene report.
May I approach? I'm sorry, Your Honor, I forget.
No
You
problem.
don't need me to ask that.
No, you all can approach.
I just want to show you for identification defendants 4. Is this a property report that was generated in association with the same case number 170-89350?
Yes.
Is this what you're referring to that you reviewed separately from your own report?
No, sir. It would look like this, the crime scene search report.
I see. And but this was authored by you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you reviewed one by Ms. Wong that would look exactly like
Right.
this.
Mhm.
Okay, but you did not review the
No, I didn't see that.
Understood. So, speaking of the report that you have in front of you that you authored, you don't mention. Is there a key here that tells us what E1 and E2 are on your sketch?
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that part you're relying upon from your memory.
That part, yes, but also Kimberly Wong's report would indicate the items of evidence.
Understood, because as you were explaining, you saw the shell casing and the baggie of marijuana, but Kimberly Wong is the evidence technician who actually bagged those pieces of evidence to go back to the station for review, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you, in your report, you do not notate that you gave Ms. Wong any kind of a list or an index of the evidence pieces that you identified in this sketch, right?
Correct. Because
Ms. Wong applied her own evidence labels to those pieces of evidence when she processed them, right?
Correct.
So your E1 may or may not be the same as her E1, your E2 may or may not be the same as her E2, fair to say?
Right.
Okay. So who's Allison Bustamante?
She is another crime scene investigator.
Okay. And was she present at this scene?
No.
But she was involved in this investigation at another scene related to it, right?
I have no knowledge of what was processed outside of the scene, so I'm not sure if she was or not.
Okay, understood. So would it surprise you to know that there have been multiple items of evidence entered in as E1s, E2s, E3s, et cetera?
That would not surprise me.
Okay, that happens fairly common?
Yes, that is the standard.
That is the standard?
Yes.
In other words, your story is your story. What you did is in chronological order of your observation, E1, E2, E3, and then somebody else was sent to the scene and they have their own E1, E2, E3.
Correct.
Okay. Eventually, you all put barcodes on pieces of evidence to better identify them, right? When is the barcoding process done?
We create the barcode back at the, we have a crime scene lab, and that's where you enter the information into the database and it will print a physical label.
And you were not involved in the creation of any of the barcodes for any evidence seized from any scene in this case, right?
Just my own.
Just your own?
Yes.
Okay, so you would have created the E1 barcode?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason why ultimately that 9mm shell casing would be labeled with a barcode under Kimberly Wong on the final property report?
Kimberly Wong was assigned the evidence collection. So anybody on scene, all CSIs on scene are searching the scene. If we've observed irrelevant evidence, then we can identify it. But the CSI in charge, in this case, this was Kimberly Wong's, she was the primary crime scene investigator, and it was her duty that day to collect the evidence.
Okay, but you created the barcode for this evidence,
I created the barcode for the gunshot residue test.
for the gunshot residue test.
Yes,
Okay, which is not E1 on the drawing.
that is correct.
It is E1 on your report, right?
Can you clarify, sir?
And am I getting confused there? Because he just, or I'm sorry, is that a woman? I feel so bad. I don't know. They. Okay, so this person just basically got up here and said that each person comes to the crime scene and they label their evidence as evidence 1 going down, whatever. And then the next person can come along and name their stuff as evidence 1. And then just everything just, follows in chronological order. They take the evidence back to the crime scene lab, and that's where it gets the label. And so they're calling out Kimberly Wong. And so this name is sticking out to me because Shay told me to remember Kimberly Wong. So it sounds like it's Kimberly's responsibility to add the labels, even though she's not the one who collected it. Keep me honest here. Keep me honest here.
Sir, are you asking?
You have your report in front of
I
you,
do.
correct? If you take a look at it, I want to make sure I'm not mistaken. You advise in the report that you collected the gunshot residue test, right?
Yes,
And then you also advise, I collected E1 as stated above. You
yes,
recall writing that?
yes.
Is the E1 as stated above in this report that you authored the gunshot residue test, or is it the 9mm shell casing?
The gunshot residue test.
Okay, so your E1 on your report is the gunshot residue test.
Yes,
The E1 on the sketch is the shell casing.
yes.
You have no supplemental reports explaining that you called 2 different things E1 through the course of your role in this investigation.
No.
When would you have created the barcode for E1?
When I returned back to the office and I entered the information,
And that barcode was for the gunshot residue testing swabs.
yes, sir.
So you did not create a
Oh.
barcode for a 9mm shell casing.
No.
Okay, so you collect it and you create your own barcode.
That's what,
Never a question.
Is this witness excused?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone while this trial is proceeding. Make sure you remove your microphone and then you're excused. Thank you.
That at least makes me feel better though, right?
There's
Because if
anything
you
else
collected it,
to
you
add,
know
just
what your
leave it with the court reporter.
you definitely know what your 1, your 2, your 3 is, but for you to have to give it to somebody
Right,
else
state,
to
call your
put
next
it
witness.
together, that's confusing. as hell.
State call Sergeant Mount.
New officers out of the academy.
And can you describe to the jury what a field training officer is?
Sure. So a field training officer, essentially officers will go through the training academy. Once they graduate, they have to ride in the field with a field training officer for a period of time. And they go through different phases of training. And then once they get through those phases of training, they're evaluated and then they're released on their own as long as they pass those different phases.
So a field training officer is somebody that assists other officers in I guess their duties.
Yes, sir.
And it's trains.
Yes, sir.
And is that commonly referred to as FTO?
Yes, sir.
And after you became FTO, then you become the sergeant. And how long have you been a sergeant?
Well, in between there, I was a family violence detective, and then I became a supervisor sergeant. And I've been a sergeant since October of 23.
Thank you. I'd like to reference April 23rd, 2017, roughly a little after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's why you're here today.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that day?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall being dispatched to a certain location in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
And what location was that? And why were you dispatched?
We received a call for a shooting in progress, and we went to the location of 410 and McCullough is where the calls were coming out.
And at this location, one, what are your initial duties at that time?
So for us at that point, acting in the capacity of a training officer, our job basically, we were taking report responsibility. So when we got there, we were trying to gather information that was needed in order to establish, number one, whether or not a crime was committed, try to get the elements of the offense, and try to determine what evidence may or may not be available.
And you stated we. Do you mean all the officers of the scene, or can you describe to the jury what you mean by that?
Sure. So I was riding as a front seat passenger. I had Officer Chase Thackerson. He was riding with me at that time. And so we went to that location so that way he would be able to handle that incident.
And were you just riding along with him, or were you had other duties associated to you with that?
Sure. So I was evaluating him and what he was doing. And so I was acting in the capacity as a field training officer on that date.
So exactly what you just described to the jury about the FTO.
Yes, sir.
So when you did arrive at the scene, what did you specifically do as you arrived?
So when we first arrived on scene, I observed that there was a complainant that was apparently deceased in the parking lot of the Chick-fil-A. And when I gotten there, I observed that there were other various people in the area. And typically when we have somebody that passes away, just out of respect, we try to cover that person. And so I got with one of the emergency medical technicians from the San Antonio Fire Department and asked if they had a yellow sheet so that way we could cover the complainant.
Did you obtain that yellow sheet?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that yellow sheet?
I took the yellow sheet and we covered the complainant so that way he wasn't exposed in the parking lot for all the passerbys. And we're right there on the 410 access road, so we wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be an unnecessary distraction, but try to limit the number of onlookers that would naturally go to that type of call.
And I guess did the media ever show up at the scene?
I don't recall seeing the media. I believe the supervisor at the time might have spoken with somebody, but I don't recall seeing the media.
But you yourself did not speak to any media.
Correct.
And were there any, you stated other individuals at the scene. Were there any other people of interest, such as witnesses at the scene?
Sure. So there were witnesses that were already separated at the scene by the time that we had gotten there. And I had advised Officer Thackerson that we needed to try to get the general circumstances of what happened. So we needed to identify which witnesses might have had a thorough account of the event, so that way we could give the homicide unit a good starting point for their investigation.
So I guess initially y'all speak with some of these witnesses.
Officer Thackerson did.
And were you present during some of these individuals speaking with Officer Thackerson?
I was there, yes, sir.
And as you progress through there, are there any other duties associated with the scene?
As far as searching for any additional evidence and things like that, when I arrived, I asked one of the officers that was already there if they had found any shell casings. It was believed that this individual had been shot, and I asked if they had found anything, and I didn't get an answer, and so I wanted to go look for myself to see if I could locate anything. So that's when I went over toward where the complainant was in the parking lot and started looking around to see if I could find a shell casing. And then at that point, one of the CSIs had shown up, Catherine, and when she got there, I guess her eyes are better than mine, she immediately saw a casing that was on the ground that fell into a crack near where the deceased was at.
And subsequently, did you view that shell casing that she had pointed out?
Yes, sir.
And did you do anything? Well, one, did you collect that shell casing?
I did not, no, sir.
Well, one, is that one of your duties, is to collect evidence at the scene?
No, sir, that would be for the crime scene investigators.
And did you ever, the shell casing, were you able to identify anything on it?
Sure. So I kneeled down next to where the casing was located so I could try to read the head stamp because I wanted to see if we could identify what caliber of weapon was used. If it was, in this particular circumstance, when I kneeled down, I was able to read that it was a Blazer Luger 9mm round.
And is that I guess, a caliber of a round?
Yes, sir. It's a 9mm round, and Blazer is just the manufacturer.
And at that point, after that, were you tasked with any other duties?
It's just general oversight of what Officer Thackerson was doing, making sure that if he had any questions, I was there to answer him. By the time that he gets to me and his training, he's getting ready to be released on his own, so he knows generally what to do. So I'm more of an oversight just to try to see what he's doing, if we need to correct anything. He was generally doing everything that he needed to be done. But then while we were waiting for, I don't know if the homicide investigator had already gotten there or not, but then I know the manager of the Chick-fil-A had shown up, and I briefly went to speak with him because he claimed that he had video surveillance that would have captured the parking lot area where the complainant was located.
So did you ever view this video at that time?
Yes, sir. We went inside the location and he was able to access it on his laptop.
And with your own visual eyes, you were able to view the video that he had of the location or the area.
Yes, sir.
And did y'all see anything of interest on this video?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember seeing on the video?
So the laptop, the screen was fairly small, but from what we could see, you could see a black car enter the parking lot of the Chick-fil-A. It appeared the complainant was on the hood of the car, and then the front passenger exits the vehicle, and he appeared to have a white shirt, and then you see the complainant fall off the hood of the vehicle, and then the black car takes off. The passenger got back in the car, and then the vehicle takes off behind the Chick-fil-A.
So at that time, did y'all at least have a suspect vehicle?
Yes, sir. We knew it was a black 4-door sedan.
And were you aware of what, I guess, not model, I guess model or brand or?
There was some different information on make, model, and so we didn't definitively know. From what we could see on the camera, mind you, it was a distorted view, so it wasn't 100% clear on what the make or model of that vehicle was, but we were just trying to get a best guess at that point, so we could have officers be on the lookout for that particular vehicle.
And did you write a report for this incident?
No, sir. Officer Thackerson documented everything.
And why would you not?
Right. So as a field training officer, generally the officer that's handling the report, the probationary in this case, he includes that we were with him in this particular incident, but he's doing everything. He's interviewing the witnesses. He's handling the workload, and I'm just observing at this point. If it was earlier in his phase of training, I would have been more hands-on with him, but he's towards the end, getting ready to be released on his own. And so at that point, he's handling most of the responsibilities.
So at the time that and this incident happened, would you have reviewed his report?
Yes, sir. So generally what happens in this case, we went down to the homicide offices, and before his report was submitted, we had the homicide investigator, he reviewed it, and I reviewed it as well.
And I'm going to ask you, when did you review it for, before this time, of the last, say, few months or so, for this trial?
Yes, sir.
And that was Officer Thackerson's report?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the SAPD number associated with this case?
I don't recall the full case number, no, sir.
I want to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 18. And if you don't mind, just flip through there and tell me if you're familiar with that.
Yes, sir. This is the report that Officer Thackerson wrote.
Thank you. And on this report, is there an SAPD number associated with the case?
Yes, sir.
And can you please tell me what that SAPD number is?
Yes, sir. Case number SAPD 17089350.
Thank you. Now, everything that you just testified to, is that something that would have been, well, one, I guess I should ask this first. Did you have a body worn camera on this particular day?
Yes, sir.
And everything that you just testified to, where they would have been depicted on these, on this body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked state exhibit number 19 and number 20. If you can just look at that, if you need to take them out of the envelope, that's fine. If you can identify that and let me know.
Yes, sir.
And how are you able to identify these discs?
I've put my identifying information on both of these discs.
And have you viewed both of these discs?
Yes, sir.
And did they fairly and accurately represent your body worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
And the only difference between these discs and the ones that you, well, I guess the camera, is that these don't have audio. Is that correct?
Correct. These have been muted.
Okay. And let me ask you this: there's two of them, and I think we discussed this before. Why are there two discs?
At one point, I had gone to use the restroom, and for obvious reasons, I turned the camera off while I was in the bathroom.
And so that's why we have two different.
Yes, sir.
Cameras.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And let me ask you this: when you went to the restroom, was it earlier on in the investigation of you at the scene, or was it later on?
It was towards the end when we were inside the Chick-fil-A. The manager was there to review the video.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the state offer state exhibit number 19 and 20. Will tender to the defense or any objection?
No objection.
States Exhibit 19 and 20 are admitted.
Published? Your Honor?
Yes.
And again, Your Honor, we're going to be doing this from the hard drive of the computer for purposes of time. And if there's no objection, it's the exact copy of what we have on the disk.
That's fine.
You may proceed.
Thank you. For the purposes of the records, I am going to start this at the VLC 727. And I think you testified earlier that you requested a yellow sheet from the, I guess, the fire department.
Yes, sir.
And is that the yellow sheet that we saw in this video?
Yes, sir.
I paused it, or rather, my co-counsel, Ms. Galloway, has paused it at 10:14 DLC. Is there anything in this video that is of interest?
Yes, sir.
And what would that be?
The casing that I eventually it was called attention to is actually in the crack or the crevice right there next to the victim.
I'm going to point out that you're saying this area right here.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and fast forward it at this point, Judge, just for time. 12:52. This particular report, or scene of your body cam, what are y'all doing at this point?
At this point, going over the case with Officer Thackerson, just trying to make sure that we're getting everything done that's needed to be done.
And the person to the right in this video?
That was one of the witnesses that was identified and that he had spoken with.
Fast forward to 14:14. 14:13. And again, this is another scene in the video. What are y'all doing here?
It's Officer Crystal Estrada, and she's talking with another witness that was there.
Fast forwarded at this point. 23, 27. And who is that individual in the blue shirt?
Detective Juarez?
And it was at the, do you know if that was the handling detective of this incident?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Fast forward to 33:55. And again, I guess this is very similar to some of the other scenes, but can you describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
I believe this is us just generally discussing how we're going to handle everything. That's Officer Sandra Chapa. And it's just a general overview of what we're going to do, what we've discovered, and how we're going to go about documenting everything.
Fast forward to 43:11. And what do you recall that's been happening now?
So at that point, like I mentioned earlier, I asked if anybody had found a casing, and one hadn't been located yet. And so at this point, I went back to try to see if we could locate anything. And when the CSI, Catherine, she had shown up, she actually pointed out fairly quickly where it was located in the crack on the ground.
And I see somebody to the left in this video. Who would that be? Sorry, I don't know if you noticed it.
I'm sorry.
This individual right here. We paused it at
That's-
44:25. The individual, I guess, on the right-hand side.
That appears to be CSI Kimberly 1.
And okay, thank you. We paused it at 44:34. What are you doing in this scene right here?
That's when I kneeled down so I could read the head stamp, basically the imprints or the markings that are on the casing. And that's where I was able to see that it was a Blazer Luger 9mm round.
It started back at 49:14. We paused it at 49:17. The person bending down next to the yellow tarp where the victim is. Do you know who that is?
CSI Kimberly 1.
I'm going to pause it at 49:40. There's three individuals in this, but I'm interested in the individual to the left. It looks like wearing a badge and shirt from SAPD. What is he holding in his hand?
That's Detective Matthew Flores, and I believe he's got a camera in his hand.
We start playing this at 1:40, 1 hour or 1:45:52, and now we obviously jumped a large portion. Do you recall how long y'all were at that scene?
The exact time frame, I'm not sure. It was probably a couple hours.
And this portion at 1:45:52, we're gonna start playing it. Who is this individual?
That was the manager of that Chick-fil-A location who arrived to try to access the video surveillance.
And we fast forward to 1:54:00, and it's playing. And is this when y'all are accessing the video of the Chick-fil-A?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you stated earlier in testimony that you viewed about the black vehicle or car, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's been marked state exhibit number 21 and 22. Can you just look at those and tell me if you can identify those?
Yes, sir.
And state exhibit number 21 and 22, what are they?
There are still images from my body worn camera that I was wearing.
And are these a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
And is a fair and accurate representation of the shell casing you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, will offer state exhibit number 21 and 22 to defense for any objections.
No objection.
Right, States exhibits 21 and 22 are admitted. Yes.
So state exhibit number 21 that's zoomed in on the overhead projector here. You're stating that right there was that shell casing that you found later?
Yes, sir.
And this was on, I guess, what time do we call that right there?
Military time?
Is that military or Zulu?
I guess, yeah.
All right, but this was on the BLC, is that 1014 on that BLC claim?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. And then this is state exhibit number 22. And then that's share that same shell casing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This time, Your Honor, we'll pass the way.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. How are you?
Doing well, how are you, sir?
Well, thank you. In the photographs that the state just showed you, I couldn't quite tell. Did you physically touch the 9mm shell casing?
No, sir. I just kneeled down so I could get a better look at the head stamp.
Okay. And I assume the reason you didn't pick it up and look at it is because you know that it would be important to check and see if there are fingerprints on that casing, right?
Yes, sir. It was going to have to be processed.
And potentially touch DNA, skin cells left on the shell casing,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Because you didn't pick it up, I gather you didn't smell the shell casing to see if it was fresh burnt powder.
No, sir.
And I mean, you've been an officer with SAPD 14 years. It's not uncommon to find spent shell casings lying around all over the place in San Antonio, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the head stamp and you noted that it was a Blazer Luger 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned that you were sort of supervising and at the end stages of training up another officer who was in field training status, right?
Yes, sir.
And we see at different points on the video you interacting with that field training officer, and I gather you're giving him advice.
Yes, sir.
You, in particular, talking about the importance of delegating responsibility at a crime scene this large.
Yes, sir.
Because there are several witnesses, many eyewitnesses, and if you were making one officer ask all of those people questions, it would take all day, right?
Yes, sir.
So because of that delegation, I guess there is, of course, a risk that some people don't get spoken to because you can't be watching what everyone else is doing while you're asking questions, right?
It's a possibility.
Can we pull up his video at 24:55? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That at 24:56. That's 24:56. So that gentleman you're speaking with there, do you recall his name?
I would have to refer to the report.
Okay. Do you have that report with you?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind checking for me? Refresh your memory if you can.
I believe that's Mr. Michael Arrington.
Okay. You identified Ms. Wong on the footage, correct?
Yes, sir.
She's an evidence technician.
She was at that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you see her physically collect the shell casing?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So you don't know whether she followed the protocols that would be needed or not.
I didn't observe her, I don't believe.
Fair. You go in with the manager and look at the Chick-fil-A surveillance, right?
Yes, sir.
And you remarked that the camera that Chick-fil-A had a distorted view, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So while it showed enough for you to say that you were looking at the fence, you were looking at someone being shot off the hood of a car. The specifics of that are things you can't be very certain about looking at the footage, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that you believe the person who got out of the car and fired the shot was wearing a white shirt.
That's what it appeared to be, yes, sir.
Okay. But when you say it appeared to be, you acknowledge that it's a very bad piece of footage.
It could have been better, yes, sir.
Okay. I'll take it. It could have been better. Can we go to 3,800 on this video? Yes, sir. So here you're just speaking with your field training officer, correct?
With the probationary officer, yes, sir.
Okay. And at one point you are giving him instructions about who's SP1, SP2, SP3, et cetera. Do you recall that?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And you instructed him that SP2 was to be noted as a Hispanic male. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And SP2 was the person you were designating as the front passenger of the black Kia, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, that's state, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony or do anything about this trial while the trial is proceeding. You can step down if you'll leave your microphone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you a break till 3 p.m. The reason why I'm giving you a longer break is there are a couple of cases for my morning docket that I need to take care of, but they should be done fairly quickly. Remember my previous instructions. You are not allowed to discuss with each other what you've seen or start internally deliberating with yourself. You're not allowed to view anything about this trial. If you see anything, turn it off. You're not allowed to do any investigation. Does everyone understand? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. We still don't have to call out. Is that correct? It's so dark. All right, everyone, you may be seated.
Yeah, so in 2007, I started the police academy. In the police academy, you take a series of tests over penal code, code of criminal procedure, driving, shooting, tactics, scenarios, kind of what to do at a major crime scene, what to expect, how to secure crime scenes. Again, just more tests and eventually getting the peace officer license.
All right. Back in 2017, what unit were you with?
In 2017, I was assigned to the crime scene unit.
And what were your duty or what training did you undergo specifically regarding crime scene investigation?
So when I promoted to detective, you go to a 2-week school just strictly dealing with crime scene responsibilities. You go over photographing, sketching, processing of evidence, collecting of evidence. It's a lot of that. A week is about, you do about a week of classroom work, and then you'll do another week writing out with a CSI investigator. And you're basically shadowing that person on calls, kind of getting the experience.
Okay, and before becoming a crime scene investigator, have you previously had an assignment dealing with evidence collection?
So prior to being assigned CSI, I was, when I got promoted, I was considered a UEDI, which is a Uniform Evidence Detective Investigator. I did that for about 6 months. And you're basically doing the same thing. You're just going to maybe the minor crimes that require documentation of evidence, family violence, maybe an accident, stuff like that.
All right. So were you employed as a crime scene investigator with the San Antonio Police Department on April 23rd of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what shift you were working?
I believe it was the B shift.
Is that the midday shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And on April 23rd, 2017, were you dispatched to 27 Northeast Woodford County?
Yes, ma'am. I was assigned to that. Cool.
And thank you. Was that location located in Bear County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the type of location that was?
It was a parking lot to a Chick-fil-A business.
Do you recall why you were dispatched there?
I was assigned there because CSI investigator requested my help.
And who would that CSI investigator be?
CSI Kimberly Wong.
Do you recall the SAPD case number associated with this case?
Not at the time. If I can refresh my memory of my report.
Did you prepare a report at the time of the offense or shortly thereafter that would help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you it's been marked for identification only as State's Exhibit number 23. Can you take a look at this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is my report.
Okay, and you've seen it before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if we look at the second page, does that contain your name?
It is.
And is that your badge number at the time?
It is.
All right, and would this help refresh your memory if you need it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you do need to refresh your memory, if you could just read it and not read from it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now going back to the date of the offense, can you describe the scene that you encountered upon arrival at the location?
Yes, when I arrived, I remember several officers there, several citizens there. Crime scene tape was up. There were several patrol cars basically securing the crime scene.
And just to back up a little bit, what is the SAPD case number associated with this call?
That's going to be SAPD 17089350.
And you mentioned earlier that you were working with CSI Kimberly Wong. Do you recall any other CSIs that were assigned to that?
Yes, Catherine Andrews.
And so specifically regarding your role at the scene, what was your role at the scene as CSI?
So I was requested at the scene just to record with a digital camcorder to document the scene and the evidence on the deceased.
And show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 24. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and do you recognize what that is?
Yes, ma'am. It's a crime scene video that I observed on 130/25, which I marked with my initials and badge.
Okay, and is that how you are able to confirm that what is contained upon the disc is the crime scene video that you took at the time of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the scene at the time?
It is.
And has it been altered in your knowledge to any way?
No, ma'am.
You're tendering to defense for inspection at this time. State offers State's Exhibit number 24.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 24 is admitted without objection.
Maybe punish.
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain to the jury what that is?
So this is what we call a photo board, just basic information, case number, my name and badge, the date, the district that that area was given, and then the camera, Golf Victor Charlie 5, GDC 5.
And were you using a camcorder to document this?
Yes, ma'am, a digital camcorder, yes, ma'am. Probably and then the bugs and ants or whatnot we'll get to.
And who processed the two and proceeded to November 24th?
Kimberly Wong.
Yeah, I probably need to be on the case set because we aren't seeing anything, but so I'm kind of like skipping through a bunch of this. I'm gonna see if I could find it on the other one so we can at least see what they're looking at.
$24 minutes and 48 seconds. Can you please explain to the jury what's depicted on the exhibit?
Yes, it is a water bottle, mark number 3.
What day are we on, y'all? We are on day 3. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can catch us up on this other feed.
That's just a different vantage point of E1.
Yes, ma'am, just a different perspective of E1 and the other evidence as well.
Okay, y'all, I found it. Hold on.
And is that just a different vantage point of E1?
Yes, ma'am, just a different perspective of E1 and the other evidence as well.
Yeah, they started showing some on this case. Case that started showing some on this a few seconds ago. So we'll see how we like this.
I'm pausing State's exhibit number 24 at 14 minutes and 49 seconds. There's nothing marked there, but can you explain to the jury, I know it's clear that we all see a deceased victim, but nudged under the right side of his body, there's nothing marked, but do you recall what that is?
It's a bag of apparent marijuana.
All right, thank you. And being shown is that the gunshot residue test being collected.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and are they fair and accurate depictions of the scene and people at the scene on the date of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
And have they been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
All right. And then regarding State's Exhibit number 32, can you go ahead and take a look at that for me?
Okay.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, this is CSI Wong's crime scene photographs, which I viewed on 1/30 of 25 with my initials and badge number.
Okay, and your identifying marks on there, is that how you're able to confirm that it's the same thing that you viewed previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you viewed them, are they fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene as you observed it on the offense date?
They are.
Have they been altered to your knowledge in any way?
No, ma'am.
Tendering to defense for inspection. State offers State's Exhibit number 25 and 32.
No objections as to this, you said 20. No objections to 25 through 31. May I briefly void as to 32?
Yes.
Good afternoon, officer. How are you?
Good, sir. Thank
You said that that this disc contains just still photographs?
Can I see the disc? Yes, to my knowledge, these are crime scene photographs from CSI Wong.
Okay. And you say from CSI Wong, in other words, you didn't take these photographs?
That's correct, I did not.
Okay. But you believe that these photographs were taken on the 23rd of April, 2017?
That's correct.
And you base that on your visual observation or based upon something you read from Kimberly Wong?
So I observed those photographs for pretrial purposes. And so that's our standard procedure at a scene. They take photographs. When it comes down to trial, I'll view photographs if they were mine as well. But in this case, I did observe those photographs. If that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm asking, when you looked at these photographs, were these photographs something that you recognized because of things you recalled from physically being there on April 23rd, 2017?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so it wasn't based on just something you read from Ms. Wong that led you to believe that these were taken that day?
I was there at the scene. The photographs depict what I saw at the scene.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have just a brief recess to look at the desk and see its contents, I'm not sure I know exactly what's on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a brief break. I'll have us back here at 4. Remember my previous instructions.
All right, for the jury.
E1.
State's Exhibit number 29.
That is myself in the middle. On the left is Catherine Andrews. And to the right is Kimberly Wong holding the envelopes for the evidence.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 30.
Same thing, I'm standing in the middle, Catherine Andrews standing to the left, and Kimberly Wong to the right with the evidence bag.
State's Exhibit number 32.
The evidence mark. E1, which is a stent showcasing.
33.
Photograph of the spent showcasing, which was E1.
And Stacy 34. Sorry.
And spent showcasing with the #1 placard.
All right, now, are you aware of any physical evidence that was seized under SAPD 1708-9350?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I am going to show you it's been marked as state exhibit number 35, 36, and 37. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And are you the one that brought them to court yesterday?
I did.
All right, now starting with state's exhibit number 35, is that labeled as E1 in Kimberly Wong's report?
Yes, that is labeled E1. And that is on Kimberly Wong's report.
And it's also documented on the CSI video state's exhibit number 24 that you created, correct?
That's correct.
And you personally observed Kimberly Wong mark E1, which is state's exhibit
Your Honor,
number
I'm gonna
35.
object to leading the witness through this predicate.
All right, the objection to that question will be overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, you did place the placard on the evidence.
Okay, and did you observe Kimberly Wong seize E1 state exhibit number 35?
Yes, she collected the evidence.
Okay,
E1.
and, sorry, go ahead.
She did collect the evidence E1.
Okay, and so prior to today, you've gone to the SAPD property room, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had a chance to observe state exhibit number 35, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and are there any unique identifiers that link this to the scene and to Kimberly Wong?
So in the front is a barcode with the case number, marked E1. It's also labeled one spent showcasing with marking laser 9mm Luger. And
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to the witness reading the labeling on the packaging. That's obviously hearsay and confrontation since he didn't generate the label of the barcode.
All right, until it is put into evidence, the objection will be sustained.
Motion to instruct the jury to disregard the testimony.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please disregard the last question and the last answer.
Motion for mistrial.
Denied.
All right, so regarding, let's just back up a little bit, okay? Regarding state exhibits 35, 36, and 37, previously to today, you've gone to the SAPD property room, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you personally observed these items?
35 and 36, 37, no.
Okay, so 35 and 36, you have gone to the SAPD property room, correct?
That's correct.
And you observed them at the SAPD property room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and regarding 35, when you opened the package and looked in it, did what is contained within state exhibit number 35 contain unique identifiers specific to Kimberly Wong?
Yes, it had her initials, KW, and her badge number.
And is that the same with state exhibits number 36?
Your Honor, I would object to this line of inquiry is, again, hearsay. It's all coming from material that he read off of the labeling and the documentation, all of which was offered by a different witness, also confrontation.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
You can answer the question.
It had her initials and her badge number on the inside of the spent showcasing, as well as state exhibit 36 on the towel and on the cell phone.
Okay.
Her initials and badge number.
And then regarding state's exhibit number 36, do you know if she did any analysis on state's exhibit number 36 when you looked at it?
Yes, so I noticed black powder on the cell phone, which through my training experience tells me that it was processed.
I'm going to object if we can please take the witness on board if they're going to listen an opinion under 702.
Yes, we take the witness on board.
Good afternoon, officer. How are you?
Good.
You mentioned that you observed something that appeared to you to be black powder on the cell phone that was processed here, correct?
That's correct.
You did not personally bag or document or do anything with that cell phone other than record it for the purposes of the video that the state has already offered into evidence, right?
That's correct. I did not process that phone.
You didn't perform any gunshot residue analysis on that phone, did you?
No, sir.
So what you're talking about is something that just visually appeared to you to be gunshot or gunpowder, right? Not
No, sir.
something that you know to be gunpowder.
So I observed the black powder we use to fingerprint evidence.
Fingerprint powder. That's what you were getting at?
That's what I meant, sir.
Okay, you weren't.
I said black powder. That's what we call it. And that's what we call it in CSI, the black powder brush method. We apply black powder onto a, for this example, would be a phone. You would use your brush, go over the black powder to try and develop fingerprints. You would place some tape on that object and try to lift it and place it onto a card, which can be later examined.
So all you're saying is you saw dust that would be used by people in law enforcement to fingerprint the object in question. That's all you're testifying to?
That and the fact that I've read Kimberly Wong's report.
I'm going to object to you asking or saying anything about that report, but something about that report is.
To answer your question, yes, sir. I looked at the phone, I saw the powder, and I know it's been processed.
I'll withdraw my objection. I thought we were talking about something else. Thank you, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And then regarding State's Exhibit number 37, you have also had a chance to review it as you're looking at it. Is that correct?
Yes, I came into contact with this yesterday.
Okay. And it has, what does it have on it? That's a unique identifier.
The case number and Kimberly Wong's name and badge number.
Same objection, Your Honor, hearsay confrontation.
Overruled.
All right. Now regarding State's Exhibits 35 through 37 inclusive, these are all items of physical evidence that were seized under the case number SAPD 17089350. Is that correct?
Objection, speculation, lack of personal knowledge, hearsay confrontation.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Just 1 second. Cindy, we need a break. No, it's- Okay.
Yes, this evidence is collected under this case number.
All right. And looking at State's Exhibit number 35, it's in substantially the same condition as it was on scene. Is that correct? As documented in the State's Exhibit 24?
Objection, speculation.
He testified that he personally observed it at the property room.
I'm going to object to the sidebar of the prosecutor. I'd ask the court to rule on my objection.
Your objection is overruled.
Can you ask the question again?
Regarding State's Exhibit number 35, you've previously testified that you were able to view it at the property room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you observed it, did it appear to be in substantially the same form and condition as it was when it was seized on the off-in state on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, well, would you like to come up here to view them?
Well, I mean, I think I understand based on testimony what it is. You're offering those exhibits.
Yes, I am.
You're offering the actual contents of the envelopes, not just the envelopes themselves.
That would be correct.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have another voir dire with the witness.
Yes.
So just to be clear, you did not collect any of those objects, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And the person who did collect those objects was Kimberly Wong, right?
That's correct.
And Kimberly Wong documented those objects, where she collected them, and gave them their unique barcode numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
You had no part or role in the processing of that evidence other than to be the videographer in the 25-minute video we saw earlier today, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your 25-minute video does not actually show Ms. Wong placing these objects in the respective brown envelopes that are now before you today, correct?
On my video, no.
Okay. And, I mean, just if you know, where is Ms. Wong?
She's not in the United States.
Okay. Is she no longer employed by the San Antonio Police Department?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. So Ms. Wong is unavailable for all purposes as of the purposes of this trial. You'd agree with that?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. And the information that you have testified to do today about regarding these objects in part is informed by a report that you read authored by Kim Wong, correct?
Ask that again.
The things you have testified to about these objects that are in the envelopes in front of you that the state has now offered, part of what you've been able to talk about regarding those objects is informed by what you've read in Kim Wong's report, correct?
Yes, that's correct. From the scene and what was collected from the scene, it
And Kim Wong's report, correct?
which also connects with my report as well.
Okay, I'm not asking you what connects up with your report. I just would like you to answer my question, yes or no. Is part of what you've testified to here today informed by your review of Kimberly Wong's report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you cannot speak to how Kimberly Wong collected these objects, right? For example, was Kimberly Wong gloved when she picked up the shell casing? Or did she do anything to the shell casing before putting it in the envelope? Those things are not documented in what you have prepared, right?
So I've worked with Kimberly Wong.
I'm gonna ask you just yes or no. Do you have firsthand personal knowledge, visual observation of the exact things that Kimberly Wong did for those objects that are in front of you? Not what her reputation is or how you know her, those things.
So being able to view video from this case from Coban and body cam, I did observe that.
I'm gonna object to non-responsive and ask that the jury disregard that answer.
That objection will be overruled.
All right, so officer, what you're saying is it's only through looking at other things documented after the scene, some of which has not been put before the jury, some of which is not in evidence at the moment, that you are of the opinion that you can speak to whether or not Kimberly Wong collected these items in an appropriate way, right?
That's correct. I was able to refresh my memory looking at.
Let's just be careful about that. You say refresh your memory. When you arrived at the scene, Kimberly Wong asked you to walk around with a camcorder and photograph the general layout of the crime scene, correct?
To record with the camcorder.
And that's what you were doing during that 25-minute period that we watched. You're behind the camcorder during all of that.
That's correct.
So it is not from your personal memory of what you personally physically saw that day that you can attest to what happened to get those objects in those brown paper bags, correct?
So I remember recording the scene. I remember
I
recording the
understand you
scene.
remember recording the scene, but you'd agree with me, we don't see Kimberly Wong bagging these objects in your camera footage, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would object that the predicate has not been appropriately laid, that the chain of custody has not been established. This individual is not the commencement of the chain of custody.
All right, y'all. So this is pretty much the sentencing piece. Look at Chase. She said Kim Wong again. Here we go.
Yes.
Would you
Judge Rishi. Yes. Defense, so the fingerprint examiner is gonna take fingerprints.
He'll be right back out.
Oh. All right, and now we're putting this for April 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Hey, well, yes. All right.
Now, I ain't never seen nobody get fingerprinted inside the courtroom, y'all. Like, what are they doing down there in Texas where they walking out saying, let me get your fingerprint while you in the courtroom? Let me book you. Like, wow. Is this new or does this usually happen? Maybe I just don't be paying attention. Once the verdict get read, I'll be like, okay, moving on, child. Or they read it and then they be gone. You know what I mean? The camera cut off or something. So maybe I just didn't pay it close enough attention or something. Maybe. Yeah, like for it to be done on camera is a little. It's a little.
Yeah. You need to be outside. You need to wear a sweater or a jacket.
Judge, we have this one body. I'm sorry?
I need to talk to you.
Sure.
Yeah, I usually think I thought that they took them out too. Like, CB, you from Texas? Look at you out in here telling us a little something about yourself. You don't never say nothing about yourself. They fingerprint print for each charge, yeah. Yeah, I was talking to you, CB. I got the camera all on. No, I was asking if you were from Texas. You said, but this is Texas. So I was like, look at you sharing a little something about yourself.
Just for housekeeping purposes, how would you like us to mark exhibits for punishment? Do you want us to continue with what we had? And I mean, in case of chief, or would you like us to go like P1, P2?
You can do states P1, P2.
P1, okay.
Yes. But just do, states P1, P2.
Yes.
I think it makes it easier for
Yeah,
the Court of
for
Appeals.
appeals and everything else.
Oh, okay. Okay, CB. I was wondering. I was wondering. I just want to know if y'all ready for Karen Reed tomorrow. What's up?
They just said earthquake hit San Diego. All right. Are you all ready?
The state's ready. We will be shortly. With our.
Okay.
I'll have to visit again, which I have a meeting.
Okay. All right.
It was nice meeting
All right. You too. Have a good one. All right. Oh, no problem. So we are back on the record. And defense, it's my understanding that you are going to be requesting a hearing outside the presence of the jury on the witness's expertise.
Well, Your Honor, before we do that, I guess if I can take up a collateral matter that informs this decision.
Okay.
Before the trial started, maybe several months before the trial started, the state filed a motion advising that they would be asking Your Honor to stack the sentence in this case with the sentence in full court. And obviously, that's a matter we will be taking up after the jury's verdict on punishment. But I wanted to make sure that there was no issue with my ability to argue that that motion was in play. In other words, to apprise the jury of the fact that there is a petition by the state that whatever sentence is returned in this case be run consecutively.
Well, I don't think that's going to be discussed with the jury because it's not their decision to make.
Yes, Your Honor, but I think that there's some authority that suggests that unlike parole or matters like that, the jury needs to be aware that the court has the discretionary power to stack the sentences because if I could just, there are a couple of cases I think that maybe call to this point. And I'll read them into the record real fast. The first is Vargas versus State, VARGAS, 252 Southwest 3rd, 876. That's Court of Appeals, 14th District of Houston, 2008. And Halliburton versus State, HALIBURTON, Court of Criminal Appeals, 1979. And in these cases, there's discussion about, in one instance.
Well, let me stop you for a moment, counsel. So here's the question. Is a witness, any witness going to be called who's going to be able to say to this jury that stacking or not stacking is completely up to the court? If there is not going to be a witness, then we can take up whether in closing argument or however you want to let the jury know that the court it's the court's authority to decide whether a case is run consecutively or concurrently. We can take it up at that point.
Right, because I mean, fundamentally, it wouldn't be a witness; it would be a charge to the jury.
Okay, so we can take that up at that point.
But I just didn't. I would like to talk about it in opening. I won't if we haven't ruled on it yet. But I think that because the law seems to indicate jurors are entitled to know, I thought it would be best if we could talk about it in opening, and I wanted to give you.
We can take it up in closing. I think that would probably be best.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Just a moment.
Sure.
We can go ahead and proceed with the hearing outside the presence on the fingerprints, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and so it's the court's understanding this is simply going to be a hearing.
Yeah, we should proceed forward.
All right, so my understanding, this is just specifically a hearing to make a determination on whether or not the witness that the state is calling as, I'm assuming, a fingerprint expert.
Yes, Your Honor.
Whether or not they're qualified.
My challenge would be to their qualification, and I would challenge the science of fingerprinting generally under the Daubert-Kelly standard.
All right, let's bring them in. State, call your witness.
State prosecutor, Gomez.
All right, if you'll take a seat here, please. All right, if you can raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you'll put there should be a little clip, a square. If you'll put that on your lapel or somewhere, it's for the court reporter. All right. And Cindy, I am trying to go to your link. And let me see, it may not be working. Just 1 second. All right, have it. Thank you. All right, if you'll state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Mia Valdez, last name Valdez.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Valdez, could you please just tell us what's your occupation
I'm a fingerprint examiner for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office
and how long have you held that position?
for 2 years.
And how do you have to go certain type of training?
Yes.
What type of training is that?
Yes, we go through a 2-week course to learn and identify as well as classify fingerprints, and then as well as on the job training.
And so you said 13 years?
2 years.
I'm sorry, 2 years?
2 years.
Okay, 2 years. And this training that you are having on the job, is that every day you come in, is there certain criteria you have to meet, or how do you go about your daily duties?
We typically review the fingerprints of every inmate that is brought into the jail.
So numerous.
Correct.
And have you ever testified in Bexar County before?
Yes, sir.
Associated with fingerprints?
Yes, sir.
And what is a fingerprint?
A fingerprint is an impression made up of characteristics that is used for means of identification for an individual.
And can you describe what an inked print means?
An ink print is typically used with an ink pad as well as an ink print card that is also an impression of a means to identify an individual.
And these unique characteristics, through your training and experience, have you ever come across or known of anybody having the exact same fingerprint?
No, not in my experience.
And so when you say unique characteristics, does that mean fingerprints are unique and identifying for every individual?
That is correct.
And is this something that's accepted across your line of expertise as an examiner?
Correct.
And can you just describe briefly the different characteristics of a fingerprint?
Oh, so typically they have 12 different characteristics consisting of ridge endings, bifurcations, island ridges, and other multiple characteristics to identify the fingerprint.
And again, this field of fingerprint examination is an accepted practice.
Correct.
We'll pass the witness, John.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Great. How about yourself?
I'm well, thank you. So, in terms of what you have been called here today to do, were you asked to give an opinion about comparison of fingerprints?
Not an opinion, so per se, but yes, to identify fingerprints.
Okay, now, when you say not an opinion, you were asked to look at some inked fingerprints that you did of Mr. McIntyre here in this courtroom about 15 minutes ago, right?
Correct.
And you were also asked to look at what I imagine was a drop card that had been taken on a previous day.
Correct.
And that drop card, did it contain any information on it, or was it just the fingerprints?
No, it is a part of the booking sheet, so it had name, date of birth, and other identifiers.
So it was a booking sheet.
Correct.
It was not a judgment.
I was reviewing judgments, but there was also a booking sheet.
Well, did you compare it to the booking sheet or to the judgment?
Both.
You compared it to both the booking sheet and the judgment?
Correct.
Okay. And those things obviously had a name on it.
Correct.
Associated with both the judgment and the booking sheet.
Correct.
I guess it was the same name.
Yes.
I gather you're going to testify that name was Samuel McIntyre.
Correct.
And you believe that that's the same individual that you just took prints of?
That is correct.
Correct? Okay. So, to be fair, you were not given anyone else's fingerprints to compare it to, right?
No, sir.
And you are aware of why you're here and what you were called up today to do, right?
Correct.
You're aware of this trial generally.
Correct.
And so the prosecutor was asking you this specific question in the context of being able to prove up a prior judgment for sentencing.
Correct.
Okay. And you have not given the work that you did in this case over to any other examiner to see if they could check your work?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's not a common practice that's done by your department in these kinds of situations with inked prints, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talk about the unique characteristics of an individual that appear on their fingertips that would leave these telltale markings, right?
Correct.
Do you know if what scientific work has been done to confirm whether or not that is a universal truth about the human condition, that every single human being alive has genuinely a completely different fingerprint?
That is not a part of my department to research that.
Okay. Do you know whether or not there's been any scientific research done to determine whether people's fingerprints change over time?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you keep up with any literature in the field discussing potential problematic areas in fingerprinting or places where a fingerprint examiner might make an error?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And are you aware that errors can be made in fingerprint examination?
Yes, sir.
Can you talk to the judge a little bit about the ways that you've been trained to look out for errors and mistakes?
In terms of mistakes, there is multiple reasons. It could be unable to read a fingerprint due to scarring, burning, or anything of that matter. We also encounter amputees to where we don't have a fingerprint to discover. And then as it changes over time, it does become a little bit more difficult to read the fingerprint.
When you say as it changes over time, you mean as a person gets older?
Correct.
Okay. So fingerprints that were taken when someone was 17, 18 years old may be different than they are when they're 25.
No, not necessarily. It has to be like a wide age gap.
Okay. You say not necessarily. I mean, you can't speak specifically to how many years it is before someone's fingerprints might show different characteristics.
Not a specific number, no.
Okay. And admittedly, what you're doing here is you're looking at the exemplar print, and you're looking at the print that you're asked to compare that to, and you're eyeballing visual characteristics of how the ink appears on the paper, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you make any drawings or rough notes or sketches
No,
to
sir.
document that?
No, sir. I just fingerprinted.
Okay, so it's just something that's in your head based upon what you saw with your eyes.
Correct.
And so even if we had another fingerprint examiner here today to try and check your work, they wouldn't really know exactly what were the things that you keyed in on.
Correct.
They'd have to make their own independent evaluation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know of any other scientific discipline where the answer to your question has been predetermined in advance by the people asking it of you?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Any further questions?
No, no questions.
All right, the court will hear argument.
Your Honor, I think that we don't have the Daubert-Kelly standard satisfied here. This is something that was done here in the last 15 minutes. There's been no attempt to check the work, to have it peer reviewed, to have it assessed by anyone else. The witness is not fully familiar with all of the literature about the potential pitfalls of comparison. The witness does not have any documented example of the work that was done by the visual examination conducted here in the courtroom today. So there would be no way to independently criticize that work or vet it, because the next person we bring in would just themselves have to do the exact same visual eyeball observation. So what we're doing here is we're asking someone who has a 2-week course on identification that talks about the basics and 2 years of on-the-job experience, looking at print that they've been told in advance is likely belonging to the same man that was fingerprinted in the courtroom, and giving a confirmatory example. That's not a scientific pursuit, although it is a question that touches upon scientific evidence. And we know, both from popular culture and from just the way that we verbally discuss the concept of a fingerprint, that people do place undue emphasis on what a fingerprint
So
can
you're
tell you.
saying
What it can
that the state told her that this is the person and this is their fingerprints?
I think that was the witness's testimony.
No, I'm just saying, is that what you're saying?
I believe that's what the witness testified to.
Okay, all right.
I think that is definitionally unscientific. and that it should not be admitted under Rule 702 or Dauber and Kelly, and that does have inherently a due process component to it. And so we would object to the testimony.
All right, state response. He said that you told the witness who the fingerprints belonged to.
What you want to know, we asked her to compare the person that she had fingerprinted today with the fingerprint, and she did that, and she identified that it was the same person that she just fingerprinted in court. The underlying validity of this technique has been applied properly, and she has the experience and the training to be an certified, a fingerprint examiner. So the state's position is, one, in a sense, defense is saying that the state has asked somebody to lie on the stand, and I take offense to that.
That is not what we're saying. You
Well,
know that's
I
not
mean, in a backdoor way, Judge, that's what he's saying, so I don't
It's not
appreciate
even in the
that.
backdoor way. No, that's not what we're saying.
All right, so here's the thing. We cannot speak over each other. I'll let the state finish, and then defense, I'll allow you to respond.
So Judge, at another premise that we asked an individual to come up on the stand and identify somebody just for the reasoning of having a fingerprint match. The state would, is not in that position, well, would never put themselves in that position due to ethics and also following an oath that has been taken. So in this particular case, Your Honor, the state simply asked Mia Valdez, a fingerprint examiner for Fair County Sheriff's Office, to see if she could identify a fingerprint that she identified the person that she took fingerprints in today, and then compared that to a judgment and identified that person as Seymour McIntyre.
All right, now your response.
Your Honor, the testimony of the witness was that she was presented a booking sheet and a judgment. Now, perhaps the witness has those documents in front of her and would produce them as court exhibits so we can prove this up. But my understanding of the words booking sheet and judgment are that those documents contain the name of the defendant. The witness also testified that they are aware of this case and who is being prosecuted and what this case is about generally.
So you're not saying that the state told her that this judgment is for your client?
What I'm saying is the state gave her documents that contain identifying information on them and asked them
So I just want to be clear, because I need to make a rule. So you're not saying that the state gave her a packet, gave her documentation and says, we're giving you this documentation. It goes with your client. So bring us this information.
I am not accusing Mr. Garahan or anybody else in the district attorney's office of telling the witness what to say or violating in any way their ethical obligations. And I'm so sorry that you perceive it that way. I can't fathom that that's how you perceive it, but I'm sorry. My purpose in making the argument is the witnesses testified that they reviewed judgments and booking sheets. I've never seen a judgment or a booking sheet ever that don't have the name of the defendant on them. And the witness also attested to the fact that they know who Mr. McIntyre is, or at least they testified they're aware who's on trial, which would give them the name of them. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be that someone went in there and said, now listen here, I need you to testify that that man there is Tamor McIntyre, he's the same man that's on this drop sheet.
Okay, so I understand your argument. So the defense's motion is denied. The witness will be allowed to testify. With regards to opening statements, you are allowed to let the jury know that the court makes the decision on whether sentences run consecutively or concurrently, the end.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so if you can step down from the witness stand, I'm gonna bring the jury in. And let me ask y'all, does anybody have let me see if I have a copy of the indictment. I don't know, is there an enhancement in the indictment or no? So it's strictly from motions.
It's strictly a motion to stack the sentences from the state.
Okay, and I'm assuming that your client is not pleading true to the prior.
Well, Your Honor, it's not, it isn't alleged in the indictment, and it isn't being used as an enhancement because it wasn't a final.
No, I understand that, but I'm asking, is the witness going to come and testify, or is your client planning on saying that he is in fact the person who has this prior judgment or no?
We're not gonna plead true.
Okay, that was my question.
Sorry,
All right,
I'm sorry, but we're not pleading true.
okay.
Judge, the witness took the mic. Is she the first witness?
Yes, she's the first witness. Nobody read your sign that said do not take the mics. All right, to the advocate, can you make sure that the witness still has the mic and not to lose the court reporter's mic? Thank you.
You got it, Judge.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Now they have a runaway mic. They want to go search for their runaway mic. Yeah, D Wood, it's definitely a real part too. I'm checking to see if they actually got that last jury, y'all, for Kern Reedsmore.
Judge,
Yes.
we're not on the record, but when we're on the record, we would just be opposed, the state would be opposed that this. We do have some case law available, Judge, if you'd like it, but I'm just, I would like to just put it on this, the record.
All right, well, I will tell you, I know that case law says different things. I know that some case law said it's not an abuse of discretion for the jury to be informed that it's the court decision on whether or not the court is allowed to stack or to run concurrently. But what I'm telling parties, that is all you're allowed to say in opening statements about it, is that is within the purview of the court. So there's to be going into no other part of that. That may be something for closing, which you'll see. But in opening, I am going to allow the parties to say that is completely up to the court. The end.
Okay, Judge.
No expounding.
We can explain what a consecutive sentence is. That is an option that you will consider after the
And
sentence.
explain it in what way?
Judge, do you want this on?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Explain it in what way?
That you will have discretion at the end of this case to make a decision about whether their verdict should run concurrent or consecutive. And that consecutive sentencing means that this sentence will not begin to run until another sentence is completed.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I want to do.
All right.
And yeah.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second phase of this trial. Each party will have a chance to give you their opening statements for this phase of the trial if they choose to do so. State, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
We'll waive it.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I want to thank you all very much. Obviously, at this point, it's clear that there are some things that we disagree about. That's okay. It's also clear that there are some things we do agree about. And I'm glad to be on that same page with you as we proceed forward. We're here to decide the appropriate punishment. And that's an extremely difficult decision. That might be the most difficult part of any homicide case. The state is going to tell you about Mr. McIntyre's past criminal history and about things that were going on while this case that you all have heard was developing. You're going to hear about Mr. McIntyre's pending case for a murder charge in Fort Worth, where he was found guilty and he was punished for it as an accessory to the crime, as a party, not as the man who pulled the trigger, not as someone who was the direct and proximate cause of someone else's death, but as a participant in that criminal activity, much like you were charged on the law of parties in this case. You're going to hear evidence that Mr. McIntyre was on bond for that case when that happened. You're also going to hear evidence that Tamor McIntyre was 16 years old when this happened. He was a child. You're going to hear evidence that Tamor's childhood up to that point was far from idyllic. He was in the foster system with his sister. He was brought back to live with his father, who was extremely physically abusive to him, breaking bones, breaking ribs. He had to run away and go live with his sister in Corpus. You're going to hear about how that affects him and how it impacts his judgments. And we need to always remember as we go through the evidence in this portion of the trial that we are looking at this whole circumstance through the eyes of a 16-year-old boy who has had a traumatic and horrible life and whose judgment was impaired. You heard testimony in the guilt innocence phase about the fact that Mr. McIntyre had consumed LSD the night before. And while a lot of time had passed before the incident that you all considered in guilt innocence took place, we have to acknowledge that there are impacts on his perception of this situation. Now, we talked in jury selection. Intoxication is not an excuse. Intoxication is not a reason why someone should not be held criminally responsible. But it is absolutely something that you all should be considering when you're deciding what is the appropriate punishment. The punishment range for first-degree murder in Texas is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison. And that's a huge range of time. And we understand, I think, that not all murders are created equal. While we go through this, I ask that you all have some patience with me and bear with me. Because while I know that we all agree on one central thing, which is that there was not enough evidence to convict Mr. McIntyre of capital murder, there was not enough evidence that Mr. McIntyre robbed anyone, we certainly have differences of opinion about different aspects of this case, which I'm going to do my very best to respect. But I don't know exactly why each of you made the decision that you made in the guilt innocence phase. Some of you may have made it for different reasons. You only need to be unanimous about the ultimate conclusion. So there are things that I'm going to talk about that you may think, well, that's him talking about self-defense. And I've already heard that, and I don't believe it's self-defense. And come on, like, stop talking about self-defense. But remember, just because someone isn't 100% in the right doesn't mean the other person isn't partially in the wrong. And we have to acknowledge that every human interaction is a two-sided coin, and that there are aspects about Mr. McIntyre's perception on the world, his understanding of what was going on, the events that led up to being in that car with Mark, that have bearing on how responsible he should truly be in the grand scheme of things. Those are things that I ask you all to still consider, even though I gather you all have rejected the idea that what was done was justifiable by self-defense or otherwise. Keep those things in mind. Also keep in consideration things that relate to how Joanna behaved in all of this. Well, I understand that you all found Joanna credible enough to accept her testimony for the purposes of overcoming the accomplice witness rule, and I can understand y'all's reasoning there. Please also understand that there are significant reasons why we should be suspect of Ms. Reyes's testimony, and those reasons have additional bearing into how you should make the decision to punish. Remember, Mr. McIntyre was 16 years old when this happened, but Ms. Reyes was 19 years old. Jeremiah was 19 years old. Mark was older than him. Jalen was the closest in age, but still older than him. Tamor is the youngest person in that car. And Tamor is now here in front of you, asking you all to decide how to punish him for this horrible, tragic thing. And keeping that aspect in mind, the motives of the other people, why things were done the way they were, all should be brought to bear, right? The fact that his presumption of innocence has ended does not mean that you all cannot continue to give some credence to the fact that Mr. McIntyre is, like all of you, a human being, and he deserves to have dignity in the way that his punishment is considered. And I want you all to think about some things that are surrounding the circumstances of this case. Because what we're here to talk about is not going to bring Mark back. It is not going to right any of the wrongs that you all have passed judgment about guilt and innocence on. Those things are not fixable. No matter what we were to do, we can't take back time. We can't take back these decisions. We are all having to move forward. And I would submit to you that the criminal justice system and the way that we handle the carceral punishment of people, locking people away, is just one idea out of many in how we address these otherwise unsolvable problems. It is good for the human heart. It's cathartic to try and see that someone is being punished for what they've done. And I understand that. And there's nothing wrong with that desire that we all feel, we all experience when we have identified that someone has done something that offends the values of society and that puts us in danger. And I respect that. But we have to also understand that it doesn't do any good to solve one wrong by committing another. And I would submit to you that because you will be asked to consider a wide range of punishment, and I would expect that what will be sought from the state of Texas on your behalf as the punishment will be an exceedingly long term of years, to remember that there might be other ways to address problems in society than warehousing human beings. James Joyce, the Irish author, once famously said that Ireland was like a sow that ate her own piglets. And I worry sometimes that in America, that's what we have. We have children who are trapped in the foster system, children who are the victims of abusive parents, of parents with substance abuse problems, children who don't have any chance of having a proper moral compass, a proper guiding system. They have to figure those things out for their own. And unfortunately, they have to do that by trying to live in an adult world as a child. That's a pretty impossible ask. And yet we do it. And we arrest them. And we certify them as adults. And we take them to trial. And we send them to prison for the rest of their life. And the world just keeps on turning. And folks, I just don't see that as being a sustainable model. It doesn't make anything better. It doesn't make anyone better. A little kindness, a little compassion, even in the face of something that we can all agree is evil, wrong, not acceptable, is always the better road to take. At the end of this, you will be asked to make that decision. We can't walk it for you. It's going to be personal to each and every one of you. All we ask is that you hear the evidence, that you understand we're not trying to paint this boy as a saint, and I'm not asking you to forgive him for what he did. I'm just asking you to keep it all in perspective and understand that while it's easy to say, you did something evil, we're going to throw you away, that as the prosecutor said in her closing argument, that if Tamor treated this boy as a piece of trash, then the implication should be that you should treat him as a piece of trash. Isn't always the answer. Yes, the Bible talks about eye for an eye, but that's the Old Testament. And there is good news, and it's to turn the other cheek. I'd ask you all to keep these things in your mind as you hear the evidence. I thank you all for your deliberation and your patience with us up to this point.
All right, state, call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Mia Valdez.
All right, if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the truth, the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Mia Valdez, last name Valdez.
All right, state your name, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Valdez, can you please tell the jury what's your occupation?
I'm a fingerprint examiner for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been an examiner there?
for 2 years.
And did you go through a certain training to become an examiner?
Yes, sir. I went through a 2-week course for identifying and classifying fingerprints as well as on-the-job training.
And have you testified here in Bexar County before?
Yes, sir.
And won't you describe to the jury just what a fingerprint is?
Fingerprint is an impression consisting of characteristics that help identify an individual.
And what about an inked print?
Inkprint is the same thing, is used with the ink pad, and an inkprint card used for impressions of characteristics to identify an individual.
And so on these ink prints, are you able to compare ink prints with other ink prints?
Yes, sir.
And can you please describe to the jury how that is done?
Usually we use 12 set of characteristics to identify an individual using multiple methods, and then we're able to point out ridges and stuff like that for the identification.
And are you able to compare, well, one, are there unique characteristics to every fingerprint?
Yes, sir.
And are any two fingerprints have you come across or known about any two fingerprints being the same?
No, not in my experience.
And I'm going to show you what's marked state exhibit number P1. Can you please tell me, tell the jury, one, can you identify that?
Yes, this is an inkprint card.
And can you describe to them what a print card?
Inkprint card.
Inkprint card. Can you describe to the jury what that is?
It is a card that has the impressions of the fingerprint using an ink pad.
And do you recognize this particular inkprint card?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize it to be?
I was the one who was taking these fingerprints.
And the individual that you took those ink prints from, is that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you please just point him out and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
It's the gentleman in the gray sweater.
Now, did you have an opportunity to compare an ink print to another print on a judgment?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. State exhibit number P2. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
And tell me how you recognize that document.
This was the judgment that I reviewed.
And is there a print in that packet?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to compare that print with the known ink prints that you took in the courtroom today from Mr. McIntyre?
Yes, sir.
And did you come to the determination if those ink prints match on those documents?
Yes, sir. They were a match.
And do you remember which fingerprint that was?
This one was going to be the right thumbprint.
And on that, one statement officer state exhibit number P2 into evidence, Your Honor. At this time, we'll tender to defense for any objections.
No new objection.
All right, then states exhibits P1 and P2 are admitted.
Thank you. Now, particularly on state exhibit number P2, the named individual as the defendant on this, who is that?
That would be McIntyre Tamor.
And then also, under the actual charge, what was the charge in the offense?
This was going to be for murder.
And what was the offense date?
Of offense date of 7/26/2016.
So July 26, 2016?
Correct.
Thank you. And then also on here, what is the plea to the offense?
Not guilty.
And then what is the verdict of the jury?
Guilty.
And was there a time assessed?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
55 years, I'm sorry.
55 years?
Correct.
Onward to, that was under, is that a count 1?
Correct.
And then under count 2, is that also an offense named in that?
Correct.
And what is that offense?
Aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon.
And deadly weapon to it what?
To wit, a firearm.
And what was the plea by the defendant?
Not guilty.
And what was the verdict of the jury?
This one was guilty.
And what was the punishment assessed?
This one is for 30 years.
Under count 3, what was the offense the defendant was convicted of?
Aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm.
And in this particular case, what was the plea?
Guilty.
And then what was the years assessed?
13 years.
Under count 4, what was the offense which the defendant was convicted?
Aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm.
And what was the plea to that offense?
Guilty.
And what was the punishment assessed?
13 years.
I'm going to show you when it's marked P4. Can you look over that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And looking at this document, is there any identifying numbers on there?
Yes, sir.
And also a name?
Correct.
And also a date of birth?
Correct.
And does the SID identifier match the SID identifier on the judgment?
That is correct.
And do you know this to be a booking photo?
Correct.
You, Judge, at this time, the state would, I'm sorry. What is the identifying number of SID?
It's going to be the state ID number.
Can you call that out, please?
It's going to be TX 164-60189.
And on state exhibit number P4, does that match that SID number on that document?
That is correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the state will move into evidence P4. We'll tender to the defense for any objections.
No new objections.
All right, state's exhibit P4 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. May I just call this to the jury?
Yes.
And this is what was identified as P4, and those are booking photos of this individual when he was booked in Tarrant County.
Correct.
Thank you. And again, he was convicted of 1 murder and 3 aggravated robberies.
Correct.
Thank you. We'll pass the witness.
All right. Defense, you may proceed.
Thank you, John. 1 and 2 right there. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Do you have your microphone, Mr.
So
Bennett?
sorry, I walked off without it. Does that work okay? I'm going to show you what has been admitted as states 2. This was the document that Mr. Garahan was just going over with you, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that it's Tamor Trayvon McIntyre,
Correct.
and it's out of Tarrant County, correct?
Correct.
And here, I want to call your attention to this portion here. What does the judgment say right there?
The sentence shall run concurrently.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
No further questions for this witness.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse by the state, Your Honor.
Excuse by the defense.
All right. The rule has been revoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during the pendency of the trial.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you'll leave the microphone behind. State, call your next witness.
State calls Anthony Rodriguez.
All right, if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you put the microphone on, please. And if you could state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
My name is Anthony Rodriguez. I spelled ANTHONY-RODRIGUEZ.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Sergeant Rodriguez, how are you currently employed?
I'm an investigator with the Bexar County District Attorney's Office. I hold the rank of sergeant. I'm a criminal investigator.
And how long have you been with the Bexar County District Attorney's Office?
I'm just over 12 years. February was my anniversary date.
Okay. Before becoming employed with the Bexar County District Attorney's Office, where did you work?
I spent 12 years with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office prior to coming here to the DA's office.
Okay, and when you worked with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, what was your title or assignment?
For 10 years, I was the gang intelligence officer for Bexar County.
Okay, and did you specifically undergo any training regarding recognition of criminal street gangs?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Oh my Lord, y'all. We got us another gang expert. I need everybody to drop the Taylor Umbridge. Taylor gang emoji in the chat. If you got access to that emoji, go ahead and drop it in the chat real quick. Because they are doing another gang expert. So we got to see how good he is, y'all. We got to see how good he is. We don't have any Taylor gang members in here today? Y'all done scurried on the way, huh? I drop a few of them just so the folks can see it. They want everybody's in the gang. Everybody's a part of the gang. I'm interested to hear what their qualifications are. Hey, destined to be. I almost called you Destiny. You hear me, CB?
I'm going to have you all step outside. I need to take up a matter outside your presence and we'll bring you back in. You're not allowed to start deliberating or do any investigative work. Don't deliberate with each other or internally with yourself. I'll let you know when you're allowed to deliberate again. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
All right, so now they want to talk about something. Do y'all think that the state blindsided the defense with the gang experts? Which is interesting. I had to reach out to my girl Star because I had to text her because she's an attorney down there in Texas. And I say, Star girl, what is with this punishment phase down here in Texas? These folks are putting on another damn case.
And my understanding is the witness is going to testify to potential gang affiliation or something of that nature?
That's correct.
All right, so I'm going to let the state ask their questions so I can see where this is going, and then I can hear objections and see whether there's a need for a hearing on expertise.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, you may proceed.
Sergeant Rodriguez, you said that during the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, you spent 10 years doing what?
I was the gang intelligence officer at the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and regarding any training and experience that you have, can you just briefly go over that to the board?
Yes, I'm a member of the Texas Gang Investigators Association, also the International Latino Gang Investigators Association. I have received training through the Texas Commission.
You all have gender rights. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna continue.
You have additional training through where?
Through the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement Standards and Education, otherwise known as TCOLE. But the primary form of my training was on-the-job training, interviewing gang members over those 10-year period, learning about the gangs from the gang members themselves.
Okay, and so I guess while you were employed with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, did you spend some time in classification?
Yes, ma'am. So my primary job location was at the classification section. My primary duties were to house inmates, gang members specifically.
Okay, and so as a part of being a classification deputy, did you routinely conduct interviews with documented gang members?
And undocumented, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have any other additional training regarding the recognition of criminal street gangs?
Outside of what I just mentioned, no, ma'am.
Okay, and as part of your current employment, do you keep updated with any literature or training materials regarding gang identification?
Yes, ma'am. So I am still an active member with the Texas Gang Investigators Association. I am also a liaison to the Texas Anti-Gang Center. I administer all the gang documentation here in the Bexar County DA's office. And I routinely consult for the office as a gang expert.
Okay. Now regarding how you're able to identify defendants as members of criminal street gangs, can you kind of just go over the different ways you would be able to identify someone as a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am. So Texas has a central gang database that's legislative. It's required by the law. We refer to that database as TexGang. That database requires all law enforcement agencies that are in a jurisdiction over a certain population to report all gang data to that central database. TexGang is what I check to see if this individual has ever been identified as a gang member. Outside of that, check to see if he ever been incarcerated in any other jurisdictions or agencies. Therefore, I can check to make sure if they've ever documented him. It may or may not have been in TexGang. TexGang has a lot of rules. One of the rules is that after so many years, it'll drop off the system. So if an individual has been documented, 5 years have passed, it could get dropped off.
Okay. But just regarding incarceration specifically, are you able to reach out to other, county jails or incarceration facilities and obtain documents that are kept in the regular course of business for them when they are classifying and housing defendants in their jail?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, and did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you review the materials that were sent back regarding this defendant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and then did you form an opinion as to, well, if I could just, Judge, do you want me to just go over everything or just the qualifications for?
The qualifications and then how that is attached to the defendant if something is attached to the defendant.
Okay.
Any underlying facts and data we would like to disclose. The witness relied on.
Well, they've been filed under business records affidavit. I can give you a copy.
And I think we have a right to have the witness proffered to the court for the review.
All right, so this is what the court is going to say. I just want to know from this witness, his level of expertise, how is it related to this specific case and this defendant? And then you can pass for us.
All right. Now, regarding the defendant, Timur McIntyre, did you gain knowledge that he was incarcerated in the Tarrant County Jail previously to being incarcerated in the Bexar County Jail?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you reach out to Tarrant County and obtain records regarding his classification in the Tarrant County Jail Did you obtain those records that were regularly kept in the course of business there?
Objection, this isn't the witness who could attest to what's regularly kept in the course of business in Tarrant County.
All right, that objection is overruled.
Did you obtain the documents from Tarrant County?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did they come with a business records affidavit?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And you reviewed that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, thank you. And after reviewing those records, were you able to form an opinion as to whether the defendant was ever affiliated with a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and what gang was that?
He's a member of a Crip gang, otherwise known as the Long Beach Insane Crips.
Okay, and was that determined through a self-identification or what means?
It was determined from a self-identification gang acknowledgement form obtained by Tarrant County.
Okay, and can you just explain to the court what that form is?
So this is a correctional form. It's used in jails and detention. It's used primarily to house individuals. So when somebody comes into a facility, they are approached by what we call a classification officer. This is an individual that houses people in the jail. They're asked a series of questions. One of those questions is going to be, are you a gang member? Many individuals will admit gang affiliation at this time, so they are housed appropriately. They don't want to be housed with rival gangs or things of that nature.
Okay. And do you have knowledge about the Crips criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And based on your knowledge of that gang, do you have an opinion as to the purpose of that gang?
It is a criminal organization. It's a group of individuals that are together for the purpose of committing criminal activities.
Okay, and in your training and experience, what type of criminal activities would there be?
They range everything from narcotics all the way up to murder.
So we passed the witness.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Excellent, sir. Yourself?
I'm doing all right. You indicated that you checked databases to see whether or not Mr. McIntyre was listed as being affiliated with the gang, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you mentioned Tex Gang is a statutorily required, statewide database about gang affiliation in prisons.
Yeah, no, not in prisons, jails. Well, by law enforcement, not exclusive to just jail.
Okay, just so it could be people on the streets, people in jails, people in the prisons.
Not prisons, everything but prisons. I checked a separate database for that.
Okay. Are you aware that many gangs have different organizational structures for people who are incarcerated versus people who are out on the street?
I'm going to object this. Well,
How is
outside
that
of the scope of
relevant?
this hearing.
It goes directly to his qualifications.
All right, so I will hear objections and rulings on them. All right, you can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
You're aware that oftentimes when we talk about a criminal gang, that gang may have people on the outside and it may have people on the inside. They often have different organizational structures, right?
That's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And was it, just so we're clear, was it Tex Gang that you consulted that actually said Tamar McIntyre is a member of this particular gang?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't an independent document from Tarrant County, or it was a document from Tarrant County in Tex Gang? Can you just explain
Sure.
your method of determining this a little bit more clearly?
Sure. Tex Gang has a 5-year requirement, meaning that if you're in the system for 5 years and you're not validated, meaning that another law enforcement agency hasn't added to Tex Gang, you are dropped off the system. So McIntyre was in Tex Gang from a earlier admission. He had since dropped off Tex Gang. However, Tex Gang still showed that at one point an entry was made. So to answer your question, I had to do both. The first thing was I acknowledged that there was an initial entry in Tex Gang, but to validate that initial entry to ensure that it is in fact the defendant, I reached out to the county that entered that information, and that county is Tarrant County.
Okay, so to be clear, if we were to go look him up right now, Mr. McIntyre is not in Tex Gang.
He had since dropped off Tex Gang, yes, sir.
5 years ago.
After 5 years. So the original entry date, I believe, was 2017.
Okay, I see. Gotcha. So what? Three years ago,
Yes, sir.
something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that Long Beach Insane Crips is a criminal enterprise, basically. Is that your testimony?
The Crips gang is a criminal organization. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, you say the Crips gang, you understand there are lots of different subsets of what you call Crips, right?
Yes, sir, there is.
And that many of them have no affiliation with each other whatsoever, right?
That's true. Yes, sir.
In fact, some criminal elements that would call themselves Crips are actually fighting each other, right?
That's true.
So you can't say that it's just Crips, therefore it's a criminal enterprise, correct?
Are you talking about this particular gang or all gangs?
I'll withdraw that question. Let me ask you more specific. Have you ever investigated, other than Mr. McIntyre, any other individual person who's a member of the Long Beach Insane Crips?
No, sir, I have not.
Have you ever encountered anyone who is a former gang member from the Long Beach Insane Crips?
No, sir, I have not.
Do you know anything about the organizational structure of that entity, the Long Beach Insane Crips?
I have some knowledge of it. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, when you say you have some knowledge of it, is it based upon your own investigative work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We indicated you never investigated anybody associated with that gang, so help me
Yeah.
understand.
I never investigated a person associated with that gang, but I have looked into the gang.
Okay, when you say you've looked into the gang, are you talking about Google or talking about something more?
So, sure. So we get reading material that's nationwide, primarily from the International Latino Gang Investigators Association, also from the Regional Organized Crime Investigation Center, that provides reading material from various law enforcement agencies throughout the country. This particular gang, the one you're asking about, sir, is a California-based Southern gang. So when I learned of this particular group, I went to that reading material from the southern part of California. There I was able to learn a little bit more about this gang.
Okay, well, I mean, so for example, my guess is you have more dealings with some of the Latino gangs here in San Antonio, right? There are quite a few of them in the jails.
Yes, sir, there are.
Okay, so for example, you know that what is going on in Los Angeles with a gang like the Latin Kings isn't necessarily reflective of what anyone who calls themselves that in San Antonio is doing. You understand that happens a lot, right?
I mean, it's kind of a broad question there, sir. There could be some takeaways from incidents in one state that carries over to incidents in this state.
But oftentimes there's no similarity, right? There are plenty of gangs who don't do the same things or have the same structure in one state versus another. Do you agree?
I cannot agree with that, sir, no.
Okay, you think that all people who affiliate with a gang in every single state where they might be locked up all working under a common objective?
That's why it's called an organized criminal gang, sir. They have an organized structure. They have rank. They have written constitution and manifestos that allows them to remain a structured, organized group, regardless of the state or the location.
Do you have the manifesto of the Long Beach Insane Crips?
I do not, sir.
Do you have any idea who's the leader of the Long Beach Insane Crips?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know who's the sergeant at arms for that organization?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know if they even have a sergeant at arms?
I'm sure they do, sir.
You sure they do, but do you know if that's what he's called?
No, sir.
Okay, so you don't know anything about the structure of the gang, right?
I have some knowledge about it, sir.
Okay, you read a publication from someone in Southern California.
Yes, sir.
Who authored that publication?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. You understand that when people get classified, there are often reasons other than organized criminal activity why they might want to be associated with a particular group of people, right?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, well, do you think that someone who's African American going into a jail would say, I'd like to join the Aryan Brotherhood, mark me down as an AB?
Objection, relevant, sustained.
Well, I mean, you understand that there are racial reasons why people join particular groups in jails, right?
Objection, relevant, and outside the scope.
Your Honor, he testified that
This is outside the scope of the expertise. I think my understanding from both parties that the purpose for questioning this witness is to determine whether or not he's an expert in whatever field he's being presented, which appears to the court that he's being presented as an expertise on gang affiliation or gang classification. And then the other question the court wanted to know was, how would that be relevant to this case, whether or not it's tied to your client or not? So if we could remain within the bounds of this actual hearing.
Your Honor, I think that pretty well establishes what my objections would be. I'm ready for argument.
All right, the court will hear argument.
Your Honor, the witness is not sufficiently familiar with this organization to be able to give an opinion about whether or not it truly is a criminal enterprise and whether or not Mr. McIntyre is even still a member of it. He has a notation from a database that is no longer considered active by the database, that when he was first booked into Tarrant County, or at some point in the past while in Tarrant County, he was affiliated with this organization. We're backdooring hearsay. I have no ability to confront the individuals who screened it, or as to how he was screened, or whether he even got to participate in the screening process, or whether it was done for him. The witness has no personal experience with anyone affiliated with the organization. He's basing this off of what's basically a trade publication from someone in law enforcement in Southern California, without any understanding about how that relates to San Antonio or Texas generally. And I think that under those circumstances, he's not qualified to testify about this organization for any purpose. It would backdoor in hearsay that violates the Confrontation Clause. And its prejudicial effect is through the roof. And there's not even any indication that Mr. McIntyre is still involved with this.
All right, so this is what the court's question is. One, gang affiliation is allowed as relevant information during punishment. The court is finding that this is relevant, but the next question the court wants some clarification on is, when is this alleged affiliation to have occurred?
So I have the exhibit that I would offer to this witness, but it was when the defendant was incarcerated in Tarrant County back in 2017, and he hasn't been out on the street since, so I think it's relevant. It goes to evaluating the defendant's background and character, which the defense has put on issue in his opening statement when he was proffering that the jury was going to hear that the defendant had such a rough upbringing. And this witness is an expert. He has a lot of knowledge dealing with gang members and specifically the Crips. I think Mr. Hunter essentially stipulated that this is a subset of the Crips criminal street gangs, and this witness is familiar with that criminal street gangs violent and illegal activities, which he's testified to, and he is able to form an opinion based on the materials that he's reviewed as to the defendant's membership in the organization.
I'm not stipulating to anything. This all is conduct that occurred after the offense date in this case, while he was incarcerated. And the witness is, I don't believe, qualified to tell the jury anything about this organization, much less whether it's affiliated with any criminal entity that calls itself Crips, or what its purpose is, or who its membership are, or whether Mr. McIntyre is a member. And so while I would agree with Your Honor that if we had evidence that Mr. McIntyre did this as a gangland shooting, it was for the purpose of advancing a criminal enterprise, it would absolutely be relevant. There is no relevance to the fact that he was booked into Tarrant County and someone says that back then he identified as being part of this organization. I think that is not relevant. And all it does is to make people believe impermissibly that because of decisions that he made in jail, which we can't really even say are criminal or underhanded, that somehow should have bearing upon how he's punished for this offense that occurred before he was even documented to be part of any offense.
So it's not required by law for it to be relevant as character evidence that the offense that we're here for is tied to his gang admission. And it's not somebody just saying this. The defendant said it back when he was in Tarrant County. And so it's a statement against interest, a statement against party opponent. And I mean, this evidence has been filed with the court since December of 2024. So his objections to hearsay and stuff, I mean, there's an affidavit that is going to authenticate this information.
it more to the point is a Crawford, it is a confrontation issue because it's a double hearsay problem. They're offering the statement as an admission by party opponent. All right, fine. But what's being discussed here is not the actual admission by the party opponent. What's being discussed here is the entry by a data clerk that he should be classified as a member of a gang that is in the text gang database because of something he said at booking. We don't have the statement exactly that was said at booking. We've got a summary of that. So I think that that's the reason why there's a confrontation problem, irrespective of whether it would come in as an exception to hearsay or a non-hearsay statement. But more to the point, I mean, she said a moment ago that it's somehow connected to the offense. There's been no evidence in guilt innocence that it's connected to the offense.
Or it doesn't have to be connected to the offense.
Well, I mean, I
did not say that. I said it is not required by law to be relevant in punishment to come in. That's not required. That I prove that he was acting under color of his gang when he committed this.
I know you said that too, but did you not also argue that
All right.
it's connected to the offense?
I did not say that.
Is going to rule. The court is going to allow the witness to testify. Is there anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, does anyone need a break before I allow the jury to come back in?
I would like the bathroom.
All right. So if I could have you all back here, 3:50?
350?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, thank you, Jay Marie. I was just talking and talking and talking. But we have reached our natural stopping point for the day. I gotta go pick up my girl from school. Y'all know she's on safety patrol, but this is her last month. My girl is getting ready to go to the 6th grade. So we are going to conclude our streaming for the day, but we will be back tomorrow. It's been a long 6 weeks. So Taylor Gang, y'all need to figure it out. Figure it out. Figure out your routine. Figure out your schedule. Make sure you got your YouTube playing and that you tapped in with us each and every day because we're gonna be out here trial watching. Tomorrow I'm anticipating us watching the Karen Reed trial because I want to see Karen. Like there's been so much commotion about Karen. I need to see Karen. So I will be on tomorrow and hopefully they pick those last 2 jurors. If they did not, of course, we're going to come back to this TK trial because it was enough controversy over here for me too. So I definitely want to see what everybody else saw and maybe I can really chime in on the conversation because right now I'm just throwing rocks at a window, hoping somebody peek out and tell me what's going on. All right. Karen they are anticipating starting tomorrow. So hopefully she will, maybe we'll get those motions and we'll get opening arguments and we'll get it cracking. Now, I'm playing up my angle, y'all. I'm playing up my fresh eyes. So come with all the tea. All right, y'all. I will see y'all later. Thank y'all again. Hope you have a good night. Tomorrow, I think I got it set for 9. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock. See y'all then. Bye.